All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. We are been working through some technical difficulties with Zoom, but hopefully we are now good to go. We'd much rather be meeting with you in person, but this is the next best option. So first wanted to start off by welcoming you to tonight's meeting. This is the Mercer Island Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan public meeting. My name is Chris Hoffman, and I am part of the consultant team that's working on the project and helping to run tonight's meeting. We really appreciate you taking time out of your evening to join us to talk about the future of parks in the city of Mercer Island. And we're going to get started with the program in just a minute, but just wanted to walk through a few logistical items to let you know about how this will work tonight. First off, hopefully you can hear us. If you can't or having any issues, feel free to use the chat function down in the bottom of your screen. There's an arrow pointing to it on my screen here in the presentation. We can't hear you, so you don't have to worry about any background noise or anything like that. However, we will be getting to a portion of the meeting a little bit later on where we will be hearing directly from you, asking you to provide your feedback on a few topics on the plan. And we will also have a Q&A session via chat at the end, towards the end of the program. So with that, I am going to dive right into things and turn it over to Steve Dew, who is the lead consultant on the project, and he's going to walk through tonight's agenda and give a presentation on the pros plan.
All right, thank you, Chris, and good evening, everybody, and appreciate you taking a little time out of your evening to join us for the virtual public meeting on the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan for Mercer Island. As Chris mentioned, we've got an agenda that is on your screen just to give you a sense of what we'll be covering tonight. First off, I'll start with a brief presentation to just get your juices flowing about all things parks and recreation. We'll do some live polling at points during the presentation. And then we'll transition to 3 small group breakout sessions to discuss some specific topics that we've got in mind. After each of those discussion groups, we'll report back to the broader group. And after the 3 sessions wrap up, we'll recap and talk about next steps and provide you with some additional opportunity for closing comments toward the end of the meeting. Chris? Thank you. The project started in late 2019, and it was paused last year due to COVID. So we've recently restarted the project in December of this year, or this past December. And we're really anxious to get additional community feedback to help guide the city's parks, recreation, and open space plan. So to start at the very basics, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, or PROS plan for short, is a 6-year guide and strategic plan for the city and for managing and enhancing parks and open space, trails, recreation opportunities for the Mercer Island community. It's intended to be a vision document that is also strategic in nature. It will cover goals and objectives for how to implement the great ideas that we capture from the community. It'll outline specific project recommendations, ideas about programs, and capital investments for the city going forward. And it will also identify some implementation strategies so you have a roadmap on how to move forward with the ideas that we generate through this process. It's a forward-looking plan in that, I mean, it's, again, strategic in nature, and it's intended to look 6, 10, or more years down the road. And it's really guided by a few core questions. What are our strengths, and what are the areas for improvement? How do we meet the needs of the community today and in the future? And where should we focus our efforts and resources going forward? The PROS plan is building on a tradition of community-based planning that's occurred on Mercer Island over many years. We're not creating this project or this plan in a vacuum, and we're relying on past community planning efforts as a foundation. You can see the list off to the side of some of the plans we'll be referencing as we review and develop the new PROS plan. The tentative plan is to have an updated PROS plan in draft form later this year, with adoption tentatively set for the fall. There are a number of steps for the public involvement process that will move through with the community. And we're still very early in the planning process. So we're still in the information gathering phase. Last year, we conducted a community survey that I'll talk to in a moment. Plus, we've got tonight's virtual public meeting. We're considering a second community survey, as well as additional online engagement, discussions with the community, and discussions with the Park and Recreation Commission, as well as the Arts Council and the Open Space Conservancy Trust. I'm sure many of you attending tonight have your favorite places and activities on the island, but did you know that the city manages over 50 miles of recreational trails? It operates numerous sport fields and sport courts, and it provides 20 or 35 parks across the island and over 400 acres of open space. The city has 4 swim beaches, and pre-pandemic, the city accommodated 4,500 users in its recreation program, and the Community and Events Center accommodated over 125,000 annual visits. The city has amazing recreational assets that enhance the quality of life and livability on the island. These range from arts and culture opportunities to recreation programs, to waterfront, to forest lands. It also includes community events, public art, picnic areas, and the community and event center. And as I mentioned earlier, we're still in the early planning process, and tonight's feedback will really supplement the other community information we've gathered. At this stage, we're still collecting information, so tonight is more about hearing from you. It's not a decision-making meeting. The topics that we identified for the breakout sessions, as well as some of the polling, come from the survey that we conducted last year. So that's helping inform the community discussion. And through the live polling that we'll do in a moment and the breakout rooms where we'll have deeper conversations, it's our way to connect with you in this virtual format. And again, tonight's about information gathering. And toward the end of the meeting, we'll touch on some other ways that you can stay involved with the project and engaged as we move forward. But to start with Zoom, we have the option to do some instant polling. And we've set up this practice poll just to get you familiar with how Zoom functions for polling. And to be clear, this is just a practice. This specific question and the responses will not be part of the PROS plan, but we just wanted to give this a try just to let you get familiar with how the polling option works. So in a moment, another window will pop up that will give you the option to select the different choices that are offered on the screen. So the question is, what one superpower do you wish you had? And the list: teleportation, flight, super strength, speed. And then you can use your cursor, your thumb, or your device to identify the the choice you've got. Make sure you hit the select button, and then live results will pop up, and we'll see just in a moment where the broader community is in terms of their sense on this particular question. Again, this is just a practice to get familiar with the technology, just so we know how we're doing. Right now, about 70% of the folks who have joined us have voted, so I'll give it another few seconds. But time travel and super healing are looking very strong. So go ahead and check your box and hit submit. If you do have questions, feel free to use the chat function. And we do have technical support standing by to help if necessary. All right, so right now we're closing, and you can see that time travel came in as a top item for that superpower. So this is just a fun way to try the technology. And next, we're going to move on to a real polling question to move into the realm of parks and recreation. One thing I also want to mention is that, as a reminder, this session tonight is being recorded. We'll use this information to share with the community after the meeting closes, as well as for the breakout sessions, provide staff and the project team an opportunity to make sure we capture the notes clearly. So let's move on to a real polling question. So the next one, the poll will get reloaded here in a moment, but the question is, what is your top reason for getting out and visiting Mercer Island parks and facilities? Is it for exercising, spending time with family and friends, accessing the lake? And again, now that you've worked through it, feel free to select your choices and hit submit. Other options include activities at the Community Events Center, relaxation, summer camps, community events, or other. And you can, again, use the chat function to provide additional information about the other. And the chats also will be recorded and saved for the meeting. So right now we've got about 75, 78% of the folks participating who've already recorded responses. So it's going quicker. It's good, you're getting familiar with it. So we'll give it a little bit longer to see if we can get everybody to select their choice. And you can see that the polling is showing that we're getting close to some fairly even numbers here. 90% have submitted responses at this point. But it's looking like spending time with family and friends, exercising, playing outdoors or organized sports, and relaxing and enjoying nature come in near the top. All right, and we've closed the poll, and exercising comes in at the top, and spending time with family and friends outdoors is a close second. So again, these questions at the front end here are just little bits of warm up, partly to help with the technology, but partly to just get you thinking a little bit about how you use the parks and facilities that exist on Mercer Island and being active in the community for recreation. So I'm going to move forward to just address a few current issues that are facing the Parks and Recreation Department, the city, and the broader community. As you are full aware, COVID has impacted a lot that's happened in the city over the last year. The Parks and Recreation Department has undergone significant transition and has had to make adjustments to services and to maintenance through closures and cancellations. A lot has changed for park and recreation services over the year. But with COVID, we also have seen the community coming together through donations and fundraising campaigns, through community assistance and support for other families, the broader community, and other nonprofits on the island. And if you might be wondering, why are we doing a PROS plan now? Well, with the impacts of COVID and how that's affected city services, it really is an opportune time to re-envision the city's role and services for parks and recreation, and have a clear path forward on what's provided, how it's managed and maintained, and do that through the lens of this public process. So transitioning to another polling question. The pandemic has had an impact on how we recreate. What have you missed the most? So here again is a list of items: exercising, spending time with family and friends, playing organized sports, activities, summer camps, community events. And again, some of these items were pulled from the survey that was done last year. And this is our way of seeing if that survey still holds the current preferences of the community, or if things have shifted over the last year. So again, I can see that folks are getting quicker at doing the polling. We've got about 80% already responding. And at this point, spending time with family and friends and community events are near the top. We'll give it a few more seconds. We've got about 90% who've submitted. And all right, 90%. So again, still spending time with family and friends, almost consistent with the last one. And community events and festivals have been also missed. All right, so community events and festivals is a clear winner on that one, and it's understandable. Mercer Islands has a history of putting on some large and many events through the course of the year, and COVID has significantly impacted how people get together and are outside together and use the parks. I'm going to move on to transition into a different current issue, this time around the realm of parks, trails, and open spaces. The city has some aging infrastructure for its parks and open space system, and that includes things like cracking concrete in the docks, sport courts that have cracks, or cracks in the trail pavement. There's also an increasing demand on existing parks and open spaces for activities and events and recreational uses, and access in terms of distribution of parklands, as well as ADA accessibility for users of all kinds, is a growing need. And as I've mentioned, the survey that we did last year provided a strong baseline of information for this PROS planning effort. And I just want to recap a couple of data points that we gathered from that survey. First, I just want to offer a real quick snapshot that, again, the survey was conducted in February to March of last year. We had over 1,700 responses. So again, that survey is a strong foundation for going forward. Nearly everyone, 99%, feels that parks and recreation are either essential or important to the quality of life on Mercer Island. 93% feel satisfied with the value they receive from the city for parks, recreation, and programs. And there's a number of reasons why people visit Mercer Island parks. The top reason from the survey was for walking and running, followed by dog walking and exercising and accessing the beach or waterfront. And a lot of variety in spaces provides for a lot of different opportunities for the range of recreation and that you can access on the island. In a different set of questions, it was clear that park and open space visitation is also high. 93% of the respondents visited parks and facilities monthly, and over 2/3 visited on a weekly basis. So you've got the connection between parks and recreation and open space providing for quality of life. You've got a high degree of usage, and you've got a variety of reasons why people are out and about in the park system. And it's wonderful to see, but that creates a demand on your system that needs to be managed over time. Trails are the highest demand amenity, and that's consistent with regional, state, national data. And walking and biking are low cost. People can do them with family and friends, or with their dog, or by themselves, and it's just a great way to be outdoors. So other high demand amenities include sport fields and indoor facilities, as well as sport courts and picnic shelters. And just want to pause and do another polling question. And this one is about what you feel are pressing needs. So what do you think are the most pressing needs regarding park amenities and facilities? And again, a list will pop up and you can select your top 3. I'll give you a minute to read them, but they include universal access to play areas and amenities, additional picnic shelters and gathering spaces, improving parking for water access areas, and improving parking for trail access areas, repairing and upgrading aging park amenities like docks, piers, and playgrounds, or installing restroom facilities within the park system. So again, this one, there's more to read on this one, so it's going to take just a little bit longer for folks to select the items that they feel are pressing needs. So yeah, we got about half of the folks attending have already put in their responses. So moving through it. And repairing and upgrading amenities and improving access, those are moving along. So we'll give it another few seconds. We've got close to 90% of people who've responded. And still looks like repairing and upgrading aging amenities is near the top. So if you've got any other responses you want to plug in, now's the time to do it. We'll close this poll in a moment. And it's great to see people using the chat function, adding additional comments. All right, so we close this one, and with almost 70%, repairing and upgrading aging park amenities is a pressing priority or pressing need for the community. So I want to move on to another current issue. This one's around recreation programming. So with program cancellations and facility closures that occurred because of COVID last year and still are occurring, the city staff are working with the community and with the Park and Rec Commission on a recreation reset plan to smartly and safely restart recreation later this year. Information and guidance from the reset plan for recreation will be incorporated into the PROS plan and will help craft policies and strategies for the long-term planning and sustainability of recreation programs, and how to manage the community and event center. So we got one more polling question for you. And this one again is around recreation. So does your household have an interest in the following recreation programs? And here, again, the list will come up. You can check all that apply. And the list includes swimming and water safety, boating programs, outdoor classes, educational classes, performing arts, programs for adults over 55, adult classes like arts and crafts and fitness, after school programs, youth activities, youth sports. And again, feel free to use the chat function to add other ideas if you have some after you do the poll, of course. So take a few seconds and provide some input through the poll. And right now we've got about 40% of the attendees providing some responses. And it's looking, let's see, 70%. We're getting there. So boating programs and performing arts, those are moving toward the top. So we'll give it a few more seconds and let folks provide their feedback. All right, 85. See a lot of chat comments about mountain biking. Again, we'll record the chats and include that as part of the overall meeting summary. And right now we're seeing boating programs still leading the pack. And we'll give it a few more seconds. Got about 85% responding. So, all right, so boating programs, about half of you feel that boating programs are of interest. And interestingly enough, that was one of the areas that came out fairly high in last year's community survey. So it's good to see some validation of the information that we captured last year and how it still applies today. So that's very helpful. So just want to move on. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, in terms of the way we're trying to think through the core questions for the PROS plan, I want to just put them back up on screen for you to start thinking as we transition into breakout rooms, which will happen in a few minutes. So again, those big questions are, what are the strengths of Mercer Island Parks and Recreation System? And what are some key areas for improvement? How do we meet today's needs and the needs of the future with the land that we have? And should we focus our efforts, how should we focus our efforts going forward? And what other opportunities or investments should be considered going forward? And with that, I'll turn it back to Chris to explain the breakout rooms.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So we're at the point in the meeting where we're going to switch gears a little bit. You've heard a lot of Steve talking or us talking, and now we're going to switch gears. We want to hear from you. So we're going to use a function in Zoom called breakout rooms, which will allow us to hold facilitated discussions with you. And the purpose of these discussions is to get your input on three areas of the plan, or three areas that are really central to the plan. And Steve is going to introduce those in a little bit. But, and I just want to talk a little bit about the process of those. So those will include 15-minute breakout sessions. And you will be led by a facilitator that will be either a city staff member or one of the consultant team members. And we will At each session, you will automatically be assigned to a group or randomly assigned to a group. You'll be asked to join that group. If you see on my screen there, you just click that button. And then I will note that the session is timed, so there will be a bar up at the top of the screen that shows how much time is left. And when that time is up, you'll automatically be rerouted back to the main group. And then at the end of the session, your facilitator will kind of summarize that discussion at a very high level, and then report back to the entire group after each session. Now, because we'll be breaking out into groups of people, roughly, I don't know, 6 to 10 folks in each discussion, we just want to have a few rules to guide our discussion. And just as Steve said, you know, there's no right or wrong answers here. We're only interested in your opinions and ideas. We'd ask that just one person speak at a time so everyone can be heard. And it's just important to tell your thoughts, not worry about what others think you think, what others think about what you think, or what you think others want to hear. And then lastly, it's okay to disagree, but please just be respectful of everyone's opinions. So with that, I am going to let Steve introduce the topics. We have, as I said, 3 of them here. So Steve, do you want to talk about these a little bit?
Thanks. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, these topics were distilled from what we learned from the community survey and conversations with the Park and Recreation Commission. So these seem to be things that we, as a project team, wanted to dive a little deeper with this community about your feelings, your preferences, your ideas. And the topic areas include beaches, waterfront, and water-oriented experiences. A second one will be on trails, and a third will be on balancing access between passive and active use spaces on the island. And just to set up the first breakout room before we are split into those smaller rooms, I'll give you a little context. So the first topic, again, will be around water-oriented recreation experiences. This includes beaches, docks and piers, water access points, and water-oriented classes and programs. So don't just think about kind of the facilities, but think about the activities and or the programs that could occur in and on the water. And being on or by the water is a big part of what defines Mercer Island. Programs, events, classes like paddleboarding and fishing take advantage of the waterfront, but universal access and accessibility for users of all types is an existing barrier. Existing beaches offer sand or gravel access to the lake. Docks and piers are available for fishing and swimming and boating, but this water-oriented infrastructure is also aging and may need to be replaced soon. Also, more than half of water-oriented street ends are either undeveloped or inaccessible. And at this point, we'll switch to the breakout rooms. That'll be, again, facilitated by city staff and the project team. And here are the questions we'd really like your feedback on. What's working well at our waterfronts? What could we be doing better? And if you had to pick one area of focus with regard to water-oriented recreation, what would it be? So start thinking about that, and we'll transition everyone into breakout rooms, and we'll see you on the other side.
What's working well right now at our waterfronts? And I'm going to be taking notes here off to the side.
I'm not going to be helpful because I don't actually access the water off of Mercer Island. And
Okay.
so my inclination is to say that we need to make sure that the infrastructure is solid and that we have accessibility, because in order to use they use it. If I were to access it, I need to have access to it. So those are the things that come to my mind.
Great, thank you. Paul, any input?
Actually, I'm Jeff, but that's okay.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Accessibility, you know, we would walk our dogs, and so that's what we would do
How do I
usually.
raise my hand?
We don't have boats or anything like that, not yet. But accessibility for walkers or for kayakers or whatever.
I think, did I hear somebody said they raised their hand? It's not showing up on my screen.
Oh, it was me, Susan.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Sorry, I did
Not you, but that was weird that it didn't show up on my screen.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that our family loves to kayak and paddleboard. And, you know, there's some launch points that are really easy, but, you know, when you have to carry a kayak down, like for Seafair, it's really easy down in East Seattle. But if you try to go to some of these more little remote access points, it can be really challenging to get a kayak down the water. And if you really want to explore the island by paddleboard or kayak, it's nice to be able to have different locations where you can go and access the different parts of the island.
I'm taking notes on this other screen, so sorry if I'm looking over in the meantime.
Yeah, no problem.
Amy, anything to add?
I'm just taking my mute button off. Hi. I agree with all the points about accessibility and making it easier for people to port in and out around the island. One of the things that I'd love to see, it's a little bit off of what you're talking about, Ryan, but you know, we're surrounded by water. So I would love to see more programming around rowing for kids and sculling. I feel like we have such an opportunity to offer that activity to so many people in our community. It would be really fabulous.
Councilmember Jacobson, anything to add on how you use the waterfront spaces?
Well, I don't use them a great deal. However, I think this is one area let me back up and say, I think the points that were made in terms of additional activities that could be, we could use our waterfront for, number one, which was Amy Richter's comment, and the accessibility, which Candiatis and others have talked about, are important. I also think, and this is maybe a little off the subject, but one of the things that people were very concerned about were being sure that our facilities are maintained, and in certain cases repaired and brought up to standard. Query what the standard is, and that's something I'm interested in, not only as to the waterfront, but or water related kinds of things, but all other things. But I know we have a dock project that's in partial progress at this point. And if one goes down and sees a lot of those docks are not in prime condition. And so that's something that's progressing and I think needs to be progressed on schedule, or perhaps a little bit ahead of schedule. And I realize with these waterborne things, there are times you can work in the water and times you can't. So I'm quite mindful of that for salmon and other reasons. But that's something that that I'm interested in. There's one other thing, and again, this may be a little off topic, but we used to have Shakespeare in the Park down in Luther Burbank Park, and while that isn't a waterborne use, I'm sure there are people who got there by water, and it was also something that was a well-attended community event. And so if I can cheat by saying anything in Luther Burbank Park relates to this question, that would be a comment I have.
Awesome. All right, next question. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
One of the things that I'm an optimist, and let's assume everything is going to happen but we also have to consider security. So there's a lot of times where there's a lot of cars, let's say, and they're vandalized. We've been victims of that at Pioneer Park, for example. So everything we do in the background, you have to consider security.
Great comment. Thank you. Amy, I see your hand is raised. Now I can see hands raised. This is
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about the improving the infrastructure, just the general space of the area by Clark Beach. That is such a beautiful piece of property. And just think it feels, it's not representative of, I feel like, of a Mercer Island Park amenity. And I just feel like we could be doing more to make that a beautiful space that's attractive to our residents, that would draw more people in.
Absolutely. Okay, I won't take any offense to your comments, but what can we do better? Nobody's jumping up right now. So I will call on someone. I feel like a teacher now. Carol, thank you.
My immediate response is it's really the same things we all just mentioned. Is the things we care about are the things that need improvement, that need to be added in the case. I agree with everything everybody said, basically. And half of what we said is most of it's about expansion and about access and about having the programs we want. So I think, everything that was on list 1 belongs on list 2.
Have any of you, I'll throw this one out there. Actually, this is more of a, maybe a personal item of, utilizing Luther Burbank Park as an example. Oftentimes we see large groups, maybe rental groups that are occupying certain areas that are utilized by our general patrons. Oftentimes it's off island versus on island. Any feelings around that, or ideas of if you would like to see weddings down at, say, what's the area behind me there at Calkins Point, or a balance of usage, so to speak? Carol.
Mostly what that brings to mind for me is the issue of parking, because I don't mind having off-island people, but when they come, they generally park, and then we do not have enough parking, but I don't necessarily want more parking and more park land.
Okay, we've got about 2 minutes. If anybody has any other input they'd like, let's talk a little bit. If you throw out some programming ideas, that's definitely something we're talking about. The city's had some really popular sailing programs in the past. We have some very popular kayaking programs. Currently, all of those are offered only at Luther Burbank. So any feedback on that? Susan.
Yeah, those are wonderful programs. And I know, having tried to get my daughter in them before, they fill up fast and they're really popular. So, I mean, that's just a great way to support Mercer Island residents, is through programming in these special places. And, and then when it's challenging, is balancing parking and other activities, so if we're scheduling those around times when people can attend those. And there's a huge need for summer camps, and I know you run some wonderful summer camps, and what a great place, Luther Burbank is for camps.
Thank you. I really like your note on what I wrote down was appropriate scheduling. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I missed Amy, and then I'll jump to Jeff real quick. We've got about 30 seconds before they kick us out.
It's Amy.
Oh.
Sorry, I it's okay. You can pass me. I'll put my hand
Okay.
down.
Jeff.
Go ahead, Sandy,
Okay, so we do use,
quickly.
yeah, so Luther Burbank parking, the main lot, has in the far corner, some utility type trucks, you know, for city use or whatever. And they seem to, they're there all weekend and they're not being moved. And so those take up at least 4 slots. And when it's tight down there, it is tight. And there's a huge traffic jam to get in. And lots of people don't really know how to park up onto the community center and then walk down. So maybe some signage and moving those trucks would be helpful.
Maximize the parking resource.
Yeah.
That's super helpful. Great idea. Does anybody else have their hands up? Shout it out now if you do. And then we'll all be back here in a second.
I have a question,
Yep.
one other one, or a comment, and that is, you know, there's so many swimmers now that would like to do distance swimming. And it would be really cool if we would have, you know, lanes where people could swim distance around the island. You know, in either a marked off area or a place that had buoys and it was safe to do so. That could be really popular, especially with triathlon training and things like that.
Let's get started if you like. If anyone has any questions early on, let me know. I'll look for your hands. Remember to unmute yourself if you'd like to speak. As Steve mentioned, our first topic is waterfront properties. So what I'm going to do so that we don't have to share my screen and look at it is I'm going to pop these questions in the chat box. So in case you want to refer back to them. So the first question we have is, what's working well at our waterfronts? What do you use? What do you like? What kind of activities have you participated in? What are we doing right for waterfronts? Anybody care to share? Either in the chat box or, yeah, Jane, can you unmute yourself for us? Thanks.
I go with some frequency to the newly refurbished, the dog park and the new beach at the north end of Luther Burbank, and that works really well. The refurbished area of the beach there is lovely.
Great.
And it's a good place. You can kayak and pull your kayak up to the little beach there. You never used to be able to do that. Anyway, it's working very well. What's working not very well, I think at Luther Burbank at least, is the docks, which are going to be refurbished, which are in need of fixing up. So
Great, thanks, Jane. Anybody else use our beaches and waterfront areas and have anything we're doing well that you like? Hi, Peter.
Hi, so Peter Struck. Yeah, just to kind of follow up on what Jane said, I think, you know, one of the large benefits of obviously being an island is water access. And I think, you know, the city over the years has done a wonderful job of providing a lot of points of access, a lot of different beaches, the street ends that was mentioned and so forth. I also agree with Jane that, you know, there's aging infrastructure issues. You know, obviously Luther Burbank docks are being addressed as we speak, but, you know, you go to Clark Beach and you kind of say, that probably needs a little help. And there are other areas too, but yeah, I think overall, you know, we've done a great job.
Great, thanks, Peter.
yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to share about good experience that they've had at our beaches or waterfront parks? If you're not using a beach, you know, we've got the little pocket parks kind of scattered across different neighborhoods. And then parks like Slater Park or Proctor Landing, those kind of smaller, more quiet neighborhood parks.
Meryl,
Hi.
can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I'm
Yeah, just fine.
on a red lights and stuff. I love Luther Burbank. I'm happy to hear about the kayaking beach. I haven't seen that yet. my biggest concern is I have a 4.5-year-old grandson who is in a wheelchair and have been working with a lot of special needs families on the island, and including seniors who are less mobile than we used to be. So access to our beaches, chips don't work at all for wheelchairs or for walkers, things like that. I would love to see that addressed. We're also working with the parks on inclusivity.
Right.
But those are my biggest issues. I don't know if this is the one where you're talking about activities, but if it fits in when you talk about the docks, for instance, wheelchairs and ability to get out on the docks and to load onto a boat or a pontoon boat or something like that. Just anytime you're in a wheelchair or a walker or have mobility issues or sensory issues, those are huge issues.
Right. Thank you. I put in the chat box another question. What could we be doing better? We've heard a little bit about just sort of general infrastructure at our waterfronts, and also kind of expanding access to folks with mobility challenges. Anything else we could be doing better? Yeah, Jane, thanks.
Street ends. I think a number of the street ends have been neglected, and neighbors on either side have sort of encroached over years and years. And people are reluctant to go into what looks like it's a street park, but it doesn't feel like a street end,
Mm-hmm.
So I think making sure that neighbors who encroach are made to get their landscaping back or whatever. And I think the city needs to really, every square inch of this island is super valuable, and we've let some of those amenities go by neglect. So I think taking special interest in the street ends, again, would be a good idea.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, one of the pieces of the PROS plan is to sort of look at policy. What policy should we look at and change or add, or even just give more focus to on the maintenance side of things? So that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, I have another signage. Yeah, thanks, Scott. The last question, just to sort of stir discussion, is if you had to pick one area to focus on for water-oriented recreation experiences, what could it be? We heard a little bit about mobility. Both Jane and Mariana talked a little bit about kayak access, which I think is sort of an interesting one. The docks at Luther Burbank, as you might know, are pretty high up off the water and not great for a hand-powered boat. So, thinking about specific uses at our water, what comes to mind? Yeah, Jonathan, if you have your hand raised. Sorry, we can't hear you if you're speaking, Jonathan. But I see that you're unmuted. Oh, your mic isn't working. If you want to put your comment in the chat, we'll make sure that gets saved, or the rest of us can speak to it too. Sorry about that.
I think if the docks at Luther Burbank are going to be improved, the area just at the landing there, there's a little restroom, and then there's the steam plant, and then a pretty steep walkway up the hill. And I think that needs to be worked on a bit. It's not very welcoming. It doesn't work very well if you've got a number of people coming on and off the docks. I think it just needs some redesign in there. And also there's no place for small boats or kayaks or anything, as you say.
Yeah, it's a pretty special place, but you're right, sort of getting there isn't real glamorous or easy sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, Peter, go ahead, and then we'll read Jonathan's comment together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of just follow up on everybody. I think kind of globally, again, if the city can kind of focus on, you know, relatively low cost, and I've included kayaks, hand powered kinds of thing, you know, where people get access to water. You know, they don't have to say, oh, I gotta, you know, go rent a speedboat or something like that, that I can get access to, you know, fairly inexpensively, those kinds of things to really take advantage of the water. Because again, from, you know, most residents, you know, we do not have waterfront properties, so we really have to rely on the public access, or public parks access for water, and be able to experience and try out a lot of those activities. And even, you know, the fishing dock at Luther Burbank, you know, is a very kind of low impact, but can be a very enjoyable experience as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, similarly, Jonathan made a comment. I think paddleboard access points near the docks around Mercer Island, and especially for the Luther Burbank refurbishment. Yeah, that's a good point. I have a kayak myself. I have one of those folding ones. Yeah, lugging that from the car down to a dock, getting into it from a dock. I can see that. What about any thoughts on more the kind of the programming angle, but also from where we could do that? So for instance, paddleboarding camps, we do them in the summer at Luther Burbank. But would that be fun somewhere else on the island? If you know, we had a contractor come to rent them out for a day. Something Peter said stuck with me, that about trying things out. You know, a lot of folks wouldn't know if they want to sign up for a paddleboard camp or buy one. But maybe having some events or tryout days could be kind of a fun thing for the community.
Well, and this is probably not a very popular idea with some people, but I really think maybe a food truck pop-up at Luther Burbank. After you've been around in the water, you could pull in to the dock with your little speedboat and go get a hamburger at a pop-up. Doesn't have to be a permanent restaurant, but so, you know, having some place where you could get a burger or a snack or something. And with food trucks, that's not impossible.
Thanks.
So I mean, I would like to see something like that on maybe a trial basis in the summer.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think that's a very popular idea with me. I know it's been controversial in the past, but if you're out kayaking or doing anything and you don't have water or a burger or something, and food trucks may be the answer. I know there was pushback a few years ago about a permanent structure, but food trucks have really made a difference. So yes. I love that. The other thing I would love is I see, you know, Lake Sammamish and Redmond and Seward Park all have regattas of some sort, you know, boathouses with teams, and they have lessons in kayaking and sculls and things like that. And it just seems like we're missing a bet not to have something like that. I didn't know about the paddleboard classes in the summer, but I'd like something even more kind of Mercer Island-ish that you could, you know, regatta type stuff, you know, clubs.
Yeah. Folks, I think we're going to get kicked out in about 20 seconds. So I'll see you back in the main meeting. I think the points I'll bring to the group are emphasis on access for those with mobility challenges, hand carry boat access, and also ways to encourage kind of low cost, low impact access to.
Okay, so the timer is at the top of our screen. It looks like we might actually have more minutes. I see 10 minutes and 34 seconds, but I think we actually have more time than that. But yeah, I'll just go ahead and open us up, and with the question of what do you think is working well at our waterfronts?
Well, I'll go at once.
Yeah, I know. Just not everyone at one time.
I think one thing that works, or that our family appreciates, is the street end parks. Just like having them distributed and like quick access areas. I think there could always be more with those. But,
okay.
I assume your first question here is what's working well at the waterfront, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the street end parks are these secret little ones. They're especially great for the people who live close to them because it's like having your own private little beach, because not very many people know about those parks on Mercer Island.
Nice. Appreciate that. Liam or Julie, anything y'all want to share?
I like the dock area at Luther Burbank for tying up boats and getting off and enjoying the park and then being able to get back on the boat.
All right, great. Yeah, sounds like y'all have some really great opportunities to enjoy your beaches and waterfronts. Yeah, if we want to move on to the next question, what are some things that we could be doing better?
I'm very concerned about water safety. You know, in the past couple of years, we've had some pretty significant drownings and accidents, and I'd really love more attention on lifeguards or, you know, some sort of emergency preparedness around the parks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Julie.
Yeah, Clark Beach is it's really aging, and that one is going to need some work with the beach there. They have like a little kids beach that's surrounded by cement right now, and that is falling apart.
Okay.
Also, Luther Burbank, the parking lot isn't very safe. We've had a lot of car break-ins and things like that.
The safety around the park.
Yeah, the parking lot in particular in that case.
Okay, that's great. That's really helpful. Liam, anything? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, as an add, I guess related to that, like we've had these experiences. The parks get in a warm summer day. They get just the capacity is they're often over capacity, and going back to I think Julie, you called out the like just a handful of any lifeguards. It seems like isn't really a safe situation, and oftentimes we just avoid that altogether.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm hearing a theme of safety around water safety, maybe a need for more lifeguards, and then also kind of like environmental safety as well. So the cement around the kids' beach at Clark Beach is aging, it's falling apart, and then also hearing safety connected to parking lots because there have been break-ins, so maybe more safety and security around there. Yeah, what are some other ideas?
I think it's already being addressed, but the docks at Luther Burbank are pretty shabby too. And I know also a lot of people like to go out and lie out on them on nice days. So I think they really need to be upgraded and probably expanded.
Okay. All right, so I just heard something new. So maybe expanding some amenities at some of these areas.
Underway. I remember seeing a diagram where they had different dock configurations. So I think it might already be underway, but I think that's a good project to pursue if they're working on it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it is underway right now.
Awesome. Sounds like it's reaffirming that that is an important project. All right. Yeah, well, we can, of course, go back to any of these questions, but if we want to go ahead and jump into, if you had to pick one area to focus on for water-oriented recreation experiences, what would it be?
Well, in addition to the safety issue, I'd like, it would be fun to have more youth-oriented classes like, beginning sailing or paddleboarding or canoeing or something like that if we had the resources to invest in equipment.
Okay. It would also be great to have rowing facilities on the island. It's kind of interesting that we are in the middle of the island, but people have to go over to Seward Park to go to the rowing clubs.
All right, I see +1 for rowing from Brian. So more rowing, you're meaning like a facility or just a
Just
group
like,
that?
yeah, there'd be somewhere for them to store their the boats and launch from on Mercer Island.
All right.
I
Okay.
think in the some of the things we like, the the street and parks, but I think if I could invest, like I had to place the chips one place, it would be expansion of those and just making accessibility easier. In particular for like small recreation, like taking a paddleboard out or a kayak, I think would be at least important from our view.
Okay. Can you expand a little bit more on your ideas for more accessibility for them? So I think you maybe were alluding to a ramp or something, or just a easier way to get into the water.
Easier way, and I think it's one, Jody, like you have to like sleuth out where they're at.
Yes.
And sometimes the parking near those is dodgy. And then, probably less about the, I guess for me was less thinking about the ramp, but it's more like, can I get there? Can I find it? And knowing that like, yes, this is a place I can be versus like, I think I can be here.
Okay. So I think if I'm understanding, maybe more infrastructure. So parking is clear so that people can get to it. Is the walkway to get to the ones that you're talking about
like,
clear?
It's almost like clear signage that like, this is a place that you're allowed to be in. And there's some great ones on, particularly in the north end, but so if we have more, and those are probably super developed. So just expansion of that.
Okay.
I would also add though that in some, we definitely need some kind of ramp or water access improvements, because I'm thinking in particular of the one under the freeway heading over to Seattle. It's all rocks and it's really sketchy to access that area. There's a nice parking lot and there's a nice trail down, but then getting in and out of the water is super dangerous there.
Okay. I'm hearing the theme of safety again. So that I think will be something really important to share. Okay. Yeah, is there anything else you all wanted to add on any of these questions? Just kind of general, anything? Liam, thanks for giving me the head shake. All right. Okay, well, I know we have a few minutes. I just want to take a little time to make sure I think I'm capturing and understanding what you've been sharing. So the things that I've heard you share that you like is the street and parks. It's kind of like your own private little beach. You're able to get to them and enjoy them. Like the dock areas, able to tie up your boats, go enjoy the space, and then return to your boats and sail away. Things that we could do better. So I've heard some themes about safety, whether that's water safety, more lifeguards, maybe some more like emergency preparedness so that people can feel safe as they're enjoying these spaces. And then also some like environmental safety pieces as well. So aging infrastructure that needs to be updated because it's older, some more security, safety around parking lots, especially at Luther Burbank, because of the break-ins that have happened there. I also heard that during warmer weather, it can seem like these spaces are over capacity. And again, just doesn't seem like there's enough lifeguards for the folks that are visiting. And then some areas to focus on for recreation experiences. I heard more youth-oriented classes, and maybe paddleboarding or canoeing, kayaking, sailing. Some more rowing. A rowing facility would be great, somewhere to store the boats and launch. And then also hearing expanding the street and parks and making them more accessible. So making it easier to get into the water, safer to get into the water. So maybe having a ramp, and then making them also clearer, so easier to find, having clearer signage. Is there anything that I missed or maybe misunderstood? All right. Pop up, let me leave this. All right, well, awesome. Hopefully I'll get to see some of you again in the next breakout session, but I think we might be random. So, okay, great. All right, well, we can head back out into the main room if you'd like, and see you then. Bye.
And all right, so here we go. So number one topic is beaches, waterfront, and water-oriented experiences. My first prompt question we're gonna spend 2 to 3 minutes on is what's working well at our waterfronts? And I'm just gonna post the questions here for our group. And that first question is just, what do you guys think is working well in our waterfronts?
Go ahead, Matthew. I thought you're about to say something.
No, I was merely actually just the straight up existence of them is already really big. I mean, it feels negative to go in with things I think that could be improved upon. So please go ahead and talk about the things that that work well. I mean, I think that it's a fantastic resource, and I'm a huge fan of them.
Yeah, I think they're really good. I think some of the docks are aging though. I see like some of the beach. They look, you know, like a little bit run down, like they've been there for like 30 years or longer or something. So I mean, that could use some improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to I think 2 or 3 waterfront parks in this past year of COVID, and they were almost completely deserted. The one exception, I guess, was at Luther Burbank in the summer. I set up an easel and did a painting there, and there were lots of people at the beach, but there were no lifeguards, of course. I was a lifeguard when I was a teenager there, so it brought back, you know, kind of warm feelings to sit there again. But it definitely had a different feel than when there's, you know, lifeguards actually on duty and kind of an you know, regular activity and rhythm going on there. But I think that there's still, even though it's a pandemic, everyone is trying to keep away from each other, they still are using the parks a lot, the waterfront. I just didn't see a lot of people when I was at Clark Beach. There was only 2 other people there.
During the summer, it seems like it's pretty busy. Like I haven't used them very much, but we kind of boat, you know, by the parks, and I mean they look busy on the weekends, and people are having a good time. Even during the pandemic, I would say. I mean, there's a couple parks on the west side though that were a little bit too crowded. I know, so I think people kind of shut them down. But I mean, the parks are just absolutely beautiful. Just some of the infrastructure is a little bit older, so.
I got some very specific feedback about Groveland, which is the one I visit most frequently.
Yeah.
I would love it if you could remove those. There are these large tanks floating in the water. I'm assuming to prevent boats docking there. They are an absolute hazard to diving into Groveland. There was also, I'm a huge fan of diving off the dock there, and there were no real facilities for it. There used to be a lifeguard chair and there used to be a fence upon it. The fence collapsed and the lifeguard chair was removed, and so you cannot dive from any height into the water from Groveland. And it's I think it's one of those things that you take on your own recognizance. The water's plenty deep there. It's about 14, 15 feet deep right there, and you can dive from a significant height. It's totally safe. Groveland, as you know, has a pier that sort of encompasses a safe area that people can play in. The area on the other side of it, which is inside of the buoys that prevent boats from coming close to it, is also an area that could be used. It's very difficult to be totally sure that no boat is going to run over you right there. And like a stricter enforcement of that boundary so that you could use the space beyond the pier, diving facilities, and of course maintenance of that pier. So that and I know maintenance did start upon it. There was another pier there, a wooden one that came out to meet it, and that was demolished. And the loss of that I missed the loss of it, though. I mean, functionally, I can see why it was rotten, and I can see why you would remove it because it was a hazard. Functionally, I would like to see it replaced because I think the two together created a really great experience where sort of younger kids could dive off the little pier because it was really close to the water. Older kids could dive off the bigger pier because it's higher up. And then the fact you had a fence and a lifeguard chair is the adults could take like a really nice, like 14-foot swan dive and go for it. I think Groveland has totally good potential. It's an amazing beach and very popular. I mean, during coronavirus, it got super popular, but until people really clocked that the disease was a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Groveland in years. I got to go see it again.
It's awesome.
Thanks for sharing that, Matthew, and thanks James and Ted for chiming in. And Kay or Ka, feel free to chime in if you have any feedback. And just for the sake of time, we've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Let's go to the second question. You kind of answer this, but what could we do better? Anything that Ted or James? Yeah, James, Matthew.
Well, if somebody else who hasn't spoken wants to speak first, please don't let me. I just said a lot.
Well, I just bring back the lifeguards. I think that I don't know if we've had any major incidents on the beaches. I know we've had a couple of drownings around Mercer Island this year, but I don't think they were at parks. I think they were out in the open water. But I think that safety is something that lifeguards really add as by prevention, not by going in and saving people when they're in trouble, but preventing them from getting into trouble in the first place. So I'd like to see that come back eventually.
I think that's a good idea. I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I worry less now that my son is older, but I can see when I put myself in the shoes of a parent with a 7, 8, 9-year-old kid, you're loath to leave them alone for the lack of a lifeguard. And yeah, absolutely. I used to be a lifeguard myself as well. So.
Oh, really? Oh, there you go.
Can you guys hear me? This is Ka.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Ka.
Exist. Hello. Yeah, my only comments are I live down along the waterfront parks on 60th, like by Proctor Landing and all of those. And I'm not on the water, so I'm not a waterfront person. I'm an uplander. I think they're well used. I think they're great. The only issues that I hear a lot about are the confrontations between dogs and people that are trying to use the water. And especially when it's warm and kids and families are trying to swim in, like at Slater Park. And people are throwing balls for their dogs and the dogs are tromping over children and, little kids and dogs in the water at the same time. Just, it does not work.
Right.
And there are signs posted at certain parks down there, no dogs allowed May through September. The dogs are there with their owners all the time. And I've had people walking with their kids kind of in tears, like, my family can't go in the lake anywhere. Everyone has their dogs down here. And so that's been the only problem. And we're lucky to have these parks, but unfortunately, some people aren't very cognizant of other people when they bring their dogs down there. And that's, I hear a lot of complaints about that. So
as a dog owner, I would say that's definitely because I take my dog down there a lot, and it's definitely an owner problem rather than a dog problem. I'd love it if there were trash cans, like the disposal of poop is a real issue. I hate seeing poop down there. I think it polices relatively well, but you do occasionally get the odd like floater and stuff around that like someone has clearly abjugated their responsibility as a dog owner to do the right thing. And so the provision, I forget Proctor's Landing, I think the trash cans disappeared from there since COVID happened.
Yeah, they took it away, and I called the city and complained because a lot of people, are down there.
Yeah.
And, it's, but they just said they were so short staffed that they just had to get rid of a few garbage cans here and there. So, and they they checked it out. So if there was stuff being dumped there, which there was, they were really good about cleaning it up. But I know I missed that garbage can too. I live across the street from there.
Oh, okay.
I'm on the
Good
corner.
to hear that feedback from you though, about the dog. It's such a small park, Proctor's Landing, that just a couple of dogs and you kind of dominate the area. And it's, I can get why people get distressed about that.
Yeah. Well, and it's also a boat launching beach. It's not a swimming park, technically. I mean, if it's hot, I run over there and jump off the dock. I mean, you know, and then I get out and go home. But it's really a boat launching dock, and it's not a swimming beach. I mean, according to the city and the Parks Department. But it's one of the best places to just take a dip around. So
I love it there. Yeah, totally. I go paddleboarding off of there in the summer almost every day. It's great.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Well, I do want to thank all of you. I'm going to go off script here. You know, I don't want to read into this. I do want to thank all of you guys for joining this. I know joining the city virtual meeting is just a unique experience. So I really do appreciate you guys giving me your information and feedback. So that's just it for me. The last question, I know we have 40 seconds remaining. I got the different parks and whatnot, but if you had to pick one area to focus on for water-oriented recreation experiences, what would it be? I've heard Groveland, I've heard Proctor Landing, the North End beaches for swimming and whatnot. Any other areas?
I think the piers at Luther Burbank really need replacing and picking up.
Great. Well, I think we're going to be together for the next 2 breakout sessions, so I look forward to those. And I'll report back. I did take some notes. It looks like we have. I'm going to keep them open for now. Folks enjoy using those waterfront parks. There is some aging infrastructure needs at Proctor Landing. The idea of having a trash can there reinstalled would be great for dog waste.
Poop bags.
Yeah, poop bags. Groveland Park, the docks and diving. Matthew, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I do believe that the tanks at Groveland are actually wave devices. And I think they serve probably a dual purpose of coming in, but it's actually a wave attenuator for corroding the land.
They are an attractive nuisance. Kids will get on them, and it is like I'm like, I don't know, but like,
Right.
I totally get it. I would get on them too, but.
Well, awesome. I thank everyone for participating in the first breakout session. I'm sure we'll be able to get into a whole bunch of.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for joining us this evening. My name is Brian Herdvigsen. I'm the right-of-way and stormwater manager here at the City of Mercer Island, and I'm here to facilitate the breakout session regarding the beaches, waterfront, and water experiences. So first of all, we'd like to go into what's working well. What do you think is working well? And everybody is muted at the current moment. So if you are trying to speak, hit the unmute button.
So this is Joy. Can you hear me?
Hi, Joy. Yep.
Great. I wasn't sure. Maybe it might be good for you to call on people since we're all being shy, but okay.
Idea.
So could you restate the question?
First topic is about the beaches, waterfront, and water-oriented experiences, and briefly describe anything that you feel is working really well.
What's working well? Such a broad question. Well, yeah. I think that, you know, our beaches, when we visit Luther or Clark or Groveland, they're clean. You know, I mean, I think that's working well. I think there's never any like, you know, sort of turn off when we visit our beaches. It's always really well kept, we're well maintained, clean, and that's super important to us. So that's working well.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Ashley, do you have anything to add? You could type in the chat box, or you could speak with the unmute button. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Henry, do you have anything to add?
Not really, no. I'm kind of just here for like mostly like trails and biking and stuff, so I don't have much for anything else really.
For waterfront. Okay, that's fair. Greg, do you have anything to add?
I would just mirror what Joy said. You know, they're clean. They're usually accessible, except during high peak periods, and feel pretty safe. So yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so thanks for that input. Greg, since you're on already, the next section would be what could we do better? This is where he really likes to get some input on things that we can improve.
Well, that's a good question. I live close to one of the bigger, more popular parks on the west side, and it seems that one gets pretty crowded during the hot months, and maybe some better management around crowd management in that regard.
That'd be Groveland?
Yeah, I live close to Groveland, and I don't know what the parking can sometimes spill out onto West Mercer, which isn't always safe with biking and whatnot. And I know there's been complaints about kids and what kids do. So I mean, that's my only personal experience. It feels like Clark Beach is fairly tame. I use the dog park at Luther Burbank quite a bit in that area. That seems pretty well managed. So it's just managing those high points, and I don't know what the situation is with lifeguards this year, but I know in the past there have been certain beaches that are sort of have a lower expectation for services, but that's all budget dependent, I understand.
Yes. All right, well, those are really good items to note. Ashley, do you have anything to add to that? Something that we could do better?
Hi, sorry, I'm kind of popping in and out because it's dinner time.
Oh, that's okay.
In general about the parks.
Yeah, this section is more on what we could do better on the waterfront specific activities and parks.
Right. I know I've heard people ask for a sailing program. Some people also talk about a crew program. So I think people would be eager to get out on the water as an element of the waterfront programming, and just kind of continued shore restoration so that people can get down to the water. Like that area of Luther Burbank that had a nice expansion of the beach on the north portion of it. That's a really nice area that's accessible and has a table, and people can actually, my kids love to go down there and play on the beach. And people can walk their dogs down there. So I think people are eager to get in the water and on the water.
Yeah, that's great. Joy, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was actually trying to get my camera to come on, but it's pointed the wrong way, so I won't fuss with it. I would echo what Ashley said about I think she was talking about the shore, kind of the restoration access, like that you all did at Luther. I think that would be a really good, maybe it'd be more of a long-term capital, you'd have to budget for this, several years out, but doing the same thing at Groveland, that bulkhead there, I don't think that really detracts from the potential beauty of that beach. I know other people might have other opinions, but I think also it might be a better habitat, or it might be a better environment for fish, migrating up and down the shores. So I don't know, that was kind of a thought that came to mind. And then I'd say one other thing real quick, that I also would echo support for a crew program. I mean, we have some, we have Mount Baker over in Seattle, Mount Baker Crew, and another youth crew program up, I think, in Sammamish. You know, so the kids have to travel pretty far, and it's a really popular sport, and that could be a little revenue source for the city. So you guys should consider starting a youth crew program.
Okay. Great input. Well, if you had to pick just one item, Joy, since you've been speaking most recently, you can start with this. If you had to pick one area of focus, what would it be regarding the waterfront?
The one area of focus would be, I think I answered the poll question, the most popular answer, which is, investing in restoration and repair and maintenance of our facilities, and enhancement of areas like, more picnic shelters, I think was one of the ideas put up. I think, and improving accessibility are really important, because, you want to have that equity piece in any plan. And so I think, when you're trying to address, equity in Parks and Rec, that you really want to look at accessibility for all people, no matter their abilities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ashley, do you have anything that you can select as your top priority for waterfront?
I would agree with Joy on the restoration and accessibility. So restoring additional areas like you did at Luther Burbank and making sure that everybody can access it. That's such a nice area. So seeing more of that on the island so that people can enjoy the waterfront, definitely agree with that.
Great. Greg, do you have anything to add that would be your number one choice for an area to focus?
I would echo what Joy and Ashley said. I guess something that hasn't been mentioned yet is Clark Beach. I know it probably is one of the lesser used parks, but maybe some better access down to it, and some maintenance along the waterfront. I don't know. It seems to need a little bit of attention, but I'm not thinking right now exactly what it needs, but that would be my comment, I guess.
Okay, that's good. It seems to be a common theme. And Henry, if you do think of anything, you can chime in as well. Well, we're definitely nearing the end of our time period. So I guess to summarize, seems like overall you like the clean, the safe, and accessibility part of the waterfront experience. The west side parks tend to be crowded, some of the higher use parks, so we could work on crowd control such as parking and improving the lifeguard availability. And the number one area seems to be focusing on restoration and access, including equity for all users. Specifically noted was Groveland and Clark Beach. Does that seem to be accurate for the general summary?
I think so.
Okay. Well, these are valuable topics that can, I think they're going to resonate with the rest of the group. So when we do our summaries, we'll see if these are repeated themes, which is part of this exercise. So it's really great to hear from you.
How long have you worked for the city, Brian?
About 20 years.
Oh, wow. In Parks and Rec the whole time?
Started with parks and now I'm right away. So Public Works.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I know somebody with your last name.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if you're related. Oh,
Possibly.
yeah.
Let's see. It looks like we have the countdown is on. So we automatically get transferred over once we hit the threshold. So if something gets broken midstream, it's automatic. It's not because I kicked you out of the room. So we'll join everybody soon, but
Thank you, Brian.
yeah.
Thanks.
And then we'll come back for the next topic.
So my name is Alan Hunter. I'm going to be one of your facilitators here. And what we are looking at, the first items that we're going to be looking at here, of course, is what we just talked about. And so I'm going to paste it in the chat so that everybody can see it. So water or beaches, waterfronts, and water-oriented experiences. So what's working well for our waterfronts? Yeah, anybody want to start?
Well, that we have them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think the end of Luther Burbank Park out on that far point had got a lot of improvements that I hadn't noticed until a walk about 2 weeks ago. So that was nice improvement down there.
Okay. And mind me, I'm jotting stuff down as we're chatting here. And also, if you guys want to add in the chat, feel free. We're going to record all this and keep it and save it. So what else are we thinking here as far as other improvements or with the waterfront itself that we're thinking of?
I have an improvement idea, which is I think a lot of people don't realize where all these like street end parks are. There's not really an easy way to find them unless you're truly walking the neighborhoods. And that statistic that they said that many of them are inaccessible was quite interesting to me. But you know, unless you're walking on certain streets on the island, you often don't even know that there's access at the street ends.
Okay.
And there's not a lot of parking at some of them, but more just the knowledge of, you know, it'd be pretty easy to put out like a little map, I would think, of where are the ones that are available for the public to visit.
Okay.
And Alan, my comment, we live on East Mercer Way. We're not necessarily boaters, but the overflow parking from the boat ramp oftentimes clogs up all the way from the 90 kind of down past Mercer Shore Club. So I thought that was apropos that you had that question about additional boating parking. Because like I said, that's a safety hazard because a lot of times people have to walk out in the street or bike out around. And if you're coming down, it's a 2-lane road. So I'd say that's a pretty large safety issue.
Okay. And that's over by the boat ramp, you say?
Correct. The north end, East Mercer Way.
Okay.
And Sue, when you were talking about access, did you mean the waterfront?
Yes, yeah. That
Okay.
they stated that there was a lack of access to some of the city property that's at the waterfront. And I'm curious about what that is, but I know that sometimes when I walk along kind of along the very west side of the north end of the island, there's all these little street ends that you don't even know that are there.
Yeah,
And
no, I didn't know. So,
so, I mean, I really think that we don't even know about the ones that we do have access to. And I'd be really curious about the ones that we don't have access to.
yeah, exactly.
So identifying the access at the street ends then would be helpful to have a map that actually shows what the access are to each one of these waterfronts.
Yeah, yeah. And some of them need like benches or tables, you know, they're kind of sparse in terms of sometimes you just walk down there and there's just literally the end of a street. So I would think you know, in addition to making them accessible, having someplace for senior citizens to sit on a bench or something if there's a possibility of that sort of thing, or families to have a picnic other than on the ground.
The other thing I was going to say, Alan, I don't know if I'm circumventing another topic, but the water associated activities would be fun, like kayaking, etc. So the
Okay.
Enotai Beach over in Bellevue has a whole slew of stuff, and then you can go to the Mercer Slough, etc. But you know, as Sue said, we're surrounded by water, so it's be kind of neat to see some other offerings at the Mercer Island level.
All right. I can add that to what could we do better? What else could we do better? Do we think there?
And piggybacking onto that last comment, maybe just having a little bit easier access for these water-based sports. Specifically, you know, if I'm bringing a paddleboard in or a kayak in and I'm just looking for a relatively safe, easy transition from grass or ground or sand, you know, is there a step off? Is there a log there? Are there stones? Is it a level surface? Is there a safe place just to put the boat in?
Okay. All right. So let's see, I'm just keep track of time here. Is there any other things that we can look at as far as what we could do better or as far as our water access or our water activities there? So let's go on to the last one. If we could pick one area of focus on our water-oriented recreation experience, what would it be?
Well, selfishly, I'd like to see more walking trails that actually are along the water. I'm not aware of very many other than in Luther Burbank Park right now. And I walk a lot on the island.
Okay. What about anybody else have anything others that may have something that want to bring up?
I'm trying to think. I think like Sue said, we're just lucky to even have waterfront. So.
All around us.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and can I say one thing? There's a whole bunch of like porta potties and equipment that's under the I-90 bridge on the northwest end. And that area used to be, I mean, maybe it's Sound Transit using as a staging area, but that used to be, I thought, a nice area to sit and look at the water. And so I don't know how long that's going to be before it returns to more of a park-like setting. But right now it's a big construction zone under the I-90 bridge over on the west side.
Yeah, that might be until I get done with that whole Sound Transit project. Okay. This is good. And I say this is all captured. We're all recording this, so they'll go back and look at the recordings as well as look at anything that's in the chat that I don't capture. But I just want to kind of capture a little bit that what we talked about here is looking at improvement for easier way to find access to street ends of the parks and providing a mapping of these accesses. Also, as far as overflow parking for the boat ramp on the north end of the Mercer Way. It'd be nice to have some parks and benches at some of these locations, as well as easier access for water-based sports such as kayaking, safe place to launch your boats. And then it would be nice to have some walking trails around the water, around these areas there, these beaches, and the construction. So I'm not going to be able to touch on all of those when we we meet as a group, but I'll definitely try to touch on as much as we can on that. And then, like I said, if there's anything else on there, which can I ask a question? Which beaches or waterfronts have you guys visited? Is there just particular ones you visit, or have you kind of went through around and gone through all of them in the island?
Oh, Clark Beach, Groveland Beach, Luther Burbank,
Okay.
and then a bunch of the street ends where I've been able to find them just from walking the perimeters as much as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say Luther and Clark are probably the big ones for us.
The most popular that you guys go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do Groveland, and then there was another one kind of on the northwest, starts with an S. It's real small. If you said I'd recognize it, but it's right in a neighborhood. It's just like a patch of grass and then a little waterfront access.
Okay.
I'm totally blanking on it, but
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one on that. And then when you do go to these parks, pretty much what activities do you guys participate in at these parks? Is it pretty much just exercise, walking, launching your boat? What other, is there other activities that you guys participate in or do at these parks?
Walking primarily for
Walking.
me.
Okay.
and I have some little kids, so it's a lot of play in the sand and swim and bring the dog down and have them frolic in the water.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like we're getting close to the end of our session here. Is there anything else that we want to add that we can probably put in our notes here that we want to add to the general when we get back together? All right, looks like we got less than a minute. They'll pop us all back in. I'm gonna go ahead, save the chat. That's one thing they made sure that we made sure we saved our chat. If there was anybody out in parents in the chat. There.
You're a bit quiet, Kaylee.
So I go to Proctor's Landing a lot. It seems to be a favorite with people who have dogs. It's sort of an maybe it's not, it seems that it's the only safe place to really go exercise your dog and not have people getting too concerned about dogs being in the water. And as far as other places, Groveland is a great beach. We used to love the fact that you could jump from one dock and get up on the opposing dock. That's been taken away. I guess it's too much maintenance. But appreciate the fact that, you know, the beaches seem safe, that they're not too, having too many lifeguards and too many restrictions seems to be not particularly necessary to my mind. And I would think if the city was going to be spending money, it would be improving access on the docks that are not accessible right now to members of the general public, because there's so much need when the summer comes for people to get that access. So no complaints, just more opportunity to be on the lake.
Great, thank you. Anyone else want to share what they think is working well at our waterfronts?
Well, this is Callie, and I spend a lot of time
walking on the island. And so I go down to Proctor Landing and some of those landings down there, which are really, really beautiful. And they have great views from there of Seattle and the lake. And the other thing that I really appreciate is Luther Burbank. I mean, because no matter what you feel like, you can go to a sandy beach, or you can go to the gravelly point on the north end. You can go walk through a wetland. You know, you have so much different types of access to water down there. And then just the views. You can go up the trail by the community gardens, and you can look down over the lake. I mean, it's just like spectacular to have all that variety in one park, Luther Burbank Park.
Thank you. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Sue or Beck or Robert, anything that you think is working well? And if not, we can skip down to maybe what could we be doing better? What could be better about our waterfronts, our beaches? I certainly heard docks.
Does boat access fall into this? Boat access? The boat access is pretty good. Just sometimes it does get a bit crowded. You know, the traffic wise at the putting in spots, it does, you know, the 20 car lineups takes a while. Yeah. But it's usually quite good and pretty well maintained, and it's no real problems there. Yeah. So nice spots and nice beaches most of the time. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, my husband and I took up kayaking during the COVID, and now we want to continue kayaking. And our first mission was to go around Mercer Island. And I was surprised about how few places there are to safely put in and take out. You know, that's my, we went to some places that showed as landings historically on the map, and they were actually ended up being pump stations or concreted over, or there wasn't parking, so we couldn't park there to unload our kayaks and keep our car there. So, I mean, I think the street ends and that kind of thing, and some access points for people that kayak or canoe and don't have waterfront, don't own waterfront, would be really wonderful. The Proctor Landing is a great example of where you can go in and out. Same thing with Luther Burbank. But then there's just no place at Groveland Beach Park that's safe. I got flipped over there. And so anyway, that's my opinion. Even that park on the south, towards the southeast side of the island, you know what I'm talking about? It's a waterfront park there on the south.
Clark Beach?
Yeah, Clark Beach.
Okay.
There's no place to safely put in or put out in that beach. There's either concrete stairs or there's roped off place. And I'm going, this is a beautiful waterfront beach park. Why can't someone get in or put out on that? So anyway, that's my comment is I think with a few improvements, we might be able to actually make it accessible for people to kayak all around our island and put in, put out without owning waterfront.
Great, thank you. That's a great one. Any other what we could be doing better? Or we could jump right into, if you had to pick one area to focus on for water-oriented recreation experiences, what would that be? And that could be, you know, sky's the limit of money's no object, or it could also be with limited budget resources. What one area would you want to see focused on for the island?
Well, I would agree with the last speaker about accessibility again with kayaks, paddle boards, you name it, just to have many different places that you can go in and out. I think that there's, you know, so many opportunities with things like paddle boards. You can basically teach yourself how to paddle board. Sailing, that would be awesome. If there, I know there is one sailing summer camp that normally happens. And if you don't sign up for that thing immediately, all the spaces get booked up. So having more classes for sailing would be good. And maybe not just youth classes. Hey, I wouldn't mind learning to sail again. I did it about 40 years ago. Don't think you want to trust me in a sailboat anymore, but that would be awesome. Yeah, so ditto.
Great, those are great. Sue, yeah.
I might just mention that if people have been involved with the dock expansion, the renovation program, they are planning the North Beach, just to the north of the boiler building, to have an access beach that's going to be enlarged. And yeah, I think it's going to be wonderful. They're talking about having a rollout thing so that there's a nice beach and they can roll it up when the salmon are going by, and it can stay a natural waterway for salmon, which of course is an important thing to take into consideration. So it's really an excellent plan. If you haven't participated in that, I would highly recommend it. And I think to go to what Rachel is saying, I think if once that facility they're going to have more rental opportunities there. And I do think if sailing, paddleboarding, kayaking, and all of those things you can be able to rent them at the boiler building, and then just go out and enjoy them for the day or whatever. You don't necessarily have to own one to enjoy them. So, but I do hear what Callie's saying about other people that have their own boats. It's nice to have, because we have street ends, to have them, thoughtful for the paddle boarders and the boaters.
Yeah, does everyone think renting, having a facility at Luther Burbank to rent something to go out on the water is a good idea?
Yeah, I do.
It looks like it. Yeah, good. Good. What I'm hearing is great, just to kind of give it back to you to make sure I captured everything. But I heard Proctor's Landing is very popular because it is a safe place to go with dogs. It's a safe place to get in and out of the water. And that's what we need. We need more places that people can access the lake, whether in a kayak or maybe just swimming. And we are in for more renting of sailing, kayaks, more classes, more camps, just kind of have accessibility throughout the island, that we can use the lake, and definitely maybe try new things if we did have rentals or classes and camps. Is there anything that you wanted to say that wasn't captured already?
Well, I'd like to speak up for the salmon, because I honestly think that we can have waterfront that is friendly to salmon and friendly for access as well. I find that some of these concrete landings and things like that, they're not good for salmon either. And I think if we thought about salmon and people when we're renovating the waterfront, it'd be very important.
Good, that's great. There is a countdown timer that I'm sure you can see at the top of the screen. I think once that timer goes, we will have a few extra seconds, and then we'll automatically go back to the main group, do a few more slides, and then come back for another breakout session. So you don't have to do anything, we'll automatically be routed, but just wanted to note the time. I do think it'll give us a few more seconds after this timer goes
Thank you,
out.
Katie.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so the first question is, what's working well at the waterfronts? What issues do you have? Sort of the good, the bad, what's special to you in the waterfronts? Anyone can raise their hand? Boop. Okay. Do you want to unmute yourself? Petra, go ahead. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go for it.
Okay. I think it's great that we have a lot of different areas around the island that people can access waterfront. There's a lot of these little public areas I don't think everyone's super aware of all of them, but they seem to be throughout the island where people can enjoy a little bit of waterfront, even if they don't live waterfront, which I think is fantastic. And it doesn't mean you have to be a member of one of the 3 beach clubs, which obviously has a great, it's wonderful. But I mean, I think there's a lot of different areas you can access, which I think is good. It might take a little research. I think that if someone wants to, let's say someone doesn't live on the water and wants to access the water area and they don't want to go to Luther Burbank or they don't want to go to Clark Beach or not members, it's not super obvious where some of these smaller little landings are that they can go to, but if you're kind of resourceful, you can figure it out.
Okay, great. There are quite a few, and if you go on the website, on the city's Park and Rec website, there's a map there and there's access. So you can find out, for those of you that haven't checked out all the different waterfront resources, find out where there are other places you can explore, whether it's, as you mentioned, the big parks.
That's
Okay?
great.
Yeah.
That's great to know. I didn't even know. I think people forget that they can find information that way.
Yeah. Terrific. Anyone else in terms of what's working well? What do you like about the waterfronts?
Yeah,
I'm taking notes at the same time, folks. So,
so we live over by Groveland, and we love Groveland. It's really, really popular. It's really fun. I would say what would be better is just, I think we need a little help with, I know lifeguards are expensive, but like, there really are times where it just feels like there's so many people there and it's a party, and it's maybe a little dangerous, at times. So not sure where we're at with that. Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you, Sherry. I mean, I have teenage kids,
Yeah,
and
me
if you're not going to
too.
go to beach clubs and you don't have a place to go, I hear how often they're going to Groveland. I don't live near Groveland, but if you do, I can only imagine.
I mean, it's really fun. It's like it's a really popular beach, but yeah, it does feel like there should probably be a little more oversight. I know the police do what they can, but yeah.
Okay.
And the dock, of course, but that's another one. That's a big topic as well.
So we can jump to that. What can we do better? And so do you want to share your dock issue?
Yeah, I think the dock needs to be repaired. Yeah. That's a big ticket item, I'm sure.
Yes, a very big ticket item.
Yeah. So better would be dock and a like some sort of oversight somehow. I don't know if it's a lifeguard, but something.
So just to clarify, is the concern more about when it's overcrowded and getting rowdy? Is there misbehaviors, or are you seeing more of a risk for swimmers who aren't as strong? Can you clarify that or add a little more detail?
Yeah, I would say both of those things I've seen. So I'd say rowdiness, there's certainly rowdiness and like, party atmosphere where it's not that bad, but it would probably be good to have someone who could call, who had a responsibility to call the cops if they needed to. And then I think, just there's danger with the swimming, with it being a free for all. I think there's a little bit of danger. Okay. I don't even know if you're allowed to go on the dock right now. I can't remember because it's been so long with COVID. We weren't there very much last summer. So I'm trying to think back.
Right.
So Gina, I don't know if you can, I believe the dock needs budget in order to be repaired. Yes. So that's something that, I would very much support.
It's a very significant budget.
I bet. Yep.
Yeah, we've looked at it. It's on the list.
Yep.
So
I totally get it.
It's just a question of, when the funds are available and when it can be scheduled.
Yeah.
So, okay. So if you were going to pick one area to focus on for water-oriented experiences, what would you focus on?
Are we going back to the boating versus the swimming? all of those?
It could be an access issue. It could be a programming issue. It could be an experience issue, classes. And I'm primarily focusing outdoors, so not indoor swim lessons, but.
I do think the boating is
okay.
huge. Like we're sending our kids to Bellevue for sailing camp because that's what we found. And we never seem to get it when it's on the north of the island. I think there's some classes up there, but we haven't been lucky enough to get that. So I think boating would be great.
Okay. Bellevue, okay. Okay, sailing camp, boating,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, those little mini sailboats, the Sunfish or whatever they are now. That'd be fun.
Or a place to rent paddle boards from public, I think would be fantastic, kind of consistent with that boating.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like, I know it'd be an investment. It feels like that kind of stuff could be somehow integrated into Luther Burbank because there's so much space there.
Yeah.
But that just seems like the obvious thing, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, but these are good ideas. So even if you're not sure like how it would work, just to have it out there is really helpful.
Yeah, I would be so great if there was a place to like rent paddle boards. I mean, renting boats is, I think, a big leap, but maybe renting small little sailboats, dinghies, or renting paddle boards or renting canoes. I'm sure there's a bunch of hazards associated with that you have to be aware of. But that would be, I would love it if you could do that. My kids could do that.
I think it'd be great.
Okay, so Finn, I'm gonna ask you to unmute yourself, and I'm just gonna ask you this question if you're still listening in. Is there something you do at the waterfront, at any of the waterfront sites?
The only thing I do is, I guess, like sit and relax and look at the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not diving in on a hot day or?
No, I moved here not too long ago, so.
Okay. So you're not fully integrated with the all the different waterfront activities?
No.
Okay. All right. That's okay. All right. Very good. Okay. So we have a minute and a half. Let's see. I want to make sure. Did anyone have anything they wanted to add to the chat room? I think we've got it. I think we got most of it. I have notes of what everyone said, so I'm able to save that. We've recorded the session, so that's being saved. This is all good. So let me recap and tell me if I've left something out. It's great to have lots of waterfront access with a variety of different waterfront spots available, and you don't have to be a member of one of the 3 clubs to get to the waterfront. Groveland Beach is great, but it really could use some kind of oversight, lifeguards or some kind of monitor if things get out of hand when it's very crowded. Hot afternoons probably in the summer. The dock obviously needs repair. Understood that it's a big ticket item. And then the big ideas, we've got sailing camp, boating classes, and then maybe paddleboard rentals for public use. And if any of that, or at least the paddleboard rental piece, could be integrated into Luther Burbank, that could be a good idea. Anything else you want to add?
No, I think it's great.
Okay, terrific. We will automatically be bumped into the main room. So I will recap us and mention any of these things if other people haven't said them first. So
cool.
Here we go. Close the breakout room. Yep.
Hi.
Woo, there we go.
Hi, everyone. I want to give a few seconds here to make sure that everyone who's joining our breakout room is in here. All right. It looks like it's just 6 of us, which is very manageable for a productive discussion, and hopefully everyone has plenty of time to feel like they're heard. So I'm just gonna, as an introduction, and I'll try not to do this every time we go into a breakout room, but I'm just gonna give a really quick sort of introduction here and talk about the process a little bit, and then we'll jump into the questions. So my name's Elaine Summergren. I am the Deputy Director for Public Works on the operations side of the house. And part of that work group is Parks Operations. I have a few things that I want to cover before we get started, and then I'm going to be actively facilitating the discussion. Okay, here's my notes for you guys. So I want to explain a little about how the discussion will work, and I want to remind you about the ground rules that Chris just covered before you all joined over here. We have 15 minutes. You probably see the little timer, although it looks like we jumped down to 11 and a half very quickly. I'm not sure why. And you can raise your hand, either literally, like you can just raise your hand, or you can use the little reaction button at the bottom to raise your hand, just so I know that you're interested in actually speaking out loud. And then I'll just go ahead and recognize you before you start speaking. If you don't want to talk, that's totally fine. You can always write in the chat box, and we'll be saving all of the chat within this room also, so that we'll use that as a record of ideas or feedback that people are presenting. So if you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'll use the last couple of minutes just to summarize, make sure that you guys think that I'm representing well what you reported to me. And then we each have to do just a quick report out at the end of our breakout sessions. We'll all automatically go back to our big room, and I'll do about a 1-minute debrief on what I heard within each of these breakout sessions. So I'll give you a little bit of a warning for that. Let me see, what else do I need to know? If you want to leave the breakout group, there's a little button at the bottom right of your screen that says leave room. It'll bring up 2 buttons for you. One says leave the meeting. Please don't push that one, because that'll kick you out of Zoom entirely. Just press leave the room, and that'll actually put you right back into our main room. So if you really want to just get out of this breakout session, otherwise it'll pull you automatically back into that room at the end of the 15 minutes. And I think that's it. So let's get started. It looks like we have 10 minutes now. I know I didn't talk for 5 minutes, but I will go ahead and paste those questions into the chat so that you have a reminder of what the questions were that Chris brought up. And, I'll just say from the outset, I would love to hear from each of you. So if I may call on one person if I haven't heard from them, but I want to keep it fairly even between everyone so everyone feels heard. So, all right, so the 3 questions. So this is particularly about waterfronts and our water-oriented activities and beaches. I'd love to hear from you all about what you think is going well, what could be going better, and then, if we had to focus on one particular area, where would you like that to be? So please, yes. Oh, let me make sure that I can unmute you. I'm not sure if you can, but I will. There we go. John, can you unmute?
Okay, I hit unmute. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Hey, look, thanks for doing this. And I just wanted to get on the record. I was very pleased to see that universal access and providing amenities to all kinds of people with various abilities was on one of the earlier lists, and that scored very high. I'm a little disappointed that kind of universal access to parks was not one of the 3 topics to playgrounds. I have a disabled grandson in a wheelchair. But speaking of waterfront issues, we do take him to Luther Burbank. We take him down to the beach, but it's very difficult. He's a 4-year-old in a wheelchair, and so I would just like to have that on the agenda for all the different areas. It seems to me that that is such a big issue, not just for younger people or children, but also for seniors like me, who have increasingly, I'm almost 75, you know, a little more difficulty getting around, walking around. So, you know, handrails or, you know, ramps, accessibility. I know the ADA has done a lot for this country, but I think we have a ways to go. And, you know, one of my real interests is I'm involved in a group trying to oversee the Mercer Park Playground renovation project, which I know is crucial. And I know the city folks are looking real hard at trying to make it accessible and inclusive. So I'll stop to give time for others.
Well,
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I'll second everything you said there. I don't have a personal interest in this from a family point of view, but I was at the park last week and watched a couple disabled people try to, you know, use facilities, and I completely empathize with our need to make everything accessible.
Was that at Luther that you were?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that what we're mostly talking about today? Or are we talking about?
No. Every waterfront park, every program
Yeah, Luther
that's
Burbank
water
is
oriented.
I go to most, so that's
Gotcha.
what I. So anyway,
accessibility.
Second that accessibility. I second that wholeheartedly. Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right, Karen or Paul or Leslie?
I can go. So I don't feel like I have a lot on this topic. I think we love having the beach access. I have 2 young kids and we love to go play in the sand at Luther Burbank. So that's really great. We haven't really explored the other water parks water access points because we live so close to Luther Burbank.
Gotcha.
I think I would feel much happier and safer if we were able to bring lifeguards back. So that would be my one thing of like, you know, obviously I keep a close eye on my 2 kids, but I just think it makes me feel more secure if there's a professional there who's able to deal if there's an emergency situation.
All right, great. That's great feedback. Thank you. Paul or Karen? Yeah, go for it, Karen. If you can unmute yourself, go for it.
I think I did. So I really didn't realize I'd be in a water-oriented breakout room. I used to be an instructor for a Japanese martial arts class that we used to teach in the gym in the community center. And so my main interest in this whole meeting tonight was to say, please, can we have our class back again someday?
Yeah. Well, it's great feedback, and I really encourage you. You know, you can always email all of the feedback that you don't think was specifically addressed tonight to pros@mercerisland.gov, and that is where all of that direct input can go to. So please feel free to email any and all ideas and input. So even if it doesn't fit neatly into one of these breakout sessions, I get it.
But as you know, generally, I feel like I'm in agreement with the other 2 gentlemen who raised the accessibility for everyone. I'm always in favor of that.
All right, great. All right. Paul, anything you want to throw in here?
No, the only water access we use the island for now is in Luther Burbank to take our dog, and she's happy with the water the way it is.
So you use the off-leash area.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And anything that we could be doing better there?
No, I think it's okay. It's kind of self-monitoring where, you know, when there's usually if there's somebody that shows up that has a bad behavior dog, other people will intervene.
Right.
And so but that has nothing to do with water.
Gotcha. All right. Has anyone used any of the beaches for like water oriented programming, like our sailing programs? We've done like sailing and boating programs. I know people use them for, human powered boat launch, like kayaks, paddle boards, things like that. Trying to think what else,
Yeah. I haven't used those, but I know when my kids were little, I was always glad they were there.
Yeah.
I think he took one sailing class or something, but I thought it was a great feature of the community to offer that.
The boating classes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife
John?
and I are regular kayakers. We actually have shared waterfront over here off East Mercer Way with six other families, or 6 families total. So we have a place to launch our own kayaks, but we do sometimes use, go to the other parks and put in at Luther Burbank, or paddle around to, so a couple of the street ends. We've done that a few times. So,
Right.
again, if you're pulling a kayak up, there are a couple of the street ends that, it really wouldn't be feasible because of the rock ends. And I know you're working on a couple of them, and, we can't have every little street end and, accessible necessarily to kayakers or paddleboarders, but, some of them may be something to pay attention to.
Right, for kayak and launch, things like that. I'm curious if any of you have had much use down at the south end beaches like Groveland or Clark, and if that's with, it sounds like we have a very Luther centric group here. It's a very north end, which is good because we get to focus on it. But I would be curious if there's if that's a draw, going to those, because they are very different than Luther in terms of what they provide in access. I know Groveland tends to be more busy, but
we've only been on the island for like 3 years, so I think our experience is more limited. We originally looked at a house near Groveland, so we did go and check that out when we were looking, and I just remember the hill being like really steep, and so I will say, like, we have avoided going to other places with young children because it just seems so difficult. The idea of like getting all the way down and all the way back up that hill with young kids and the gear that they require. So I haven't been, so I don't know the status, and I haven't been to the others, but I will say that for me has been a deterrent from even like trying.
Gotcha. Okay. No, that's really good. That's great feedback too. I mean, we can't erase hills, but I think, it's a great thing for us to know that can be a barrier to people who want to get down there. I mean, it obviously is for anyone with any sort of mobility issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to quickly summarize, because I think we're going to get timed out here in a second, I heard a really strong interest in accessibility at our waterfronts and our swim beaches, making sure that there's universal access for folks who are both disabled or maybe impaired mobility with age, an interest in bringing lifeguards back to our public swim beaches, support of our off-leash water access area, some support of our boating programs that have been used in the past.
All right, well, it looks like everyone is back. So now we're going to have each facilitator from each room do a very brief report out, kind of some of the high points of what you heard during the discussion. And so I'm going to ask Jason to start with that. Jason, just remember to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening. I had breakout group number 1. We had a good discussion. Overall, we're using waterfront activities for a variety of access points, whether it's kayaking, walking, stopping, having a cup of coffee, just enjoying the serenity of the park. What we heard from this group was it's important to maintain the balance of those access points. There seems to be a good balance of it, but it's important to maintain those access and preserve our existing infrastructure.
All right, thank you, Jason. And Ryan, how about your group?
All right, I had breakout room number 2, outstanding group. I just want to call that out right now. Similar items to what Jason shared, and then looking at additional opportunities to utilize specifically Luther Burbank Park. And we talked a little bit about Clark Beach as well as an opportunity to expand. And then things we can do better is, as we saw this summer, some extreme parking challenges that I saw that today actually at Luther Burbank as well. And then we talked about how we can maximize the parking lots that we do have, either it's through signage or informational aspects. So nice job, group number 2.
All right, thank you, Ryan. And Katie.
Yes, I had group number 3, and some of the things that we talked about that are going well are areas like Proctor Landing, where it's easy to get in and out of the water. It's a great place and safe place to take dogs. Luther Burbank was touched on about having so many different, beaches and gravel and views and water spots, just a great park in general to go to. What we could be doing better, we talked a lot about water accessibility, how we need more street in areas that it is easy to get in and out of the water. It is easy to launch a kayak or other devices that, we could really open up accessibility on the island. And our group was also very interested in having more opportunities to rent kayaks and sailboats and have classes and camps that not just for youth, but that youth and adults could enjoy from our parks.
Great, thank you. And Meryl?
Yeah, group number 4. A few similar points that we hit. Lots of love for Luther Burbank, Hawkins Point, and kind of the newly refurbished beach there. And then what we boiled things down to was more hand carry boat access around the island for kayaks and kind of small watercraft. Finding ways to encourage low cost, low impact access to water. We talked about, having the city host some tryout days for things activities on the water, give us a good idea of what might be good programming wise. And then our group spoke about an emphasis on access and inclusivity to beaches and docks for folks with mobility challenges. So wood chips aren't always great. Sand isn't always great with a wheelchair or a walker. And likewise, dock surface is important when you talk about mobility challenges too.
Great, thank you. And Nancy?
Hi, I had group 5, lots of similar comments as well. We had a lot of love for street and parks too, and liking the docks. So good areas to tie up, enjoy the spots, areas, and then leave. Some things that we could do better. We had a theme around safety. So water safety, maybe more lifeguards, emergency preparedness for folks who are enjoying the waterfront and water recreation activities. Also kind of environmental safety as well. So we mentioned Clark Beach is aging, the cement around the kids' beach is falling apart. Also some safety around parking lots. So we talked about Luther Burbank, there had been some break-ins, so safety and security around the parking lots as well. And the docks there are aging and need to be upgraded, maybe expanded. And then we also talked about more classes as well. We specifically talked about youth-oriented classes, so like sailing, paddleboarding, canoeing, if we have resources to do that more. Also rowing facility, so place to store the boats and to launch off of. And also expanding the street parks and making them accessible. So getting into the water, making that safer so that people can get into the spaces, and also making it easier to find the street and parks. So having clearer signage as well.
Great, thank you, Nancy. And Lauren?
I was with breakout room number 6, and what I heard from folks is that they touched on Luther Burbank. Actually 2 people mentioned that they would like to see lifeguards come back to Luther Burbank Beach, as well as the other beaches around the island. In terms of programming, they'd love to see kayaking be available on Mercer Island, similar to Lake Sammamish. What else? Groatland Beach, one participant said that beach has gone downhill, and like to see some repair being given to the docks. There was some vocal feedback around dog beaches at Luther Burbank and expanding those areas, as well as maintaining the sand that the dogs are using. Another participant said that they would potentially like to see a restaurant option near Coulon Park Beach, some type of facility where boats can drive up or people can walk up to it. And then a final comment was from a participant around street ends, and they think that City of Mercer Island's doing a great job.
All right, thank you. And Steve.
All right, so I had session or group number 7, and again, you're starting to hear similar themes around all of these group report backs. A couple things came out of our session were take care of what you have and bring back the waterfronts to their former glory. You know, it was great, or it is great to see effort going toward restoring the docks at Luther Burbank, but more effort should be put toward Groveland, and that was a point of discussion in our group as well. Making sure that the water is accessible, both from the street ends as well as accessibility. And kids really need to have access to the water that's safe. That's it for us.
All right, thank you, Steve and Jean.
Okay, so I had group number 8, and you've covered a lot of the same themes that we talked about in terms of Groveland Beach and its need for docks, but also the concern about lifeguards, particularly when Groveland Beach gets very busy. Some sort of monitoring for crowds behavior so that it doesn't become unsafe. Again, with the boating classes, considering the Luther Burbank as a potential site, but strong emphasis on paddleboarding, and maybe could there be paddleboard rentals? So boating classes were important, and specifically some paddleboard options.
All right, thank you. And Alan.
Yes, I had group number 9. Yeah, pretty much touch base on a lot of the comments before. Some of the things that were brought up was street end access, finding easy access to the street end as far as the parks, maybe having some kind of a map or availability that shows where these are. Also looking at possibilities of maybe having some benches or tables in those areas, in those parks for access. Other things that were brought up was having some water-based kayak activities that can be, like we were talking about, maybe some rentals. Also some easier access to launch your kayaks or your boats in a safe place. And some other points that was brought up was walking trails, some possible walking trails along some of the our waterfronts. So that was pretty much it.
All right, thank you. And Elaine.
Hey, so I believe I was group number 10, and our group was very Luther Burbank centric. We had a lot of fans of Luther Burbank Park. There was support for just access to our sand beaches and support of boating programs that have existed. I think one of the main focus points in our group was on universal accessibility and really improving access to our waterfronts, to our beaches, both for folks with mobility issues and disabilities and seniors. You know, that may include things like handrails. And then also, like others have said, increased opportunities for hand carry boat launch, like kayaks at places like our street ends. And then one comment that was specifically about, you know, how some of our South End beaches like Groveland and Clark, because of the topography at these beaches, that they can be a barrier to people who have small children or just really don't want to deal with that kind of impediment. So finding ways to increase the accessibility at those.
All right, and last but not least, Zach.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Brian.
Are we jumping?
I got ahead of myself. Brian.
Okay. Breakout room number 11. The things that are going well is the accessibility, the fact that the parks are clean and they're safe. Some things that we could do better. There's requests for sailing and crew programs to actually use the water itself. The West Side parks in particular tend to have crowd issues, a lot of parking concerns overwhelming the neighborhood. So that's a common theme. If they had to pick one item, it seems to resonate that restoration areas and something similar to Luther Burbank, where you had restoration and great access added. Trying to preserve equal access. And those are our main themes.
All right, and now we'll do Zach.
All right, I had group breakout session number 12. Folks, similar themes throughout, but folks do enjoy and utilize our waterfront parks. One of the themes was bring back lifeguards at our waterfront beaches, both specifically at Luther Burbank and Groveland. The functionality would like to be replaced at Groveland Dock for water, swimming, diving areas. Proctor Landing was talked about as a potential problem area between dog users and swimming outside of the window time frame. They also would like to see the trash cans be brought back to Proctor Landing for dog waste. And then the last we heard was to replace the aging infrastructure in the docks and piers at Luther Burbank Park.
All right, well, it sounds like all the groups had great discussions, and thanks for folks for posting in additional comments in the chat function as well. And we are gonna move on to our next topic. And Steve, you're back on.
All right. So the second topic that we want to talk with the group about is about trails. And this includes walking trails and biking trails, paved and rustic trails, amenities such as signage, maps, and parking. And the city of Mercer Island manages over 50 miles of trails on the island. These range from rustic to paved trails, paths and trails connecting different parts of parks, shared use trails that also serve as transportation routes, and more. Signage, wayfinding and maps, access points with parking provide useful amenities for trail users. So here are the questions that we'd like you to discuss. So start thinking about these as before we go into those breakout rooms again. What's working well with Mercer Island's trail system? What could we be doing better? And what's one new idea for the trail system? So again, we'll split into breakout rooms and see you on the other side.
All right, folks, you know the drill. You will be asked to join a group, and we'll do it all again on the subject of trails.
So the first question I'll throw out there is, what's working well for the park system? And with that, I'll turn it over to the group. I'm looking for that first hand. Oh, there we go. Susan's up.
There we go. My husband, Jim, and he just joined me. We walk the trails all the time, all over the island. So we are just thrilled that we have this trail system. And, you know, it is so, all these little connector trails also become really important, because when you go walk, you know, we'll walk through town, around to Luther Burbank, back to East Seattle. And, you know, all those little connector trails really make a difference in how you can move around the island without traffic.
Connecting street to street.
But those connecting street to street, and I understand people get really uncomfortable with people walking through their yards. And a lot of those little trails, the signposts get pulled because people don't want people walking through their close to their houses and everything. But those actually become really important if you're, you know, able to get across the island through our trail system. And I tell you, we really appreciate, you know, the steps get really slippery, and when you put the I don't know what it is, it's like composition roof tile that you put on there to make the steps safer. Those are just wonderful, you know, and keeping those up is, I think, is really important for people's safety. Did you have any other suggestions, Jim? Yeah, I think so. But we think they're great. I mean, it's wonderful. It's such an asset to be able to have these trails.
Thank you. Jeff.
Is there a publication for these trails?
I believe there is a trail map. If you email me, .daily@mercer.gov, I will get it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question, and probably highlights a need we may have of publishing those available trails. Anything else that's going well in the trail world? Amy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on about the walking trails. I use them a lot. I think they're very well maintained. There's a lot of short trails. I would love to see longer mileage trails, miles and miles. Like I could go out on 53rd open space and kind of get in a half a mile, but it would be great if we could use some of our more open space to get like a 3 or 4 mile walking trail in there. But they are really well maintained. So I think that's something that we do well here.
Anyone else on what we're doing well before we move on to the next question?
I endorse everything they said. We use them all the time and they're great. They're well maintained. And but I agree with all the comments.
Awesome. All right.
Brian, before you go.
Oh, there you go.
The question from Jeff about, is there any map of the trails? There's a book, which I know Allen Crest carries, that's $15 or something like that, that shows the entire trail system.
Mm-hmm.
And to, I think it was Amy's comment, one can go from the north end of the island to the south end of the island, pretty much totally on trails with a few little gaps in them. And that book is great for it. And I think that's a wonderful asset for people who just want to walk. It's an asset people want to walk dogs. And those who just want to go out and commune with nature, they're terrific. So I think that's something that distinguishes us from many, many other communities in the area.
Thank you. How about doing better? What would enhance your usage experience?
Ryan, is this better overall? You're just talking about in general or to the walking trails?
It could be anything in regards to trails.
With regards to trails?
Yeah, it's open-ended.
I'll jump in. And this is more around the bike trails. So as a parent who has 2 young boys, they want to get on their bikes around Mercer Island, I'm putting them on East Mercer Way or West Mercer Way, or downtown, and that just does not feel very safe to me. I would love to see more bike trails. There's a few, I guess, in Pioneer Park, but people seem to get upset if they're walking, and that can be dangerous. So I would love to see a more extensive bike trail system on Mercer Island for kids to get out on their bikes, something that's built to accommodate the youth. So something where they can be challenged, and it's not just a flat trail that they'll get bored of, but something that could really generate they're wanting to spend time in our parks and getting stronger and being active. And I would even say there's probably room to do more than trails, some type of bike park space for kids. So it's not long miles of trails, it's a dedicated space where kids can go in and literally will spend hours on their bikes, having fun, being outside with their friends.
I think I saw Carol's hand up. Yep.
Yeah, I have a similar comment about the walking. I'll check out that book, but I ordinarily walk with a dog, and I find that a lot of times I'm connecting from trail to trail on a road. And a lot of times that road is East or West Mercer Way, and it never feels safe. It's safer in COVID because there are fewer cars, but that's another thing, is having connections between the trails so that you can do very long walks and feel safe. Because I don't know. East and West Mercer Way, I don't think should be walked. There's no sidewalk. There are corners every 2 feet. And with a dog or a child, or a small bicycle, Connections would be great.
Right back to that safety element. Susan.
I was just going to tell, was that Amy, about that BMX y'all installed, or somebody's installed some kind of BMX bike trail area in South Luther Burbank. And I've seen that used a lot by the boys with the little ramps and everything, and they'll spend hours there. So it looks like that's a real hit.
Yeah, that is, that's fun for them out there.
Thank you for that. I've added it. All right, so how about one new idea apiece for the trail system? What's your big idea, if you have one? Carol, hand up.
No, but I think the one thing I would add, if I was going to add something, would be information. I feel like as much as I utilize it and love when there are no people there, we probably are underutilizing because of information, lack of information about where they connect, how they connect, that kind of thing. And I use it all the time, and I don't know some of the things people have mentioned.
Mercer Islanders and their secret trails is one of my favorite things to learn about.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want everyone to know this information, but that would be the one thing that's missing.
Okay. Jeff.
You know, I agree with Carol's point, but we have to share. So what about a promotion of Adopt a Trail? Some neighborhood can take a trail and do things, advertise it, and do something to promote it and have accessibility, or maybe highlight a specific trail that it's best for this kind of dog or this kind of cat or this kind of ferret or something. I don't know, something. So just have fun with it. And so people know, you know, our trails are fun, our community is fun, and encourage people to go out there and enjoy.
Great.
To Amy, I have an idea. I would love to see us take one of our ravines. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. Is it coming across as echo for you?
It's not bad for me.
Okay, so take one of the ravines we have that are sort of tucked away and out of the way, that have a little bit of elevation in it, up and down, and make a dedicated area for kids to bike in, where you could do like a, you know, a blue, green, black type of thing, and build in a lot of extra skills in doesn't have to be a huge amount of space.
You were saying like a various skill levels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So not one trail, but you could like mix in trails, because you're using a ravine that has some elevation, so that you can make beginner stuff, and then kids can move up and do intermediate. And then if they really want to challenge themselves, they have places to move and check out and try. They don't get bored fast, to encourage them to stay and be active.
I'll go to Jake, Jeff, and then Carol.
I was going to pile on what Amy had to say. I think our facilities or our trails for bikes are well below what they could or should be. And the use, for example, of the Snake Hill quote BMX unquote course has demonstrated that, because it's getting enormous amounts of use. And my suspicion is, with younger families moving on the island, that is not just COVID related. And if I were a parent, and I wasn't long ago, having kids get out and exercise and outside safely is a real challenge. So I think that's one thing that we could really work on. So Amy's spot on with that.
Thank you. Jeff.
Yeah, Jake took my idea. I was going to reference Snake Hill because I used to take my dog on that trail, and it separated the walkers from the bikers, which was ideal. And so, and when I was there, we'd walk Saturday mornings, later in the afternoon, there'd be a lot of kids on Snake Hill, and they're getting good air time. So it was good. So
just to kind of summarize what I'm putting down on that is separated usage of trails is beneficial in that specific instance.
Yes.
We're about to get booted out. Anybody with any last thoughts? Okay, group number 2 still shining real strong.
Oh, I'll say something. I know I have a few seconds. Somebody, I think Susan put it in, that boardwalk. I love that back there on Luther Burbank where you can walk back in there. It is a great way to just take in nature. I used to do that with my little kids a lot. I would love to see more of that.
Awesome. Great input.
And I added the boardwalk around Ellis Pond. Those boardwalks are super special, especially in the spring when the birds come in. And expanding those could be really cool. And I also added in the chat that.
Hi again, welcome back, room number 4. As Steve and Chris mentioned, this room is going to focus on trails this time. So I'll do the same thing. I'm going to ask the question, but I'll put them in the chat too, in case it just helps to remind you what we're talking about. Similarly to last time, I'm curious what you think. What's working well with the Mercer Island trail system, both paved trails, open space trails, boardwalk trails. What do you like and what are we doing well? And if you're not sure or you're not aware of trails, I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, Jonathan, if you can.
I think there's a very wide variety of trails. We have a lot on the island, like especially in Pioneer Park, and there's a few in Luther Burbank in that area. But like all over the island, there's like a lot of trails that are like great for hiking and walking, especially up by like near the train park. There's like a whole like section of trails, which is just good for hikes and walking and stuff.
Good, thanks. Thank you. Anybody else with good trail experience on Mercer Island? Might lead us in then to the next question, which is what could we be doing better? Jane, can you unmute yourself for us again? Sorry, I think it automatically does it when we come back in here.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I love the trails. I get on some of them much more frequently than others, obviously, but and I love the Luther Burbank over on the west side of Luther Burbank, kind of through the nature area, and the way the boardwalk integrates with the regular path north of the amphitheater area. The amphitheater needs work. That really needs work, I think, and the structure needs work there. But I love the paths. I think there's traffic problems on the bike path from
Kind of up at the
Lid Park. Yeah. There's one hill that just along North Mercer Way that is a little bit steep, and sometimes bicyclists get on there and just roar down. I saw an accident there at the junction of the path and North Mercer Way a couple of years ago, but it's it's probably just a function of the slope. They go way, way, way too fast for a shared path like that. But in general, I think the paths and the walkways are great.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jane.
Yeah, thank you. Just to
echo what Jane said. I think we have a great variety and so forth, but I also agree that and the Lid Park area, the hill that was mentioned, is probably the most glaring example of shared use issues. When I walk, like for example, Burke Gilman over by the university, where it's generally flat, but there's huge bike usage there. And as a pedestrian, it's just not a very comfortable experience, I guess is the best way to put it. So I to the extent that, shared use can have a lot of safety features in it and so forth. So, all participants can feel safe would be great. And other than that, I think that there's plenty of trails. I don't know in terms of future trails if there's particular areas that, and I'm thinking more open space type of areas where trails could be developed in, for example, because I think at this point I don't see us obtaining more parkland necessarily, but I do see our population and usage continuing to grow, which means the conditions are going to get more and more crowded as time moves forward.
Great, thanks, Peter.
This is Mariana. I also appreciate the amazing trails we have, and I know not all of them are going to be accessible to people with mobility issues. So perhaps more signage about ones that are to a certain extent. So if you're in a wheelchair or pushing someone in a wheelchair, if you're going to be able to go some period, some length of distance before it turns into chips or uphill or something like that. So at kind of the trailhead, something that gives you an idea of, how far you could go and if it's paved and is it uphill, et cetera, et cetera. And the other idea I would love to see more of is more trash cans, just at maybe beginning and end of trails, so that we don't have so much junk around there. And my biggest concern is the bikes and just how fast they go. I live off East Mercer Way, and it's just terrifying some of the times, and particularly when they start going 3 and 4 abreast. So would love to see us figure out, I know we've talked about it for years, there's no way to add a bike lane all the way around the island, but something to make it safer and less congested with the bikes.
Great, thank you.
And on that note, I think that having more bike specific trails around, I'm pretty sure there's other land where there's nothing there. I'm pretty sure there's a pea patch, in Luther Burbank, there's a trail from the pea patch to the amphitheater, and that whole area could be used for I don't know, a couple bike trails or something, for just more bike specific trails. So it's just bikes, so that we can have more less congestion on other trails. And I also think that the main reason I'm here is just because I'm a mountain biker at Snake Hill for the Mercer Island BMX course, and I just wanted to a bunch of my friends and I were trying to get more land and stuff there. So I think having a little bit more freedom and areas to do more bike specific things would definitely be helpful. And especially since on the PowerPoint, he said that about 60% of people use MI parks and trails for biking. So
thank you. Yeah, thanks. Any new ideas? If you thought of one new idea, either for trails, we've heard about, maybe focusing more on bike specific areas, but even about maps or wayfinding or knowing what trails we have. Any new ideas for our trail system? Surface changes, any feelings on that? Yeah, Jane?
Up at near Roach Harbor, above the, there's a trail from the upper area down to the water, and they have some markers with poems on them. and I don't know how far away they are from one another, but there's just a series of very tasteful looking markers. I think they're in brass or something, and so they're engraved, and very nice little poem. And it's just a nice thing that you would come upon, and it brings art into the park, and it's very nice, and it could be something that would go into a place, a contemplative area where you'd be walking quietly on your own, not a crowded place, maybe someplace in Pioneer Park. I don't know, but it was just a neat idea. You just come upon these as sort of a surprise, wonderful, joyful thing. So just an idea.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott asked, oh yeah, go ahead, Peter, and then we'll talk about the chat.
Oh yeah, just real quickly. In terms of a new idea, I don't know if the city has, but does the city have an app that could, you could pull up and say, where is the nearest trailhead or something like that? But I just think that rather than thinking, well, let's put up all these signs and so forth, everybody carries, or, pretty much everybody carries a phone today. And that's really the way that, the city should be thinking about it for the future is it's not as obtrusive. Doesn't kind of get clutter, but it gives the same information that you need.
Also can be updated very
Yes.
extensively. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Scott has a question. Do we even have maps for traversing our trails? If not, we need them, especially for Pioneer Park. And he mentioned an app, a Trails app. Yeah, for as long as I've worked on Mercer Island, I get that question a lot. And even I feel like it's tricky to track down a trail map. We have them, we'd have them at the community center and online, but it never quite felt complete. So I think that that's a great idea for a focus for us. Not only, having them, but making it clear kind of where to find them.
Maybe Meryl, the sculptures in the sculpture park, they each have a little QR code that that clicks into an app that's mainly describing the art.
Right.
But could there not be something? Could the trails not be added there too? So you have one Mercer Island app, and it brings up those sculptures and the trail, like to coordinate with like Google Maps or something, and it could describe where you are and pinpoint where you are on a map.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Because we already have it. They're being used right now at Luther Burbank or
Right.
at the sculpture park.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. So we have about a minute left. Just to summarize, we can bring back to the larger group. We have a good variety of trails all over the island. We have concern about bikes and shared use issues. So an emphasis on safety measures, especially sharing trails with bikes, would be good to include in the pros plan. More bike specific trails in other areas of the island to provide that opportunity, but also reduce congestion elsewhere. And then I love the idea to bring an app for our trail system to sort of increase access, but decrease signs and gray space in our park system. Anything else anybody wants to share? Thanks for your thoughts. Right. I think it'll kick us back out to the main group in a few seconds. See you over there. Oh, we have 1 minute. I will say, we hired the group, Steve and Chris's consultant group, to work on the pros plan, and we did that before COVID hit, but I'm even more grateful that we are, because they've figured out this Zoom stuff much more than I have, these breakout rooms, and it's nice. It's nice to have somebody else tell you how to do it.
Oh, I think I got the same people.
You got the same folks back.
Yes. Okay, excellent. I'm going to throw our questions into the chat again, since we don't have the PowerPoint. And yeah, since I won't give my intro spiel since we got to hang out the last time. So yeah, let's just kind of jump into trails. What's working well with the Mercer Island trail system?
I think a lot. I think, we have a great variety of trails. It's nice to, have everything, have nice paved trails for road biking that connect, around the island. It's nice to have rustic trails for walking. It's a nice variety.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like it's not trails in just one spot. There, like trails throughout the island. If you go for a run or a walk, you can connect mini trails together. So that's something working well.
I'm hearing connectedness. We've got variety of trails for different activities, and yeah, it's just nice to be able to get around the island on these trails. What else?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really neat that you can walk just from the south end to the north end on these secret trail links through neighborhoods.
Okay. Anything else about the trail system that you like more of?
The other piece I'd use like call out as I think the unique thing, especially in the north end, the bike trail that is a transportation, or it's a bike highway. It seems like many times, like I think it's great that it's here. I think it could always be expanded because it does get busy, but the fact that like that's a critical piece of like a major bike transportation is great that we have that on the island.
Awesome, great. All right, well, I mean, we can jump into what could we be doing better.
Along those lines of the bike trails and the bike transportation, especially on East and West Mercer Way, we get a lot of bike traffic, and it would be nice to have dedicated either trail next to the road or a bike lane or something just to make that safer as people go on and off trails onto the road. It feels like it's kind of a dangerous mix.
Okay. So Julie, just to make sure I understand you, so you're saying it would be nice to have a dedicated trail next to the bike lane for people who are not using bicycles, who are walking or running. Is that correct?
It could be that, or it could be a dedicated bike lane. It's just that we have cars, we have pedestrians, we have bikes, and we have, hairpin turns all at the same time.
Yeah, and not the whole perimeter doesn't even have a shoulder. So like I know that was a thing that was in the plan long ago to complete. There's still sections like there's not even a shoulder for if you're walking or biking, like and the car comes along. It's a bit dicey.
Okay.
And Julie, I know your feeling of going around a corner on a bike and like suddenly there's a car and a dog. Like, oh no, what do I do?
And you're saying this is on East and West Mercer Way?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, what else? What else could we be doing better?
I think it would be, I still don't really have a clear idea of what's really available everywhere. Like Jody was saying, there are lots of little secret connections. It's kind of hard to understand what the trail network is and what's available where. If you want to go on a trail bike ride, or if you want to walk a dog off leash, or it's kind of almost tribal knowledge to figure out what's available where.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe we need an app or something that has like all of the secret parks plus the trail system and like where the dog areas are, where the bike areas are for people to be able to navigate the island better.
Okay. So just to clarify for myself, not necessarily like signage and wayfinding in the physical environment, but something like a more cohesive information sharing app, or it's on a website somewhere, just so it's clearly laid out of where people can go and how to use these spaces. Is that
because
correct?
if you don't even know where you should be going to start the trail, then you don't even have any idea that it exists there. So yeah, I think that would be cool.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Another doing better is kind of specific to Pioneer Park, at least in my experiences, is the perimeter trail there is more developed, but the inner trails, I don't want to see them develop to that level, but it's just the proper maintenance for proper drainage, where I think over time the trails have become very worn in and they become the mud pit that they are often. So just like proper trail maintenance, still keep them as rustic trails, but proper offshoots where you could get a lot more use throughout the season. Or I go walk through there with a dog and like come out as a mud pit. I prefer not to have that.
Not come out as a mud monster. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, that's the technical term of how you describe
exactly.
better trail maintenance.
Less mud monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I'm hearing some good things of what we could be doing better. Liam, anything else you wanted to add? Still good? Awesome. Okay. Well, of course, we can go back to these questions if we've got more to add, but any ideas for the trail system? Anything new you want to see, try out?
Yeah, expansion of the Upper Luther Burbank Park, the mountain biking park, which has been like pretty occupied for a while with mountain bikers, and it's been a kind of like a relatively small area. So we've been looking for new land in which we can build on.
Okay, so that's expansion for the Luther Burbank bike.
Yeah, Upper Luther Burbank.
Upper Luther, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to see some more rustic, mountain biking trails in general around the island. Because, we have so many people who are interested in biking here, but it seems like it's underrepresented in the trail system.
Okay, so more rustic mountain biking trails.
Right.
Okay.
I guess maybe piling on the idea here of like, maybe some of the spots, maybe to alleviate some of the potential contention that comes from like other users, like can there actually be a parallel trail, or so that you don't get into the situation. And I coach the mountain biking team here, so full disclosure, and we bike through Pioneer Park, and it gets with horses and young kids walking, like there's so maybe it's almost biking specific trails or features that would allow kind of the skill development area. And I would say like not just saying it has to be Snake Hill, or like distributed throughout the park system, so that you spread that out, and also then it would help kind of the environmental impact, because if everybody, there's only one destination that's going to get really overused. So kind of if we were to do it, like, can it be fairly distributed, so we don't have just a singular impact point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, an idea would be to have a separate parallel trail for mountain biking, so that you're not really having to share a smaller space with maybe people who are trying to hike, or just so that you can have a separate space and that you have more room to.
Yeah, and it's more avoiding just the different use modalities. In particular, at Pioneer Park, it's like a little bit dodgy sometimes with it's shared bikers and hikers and horses, and
okay.
Yeah, it's probably not always best. And the same breath, like the horses should have their own trail. Like
yeah, I definitely agreed with that. Like some trails should probably be dedicated to pedestrians and animals, and then other trails could be mixed use or mountain biking, so that everybody's aware, what trail you're on and what you might encounter.
Okay.
Well, it's just one quadrant of Pioneer Park is horses. They can only go in the one quadrant with the horses. But
Awesome. That is really helpful. Okay, anything else for any of the questions or any additional thoughts?
No, but perhaps maybe they could develop something in the Engstrom open space, which is the part that's like added on to Pioneer Park. Maybe that would be an idea of some place that they could put some mountain biking trails in there.
Okay, maybe some more mountain biking trails. I'm always impressed by the coordination that mountain bikers have. People who mountain bike do. I was like, I can hardly hike down a trail, let alone ride a bike down a trail.
Yes.
Lots of coordination. Very impressed. Okay. All right. So I know we just have a little under a minute. I'm going to repeat back what I think I heard from you, and you can correct me if I misunderstood something. So some things I heard about what's working well with the trail system. We like the great variety of trails, paved trails around the island and rustic trails. And you can move around the island going from the south to the north. And there's a variety of activities you can do on these different trails. The bike trail in the north is great for transportation, just another great use of the trail in the north. Some things that we could be doing better is expanding the bike trails, having more bike trails. It would be nice to have a dedicated trail for people along East and West Mercer Way, because there seems like there's a lot of traffic there. There isn't a shoulder there. And so sometimes people are having to, what I thought I heard was kind of compete for space when there's cars, or maybe people who are walking their dogs, people who are biking, and their hairpin turns there. You can't always have a great view of what's coming up. And then making the trail network clearer. So it seems like there are some secret trails that maybe you hear about word of mouth, but it'd be great for some kind of centralized information sharing. So whether that's an app for these parks or bike areas or areas that people can bring their dogs, just some way that we can better understand where you want to go for whatever activity you're looking to do. For Pioneer Park, it seems like the perimeter trail is developed, but the inner trails could be better maintained so that you don't emerge as a mud monster after a rainy day. Some ideas for the trail system, so expanding the Upper Luther Burbank Bike Park. Is that Snake Hill? Is that okay? For Snake Hill, more rustic mountain biking trails. An idea would be to maybe have a parallel trail for mountain biking, so that we're not having a lot of the same or a lot of different activities on the same trail. So maybe people who are mountain biking aren't having to share a trail with people who are trying to walk, or with small children, or with horses, so that we can have that separation. And then another idea that Jody had was maybe Engstrom Park could be a location where we could put more trails, more mountain biking trails. Is there anything that I missed, or that maybe I misunderstood?
Nope. Except it's the Engstrom open space. It's not a park.
Engstrom open space. Thank you. Open space. Thanks for correcting me. Okay, awesome. All right, well, if that's it, I guess I'll see y'all back in the main room. Hopefully get to see you for the third one.
By the way, nice to see you, Ted. It's been a while.
I was wondering if you're the same Jim Watson.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we added one. Jan, are you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes.
Just have to open my video, I guess. Let's see. That work?
That works. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have video on this computer, so.
No worries. We can hear you loud and clear. Okay, for number 2 breakout session is trails, as mentioned. I'll just go right into it to give you guys time to discuss what's working well with the Mercer Island trail system. Yeah, Matthew.
During coronavirus, my son went almost every single day to the Snake Hill dirt jump line, and they formed a Discord group. They've got 30 kids interested. They rebuilt. It was originally designed for BMX, but subsequently things have evolved, and now mountain biking is incredibly popular. It's so popular here that Seattle has become the place in the United States, or that this corner of Washington State is the most popular place for mountain biking in the United States now.
it's due to things like Evergreen creating Doothy Hill and all of that lot. And of course, in coronavirus, everyone was encouraged to get out and ride a bike. So everyone went and bought a bike too. And so this ended up, and they were super inclusive. They ended up with like all the way from little kids to full adults doing big sending jumps. And as a sort of like as a community effort, they built up the jump line to be sort of consistent with modern bike practice, and it basically kept him incredibly fit during coronavirus and all of his friends. It was like a center for, it was a socially distant sport that they could take under their own, they could steer under their own control. They had agency, which is really important for kids in the sort of 12 to 16-year-old age range, you know, the first taste of freedom. It was phenomenal. At the moment, there's a level of conflict with the residents of the Friends of
Luther Burbank.
Luther Burbank. That's it. And so there is, so that needs to be resolved. I mean, it's natural. People, you know, people start using it more heavily. It wasn't designed to be used that heavily, and that needs to be resolved. You know, so that everyone's happy.
I'm gonna echo those sentiments because, you know, my son Liam, he goes there, you know, every day, pretty much every day as well. So, and that's been a really big thing for him because, I mean, he used to go to jiu-jitsu, but that got, you can't really, it's too close contact. So, I mean, that's really been his lifesaver for him to go out to Snake Hill. And I think that's his new hobby, right? So it's like I'm either driving him to Snake Hill or I'm driving him to Doothy or Tolo. And it's, you know, it's a wonderful thing for the kids. It's their chance to get out in nature and appreciate it. And I feel like there's a real community forming around that with those kids. So, you know, it's pretty exciting to see.
Great. Thank you, James, and Matthew as well.
So just to be clear, is Jan Soborowski. I'm wondering, I've seen this section. This is Upper Luther Burbank, right? We're talking about.
It's colloquially referred to as Snake Hill. So it's actually, it's off of, oh gosh, I want to say 70, no, it's not 72nd. It's basically the, like if you go west of Gallagher Hill.
It comes right down the ridge, right? Over the,
yeah.
And then there's woods off to the right as you come down the hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I've seen those trails. Now, I'm wondering, have those been extended or are they pretty much in the same area?
They're in the same area. It's literally there's a little area around the edge of it that that everyone, basically, if you built jumps, you dig up dirt to go put it there. And I think with the increased use, the local residents have sort of started to get irate at this. I think there's way less of a I think there's way less conflict than the noise makes out. I think there's less reason for conflict than the noise makes out.
It depends on what you consider noise and what you consider happy people having fun.
Exactly. And I mean, these things, I mean, it's, it's very common. I mean, it's nothing like particularly earth shattering about this.
Yeah.
And I think it's also the evolution of sport, as time goes on. They were designed as a BMX course back in the day, and now like, the world moves on,
Right.
I'm fine with what's there. I'm only concerned about it extending further into the ravines, because I've hiked those areas, and it's one of the most intact areas as far as native vegetation. It hasn't been invaded so much by ivy and laurel and all the other holly and all the other invasive species. So I'm a little I just want to make sure it stays more or less where it is at the top there, and that's my only concern, is that it doesn't expand down into the ravine further. And also, that's a very, very isolated area. It's a really good habitat for like owls and things like that might want to nest and things like that. So that's my main concern, is that it doesn't expand further.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sorry. Someone else may want to speak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ka or Ted.
Or Ka, you're muted.
Ted's muted. Ka's muted.
I thought I saw
Kai's lips moving, but I'm not in. I don't even know where that area really is. So, whatever. The main trail that I'm concerned about is by the restrooms at the softball field on the lid below the tennis courts. I play on a senior league softball team, the Rockers for Old Farts. It's co-ed. If PM wants to play with us, we need players, and I mean, we don't even. We'll be playing near this, we don't know what the state of the union is about it, but it's really scary when bicyclers come zooming down there and people are walking from that little parking lot under the overpass by the Roanoke, and people, you know, aren't looking for bikers. And there have been so many near collisions when we're having a softball game or just in general with all the extended use there. So that's a really, you know, and there's signs that say slow, and a lot of people come from Seattle and they don't really know what's going on there, but it is pretty miraculous that nobody's been injured there. So anyway, that's just kind of that I've always been concerned about.
Thanks for your input.
There's a need for some traffic calming, as they call it, where the bikers come down by the fields. Some way to get the speed slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and we just try and hit softballs at them.
Oops, sorry.
My dad's on your team, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
All right, let's.
The picture. So
I'm his captain, by the way.
Ah, hooray!
Hey, there you go. There's a good connection. I'm gonna jump to question number 3. What's one new idea for the trail system that anyone has?
I would like to see trails be seen as a mode of transportation, so that they actually go somewhere that you could connect, because you can't, the island's only 6 miles long, and we think nothing of hiking 5 or 6 miles in the mountains, right? So you can actually walk great distances on these trails. And, you know, sometimes you might be on streets and then you hook into like Homestead Field and also finding the most efficient routes to get to places. You know, like sometimes when houses get built, I'm not sure if there's still right-of-ways through there. I notice there's a lot of right-of-ways that have never been, the trails have never been built through. You know, there's never been stairs put in or whatever. And sometimes, you know, they just sort of get taken over by the houses on both sides, and you can't even tell there's a right-of-way there anymore. So I'd like to see as many of those opened up as possible, and make us, you know, have routes, maybe a map and maybe some signage that helps put together trails that go somewhere.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to see a mountain bike trail network dedicated on the island. I think there's room for it. I myself have connected together a lot of the trails on a. You can actually piece together a really decent workout, and it's off the road. My son got hit on the road a few weeks ago. Fortunately, he's okay, but it was. I mean, it's, you know, even for as safe as Mercer Island is, it's much safer when they're off the roads altogether. And there is enough, you can really piece it together. I mean, I could probably draw a line through all of the parks, and you can create a really nice sort of circuit that, and you know, the Snake Hill jump line would be, you know, it's all part of it. It's all part of the facilities for riders. Yeah. So I believe, and I'm forgetting Amy, and I forget her last name. She's already proposed a plan for trail system on the island. So I don't think I'm like, it's a novel idea for me. I believe people have already thought about this before and put in a little more thought and effort to it than my just off the cuff thing right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo that as well. So I think like a trail system, so that, you know, we could get people, you know, like we've got the bikers on the roads, but I mean, if you had a kind of a trail system for mountain bikers, I think that would be, you know, a lot better. Then you wouldn't have so many problems with the bikers, you know, on the road as much. Well, you probably still have that, but I mean, I think it'd be great for the kids.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd also like to add that it'd be nice to have discoverability of trails, so that when I'm out jogging, for example, I want to see something new instead of using the exact same route every time. And if there were, like, you know, signs, even just a little subtle sign with a little blue trail with an arrow pointing that way to indicate there's a trail down over here if you want to, you know, get from Island Crestway down into East Mercer. I'm sure there are lots of ways to get down there that are, you know, legal, that are right of ways that I haven't discovered yet. But it'd be kind of fun to make those discoverable rather than something that you kind of have to know it's there in order to use it.
There used to be a book published on that. That was all of the secret passageways of Mercer Island. When we first moved here, a friend gave us them. It might make sense for if it's gone out of copyright. They'd seem pretty old for Mercer Island Council to just release it as a pamphlet or a map or a, you know.
What is it called? Secret passageways?
I think it was, I forget what it was called. It was a little book. It wasn't many pages long, and it was all this, I forget what the title was. And for the life of me, I don't know what I've done with it. It disappeared. But it was all the
I don't know where it is.
Well, Island Books probably has it.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a minute and a half remaining. The last question is, what could we do better? And then I do want to ask, kind of open it up to see if you guys have any other thoughts that aren't on the questions.
The quality of the trails, I mean, a lot of the trails I live right next to the Greenbelt above Mercer Dale, right on the 32nd Street right away. And the trails were built with a little bulldozer way back when, and some of them followed just old logging roads down through there.
Oh.
And then they put these timbers in there. Now the timbers are just kind of coming out of the ground, and they're just a tripping hazard more than anything. They kind of block the trail, especially for mountain bikers. And unless you want to do all kinds of bumpy, jumpy stuff. But but you know, the only trail I've actually seen that looks like it was built by a professional trail designer and builder is that new one in Luther Burbank that goes from the gardens down and around, way off to the north, and then comes back. And that's a really well built trail. But most of the trails here in the Greenbelt are really badly designed, really poorly built, and the stairways have this totally bizarre cadence. You know, anyone who's walked up 32nd Street stairway know that you're kind of like walking with a one-legged beast, you know. And so I'd like to make sure that trails in the future, if they're built or rebuilt, are designed well and have proper drainage, and the drainage is maintained, because drainage maintenance is critical for trails. Here they get really muddy and crappy in the wintertime and there are culverts and some ditches, but the ditches aren't cleaned out, the culverts aren't cleaned out. So the water just starts running over the trail and running down the trail. So I know this all costs money, but, and Mercer doesn't seem to have a lot of money, but. Yeah.
Right, we have 55 seconds, it looks like. Any last remarks?
I'm just going to bring up this last remark. It's not to do with the trail systems, it's actually to do with the last topic. But I really like the idea of like having like a restaurant or something in one of the waterfront parks, much like they do at in Renton there. Because I mean, that would bring a lot of people, you know, by boat or something, have boat tie-ups. It'd be kind of a source of revenue. And I mean, it would make it really kind of exciting. Like they've got like the Dicks, and they've got the what are the two that are across there in Renton? I mean, we go there all the time with our boat. I mean, it's nice. The kids love it.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
What about the parks headquarters, you know, down at Luther Burbank, the old Tudor building there? You take a portion of that and make it into a restaurant?
Totally.
Hi again, everybody. So Ashley, let's start with you. What do you think we're doing well on the trails?
Yeah, I think that you're doing a great job of maintaining those natural trails. Is that what they called it? The rustic?
Yes.
Rustic trails. We go to Pioneer Park a lot, and just any other unpaved path. We go to those a lot, and I find that they're really well maintained. We don't see a lot of safety hazards, and they're wide enough that multiple people can be going either way. So really excellent job maintaining the trails.
Okay, thank you. Joy, what do you think is going well on the trails?
All right, I'm also in the dinner hour here, so apologies.
No worries.
Yeah. Oh, going well on the trails. Yeah, same. We're always in Pioneer Park as well, every weekend, and so preservation. I mean, I'm all about like preserving what we have, and you know, if other green space gets developed, and you know, trail building, I think is good, but again, I think we just need to be just really mindful of preservation in a way that's, you know, in harmony with the environment. And oh, here, how about ivy removal? I don't know if that goes with trails, but I think if you want to have beautiful trails, you want the view along the way is the trees, and we got to make sure that we're trying to protect those trees with the ivy removal. So I think, I guess maybe I'm jumping ahead. I'm getting distracted. I'll stop rambling.
No worries. It's more of an area that we can improve on.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Greg, do you have any input on what's going well?
Not much to add. I'm a daily user too of Pioneer Park with the dog and without the dog. So I appreciate the way things get, when there's a down tree or whatever, those get cut up pretty quickly and maintained. The trails are maintained as well as they can be with the amount of rainfall we have. And I always seem to be able to find a place to park, or most of the time I walk up. So yeah, I don't really have much to add. I love what we're doing with trails in Mercer Island.
Okay, great. Well, I guess we might transition quickly to the areas of improvement then. So some things that we could be doing better. Joy touched on a few items like the ivy removal. What do you think, Greg, as far as some improvements that could be made?
So I'm just struggling to think of something right now that that I really feel like is a huge need. It seems like, when I bring my dog, there's a bag for picking up dog poop, and yeah.
That's fine. We can come back to it. If you think of
Yeah,
something.
thanks.
Ashley, what do you think? Can you think
Yeah,
of to improve?
Yeah, one thing I thought of was on the paved trails. We notice some areas that have the paint around them. Sometimes my kids are pretty little and sometimes they trip over those. It's usually a part of the trail that needs to be fixed. So it's usually circled with some white or yellow paint. So, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is just fixing up those little areas of the paved trails that people might trip on or have difficulty wheeling over. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
So when you see the paint, it is noticeable, kind of draws your eye to it, and you think that helps?
It does, absolutely. Well, it helps me because I know to be looking out for it. I think for people with it, maybe their vision isn't as good, or for my little ones that just run ahead, they don't pay attention to that. They still trip on those things. But I think for the majority of the population, that definitely draws our eye to it and makes it safer.
It's a good observation.
And I assumed that's what the paint is. It's something that they're coming around to fix at some point. Is that correct?
Yeah. Generally it's a measure to identify that there's a defect that we can fix when the funding or resources are available to make that full repair. So
great.
Has a
I think
dual,
I've seen
dual purpose.
Arrows sometimes also. Are there arrows sometimes?
If an area is going to get repaired by a contractor, sometimes the area has to be painted specifically in a way that notes that that is the area that contractor is supposed to do the repair.
Oh, got it.
That could be something that you've seen. But first measure is just the general painting of any potential defect. So thanks for that input. Joy, do you have anything to add for the areas that we could improve?
Yeah, kind of like Greg, it's hard to think of a lot to improve because I think just more concerned with, preserving and protecting our trails. And I think we're doing a good job as a community in the city. I have no complaints. Maybe some, fix some signage or something, maybe do a review of the signage. The little markers that indicate trailheads too, with the little blue, some of those are, missing or damaged or something, maybe a little attention to that kind of stuff. But yeah, in general, I think the trails are, the gem of the system, if you ask me. The beaches are great, but the trails really,
yeah, that's good to hear. So by signs, you do mean the trailhead markers.
Yeah, the trailhead markers. Yeah, I think that's mostly what I have noticed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like we lost Henry, and I think he wanted to speak up about this, so that's a shame.
Yeah, he wanted to talk about mountain biking. And is it true that we only have mountain biking trails on Snake Hill? Is that really kind of the only designated spot?
It's the BMX course, so
they want that expanded, or
some people do.
Yeah.
So part of the results of this, we're trying to flesh out where the priorities are, and that could be one of them.
Well, there was a bunch of people posting in the chat early in the meeting that they wanted more mountain biking trails. So I think that contingent is attending the meeting tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was to be expected. There's the BMX area, which is kind of specific for like little jumps and more of the smaller BMX bikes. And then maybe there's some people that would like just more general cycling access for mountain biking. And you just have to weigh out the uses on those trails, pedestrians versus bicycles, and what's safe and what's not. So, but generally it seems like there aren't too many conflicts as far as cyclists and pedestrians in Pioneer Park.
I don't notice it. I don't see, well, mostly kids will ride through there, but most adults don't ride their bikes. If they do, they're going pretty slowly in Pioneer Park. And I was just kind of curious. I don't know if we have another question and we want to reserve enough time for that, or.
Oh, that was it, unless you had any new ideas for trail system additions.
Okay. I was just wondering, how do you all balance the desire for, more trails for bike, like the BMX trails, with, of course, there's the safety consideration, but is there also an environmental consideration? I just don't really know, actually. I have no idea, but
yeah, before any adjustments are made, they consider all aspects. So there are impacts on the vegetation and restoration efforts, that are impacted when you have a BMX course. So
yeah,
definitely everything's considered that we can think of. Ashley, do you have any suggestions on something new to add? We have a couple minutes.
Well, one thing I thought of, it may or may not be necessary, but on the multi-use trails, it could be helpful to have some signage indicating walkers on the right, wheels on the left, or whatever the protocol is. Depending on the width of those trails, it can sometimes get a little bit, kind of back and forth. The bikes whiz by, and then if you see an oncoming person on walking versus somebody on wheels, sometimes it's not really clear. You see people kind of hopping off and on the trail. So I know signage can also be, I know some people feel that it might take away from the natural beauty of the park. I get that. So, you want to limit signage too, but maybe in high traffic multi-use areas, having some kind of indication on where people should be on the trail to make it safer and more effective.
Greg, do you have anything to add? We're down to a minute or so, it looks like.
No, other than just to say that, I sometimes encounter mountain bikers in Pioneer Park, and they're usually going very slowly because they know it's not necessarily a mountain biking venue. So, I don't know what's behind the whole mountain biking contingent tonight, but it seems like that would be an area that we could look to providing some sort of outlet for people.
I think when we join the broader group, we might hear a little more about that component.
Yeah.
So this particular breakout group seems to have similar uses for the trails. So
Yep.
once we join the rest of the group, we'll probably hear more. It's like we're getting close to the end here. Well, thanks for your input on all this. It's helpful.
Okay, so trails. So what's working well with the Mercer Island trail system?
I think that we have so many of them is great. And I want to make sure that we don't pave over a lot of them. Like I know there was discussion about making wider paths in places with the bike conflicts. I think we have enough pavement and wide enough trails, but I do think we need to work on the whole bike thing a little bit better on the north end. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with the trails. Other than the ones that flooded in Luther Burbank Park a couple of weeks ago when I was trying to walk along the water.
I know
I actually slipped and fell because it was so muddy down there below, kind of just north of the docks on that trail. But I mean, it's hard to deal with the weather around here sometimes.
So Sue, when Alan gets to the next question or the last question about what can we do better, can you come back to that comment you made about do more north to south end for bikes? Don't forget about it.
North end for bikes, yeah.
North end for bikes, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the only trails we usually use predominantly are Luther Burbank, which are fine. Pioneer Park a little bit, but I was curious, Sue, do you walk mostly at the south end?
I walk everywhere.
Okay, because I'm not as familiar with the trails down there, and are they through like the residential areas, or what's the where do you find that you walk that's safe, I guess, without getting run over? So.
Well, there's a book called Walk Mercer Island that you can get at Island Books that has all kinds of walks everywhere, like, Ellis Pond, Pioneer Park, through the neighborhoods. There's lots of different cut-in trails. And so I walk everywhere. I actually walk on the streets too a lot, but like not on East or West Mercer. I usually go back by the country club or little lakes or somewhere around by the high school where there's wide streets and not a lot of traffic. But that's not trails, but trails, right. I learned a lot of them from that Walk Mercer Island book quite a few years ago. So I'd highly recommend that if you get a chance. I'm sure it's still at Island Books.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there something, Sue, is there something as far as the trails that you have walked on that you kind of enjoy for those particular trails, or something?
I love the fact that we have them. I love the fact that we're well maintained, throughout Pioneer Park, at least the quadrants that as I get older, I'm walking more on the flat parts. But, I think in general, if I came across something that wasn't right, like a tree down or a really big, mess or something, I mean, I know who to call at the city to get that kind of stuff fixed. And I feel like the city staff is very responsive to citizen reports of things that need attention. I agree with the people that are questioning the garbage cans missing places because I think there's a lot of garbage cans that could go back into some of the parks to eliminate all the gloves and face masks and stuff that are lying around in bags.
Sign of the times.
Yeah. But that's, I don't know, kind of, I'm sure that was not an easy decision when it was made to get rid of the garbage cans.
I have a couple thoughts. So I too love the trails and use primarily Mid Island and South Island. A couple thoughts is, so one, you know, some of the, I know this is a monumental task, but some of the trees, you know, that are just overrun with ivy, you know, coming down, specifically I'm thinking about near Groveland, that little path as you're heading down from Mid-Island down to West Mercer. There are some just pretty prominent trees that are overrun with ivy. And again, I know it's a monumental task, but I'm just getting the sense that, you know, someone knows about it and is attending to it if reasonable. And then I love staying on trail whenever possible. And I love the idea of connecting trails. And so either like a hard connect where you actually, one trail begets another trail, or, you know, a connect via a very quiet residential street. And to have maybe tiny little like trail marker signs like you will in the woods to say, you know, trail this way. And I know there's a lot of trail markers around, but I think it's, you know, the connecting the trails that is a piece missing for me. And I'll find some here and there, or I'll go running with friends. And I've certainly never seen that book, so that's intriguing. I don't know that I'm going to take time to read it though. To be honest, these are more accidental finds for me. But if I'm thinking of one trail that I discovered that was south of Lake Ridge. So south of the Lake Ridge parking lot, and it went through like this tiny little neighborhood, and then it dumped you out onto another trail, and you could finally go like, you know, off asphalt.
West of Flory.
Yeah, so
Eventually takes
it
you
dumps
south.
you around down to Flory.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty cool, but I would have never found it if I wasn't following people who were running. You know, just through that little neighborhood, take a left then a right, and then you're at Flory. So I kind of like that, to kind of connect them all, but stay on safe, quiet residential where you're going to be safe walking. I love the off-leash quadrant of Pioneer Park, you know, being a relatively new dog owner of a year and a half. Like that's a really neat, really neat. And so it would be fun if there was another area, or maybe, you know, in Utah, when we lived in Utah, they would open up the trails to dogs like every other day or every other weekend, just so the trails wouldn't get inundated with dog stuff. So just having that as an option and more off leash. And I know that also comes with its own fair share of headaches. And then also as a young parent on the island, when I first moved here, I didn't know that quadrant of Pioneer Park was off leash. So I have little kids on bikes and dogs are like swarming them. I'm like, what's going on with these irresponsible dog owners? And lo and behold, I later learned that it's off leash. And then, you know, again, Pioneer Park, another quadrant, like it would be awesome to take my mountain bike through there. And I know I've seen the mountain bike club ride through there, but I just never get the sense that it's kosher. And I don't know if it's kosher or not. But I feel like I get like kind of funny looks from pedestrians walking. And I know there are signs that talk about the horses, and I've seen the horses, and I guess there's signs about the bikes too. But I don't know, but there's just a little trepidation on my part as to what the rules are with the trails and bikes. And that's my lot of information, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. So that kind of leads in probably to our next question as far as what could we do better with our trails?
I was going to say, Heather, your story about not knowing it was an off-leash dog park. When I moved here, the same thing happened to me. I'm like, what's going on? I'm being swarmed. Anyway, maybe we need some better signage.
And Heather, there's another off-leash dog park that's in the south end. It's the Wildwood, I think it's called, by the country club. Do you know about that?
Oh yeah,
one?
that big stretch of grass.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then there's a bunch of trails through there too, which are kind of interesting.
Yeah, I've never been on those. Okay, great.
Sorry.
Sorry, Alan. I redirected.
No.
You were asking what we need to do better.
Well, actually, I was going to ask.
Okay,
I was going to ask Carl if he had a favorite trail or favorite area of the island that he walks in.
Yeah, we love Luther. You know, just kind of that whole thing down to the end. And what I love about Luther is the history that it used to be that kind of juvenile, you know, camp, you know, with the farm and everything. I mean, that's quite fascinating. But I had a quick question. I don't even know if this is on topic, but the bikes on East Mercer Way are phenomenally challenging sometimes because they don't follow the rules of the road. So they get their Pelotons and they go slow. And So I don't even know if that's a trail issue or what, and I don't know how to fix it because there's limited land. And you have that, you know, I don't know if it's a bike lane or whatever on the right that they're supposed to be using, but they don't very often, so.
And I will add to that, that they're not following the rules at the traffic light that's on East Mercer Way now.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's dangerous because they scare the crap out of me sometimes when I go through there.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, side issue, I know.
Yeah,
That's
no,
all right.
it's,
We've captured it in the video, so we'll bring it up. It'll be brought up. So back to as far as what could we do better at some of these trails. I know Heather kind of touched on things there, but is there any other things that we need to add to this?
I think the bike speed on the north end is really scary, on the lid in particular. I don't feel comfortable walking through there with the speed at which they're going through. And I would not want to be a dog owner going through there, particularly around the tennis court area, kind of coming when they're coming right off of I-90 and going through. So I don't know what to do about it. I don't know whether you put speed bumps in or guardrails or something, but I don't want to make the path wider. I want to slow the bikers down. And so maybe it's a speed limit thing. But something
I like the
needs to
speed
be-
bump idea. Being a cyclist myself, like I won't necessarily read a sign, right? And if you're cruising across the bridge and this is your little, stretch to get to open road, not much is going to want to slow you down.
Well, unfortunately, the city settled a really large lawsuit over a bike accident on the north end. And so I think as much as I would like a speed bump, I don't think the lawyers are going to let another speed bump go in there. But we do need to figure out some way, maybe, I don't know, maybe kind of a gate thing, but something to slow them down a little bit and make cyclists read that there's a limit because they're in a high traffic area. That's all. But I don't want to make the paths wider. I want to slow them down.
Yeah, and I echo that near the baseball fields, with lots of little kids and families walking around and siblings of kids playing baseball, cruising out onto the bike path at any moment.
The good news is, Heather, we have a project in the queue. I want to say it's like 12 months out that we'll be doing a safety project in that area.
Right. So we're kind of
We
getting
actually have
down.
funding for it.
We're getting down to under a minute here. So do we have what's one new idea for a trail system that I want to bring up?
Anything we haven't covered yet?
Waterfront trail, like Sue mentioned in the previous breakout.
Yeah.
More trail on waterfront.
Like the kayak trails?
yeah, I like that one,
Or
access to
actually
water.
on the waterfront, okay.
Yeah. And then I guess that would include parking or sufficient parking. But I think that was a great idea that Heather brought up in the last breakout.
Okay. Next, we'll see you guys back.
Fred and Kelly, feel free to unmute yourselves. We've got a small group, so we could just kind of keep it informal and just have a chat. I'm going to go ahead and put the questions in the chat function just as a reminder. And while I'm doing that, Judith, if you want to just do another really quick introduction so Fred and Kelly know who's in the room.
My name is Judith Rohn, and I'm a board member of Friends of Luther Burbank Park. We have been representing Luther Burbank Park and all the parks on the island for many, many, many years.
Great. Thomas?
Yes, I'm a member of the Open Space Conservancy Trust board, and we've been on the island for 25 years, raised 4 children here, and they've all enjoyed the park facilities, as have we generously. So that's my outline.
What about Kelly? You want to unmute yourself and do a quick introduction?
Yes, I will. Sorry, I was in the middle of something there. I am a water user, trail user, just an island resident, just interested in what you guys were talking about today.
Super, great, welcome. And Fred, feel like unmuting yourself and introducing?
Hi, I'm Fred, just a regular pickleball player.
There are no regular pickleball players, but welcome. Welcome. So
thanks.
In this session, again, we're focusing on trails, and you know, again, the questions I put in the chat just as a reminder. So, you know, what's working well with Mercer Island's trail system? It's diverse. You've got interior park trails, you've got trails near the water, you've got a variety of different experiences. But let me hear from you. What's working well?
Can I interject and say what's not working well?
Well, let's start on the positive side. We'll come back to that.
Okay, well then I'm going to hold my voice.
Okay, all right. What about Kelly? You want to jump in?
Actually, I live on the north end, so I use the lid a lot and all the trails in the north end from the Mercerdale Park up to First Hill and around. Love those trails. I also use the south end Pioneer Park off-leash dog trail, the loop. That works great. The two things that they're very different. And I'm with Judith. I've got some suggestions that I would like to take from either of those trails. So I'll leave those for later, but I do use a lot of the trails with my dogs.
Sure. Thomas or Fred?
Yeah, I'd like to point out one positive thing about, it's not really a trail maybe, but the paving of the inner shoulder of the Mercer ways has helped to get bikes out there and enjoy going around the island without so much conflict with traffic. So that was a good project to undertake. And I love all the trails, all the hiking trails all over the island. So that's a good thing.
Okay, Judith, now what do you got?
Well, I happen to live at the very south end of Mercerdale Hillside Park, which has a great trail system. So I'm going to say yay for the great trail system there. But I am very much aware of a problem that Upper Luther Burbank Park is having with the BMX kids that have invaded it, taken it over, and have destroyed a lot of flora of park property. So that I am not supporting. I am not against kids having bike trails, but these kids are actually invasive. They have destroyed a lot of the property there. They have dug out a lot of tree roots. They have made a huge mess. So I am not supporting that, but I do support kids using the trails for their bikes, but not for whatever BMX stands for. It's not something that I think that our parks should support.
Just for reference, it's bicycle motocross.
Bicycle what?
Motocross.
Motocross. All right.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
There you
our
go.
Parks should not be supporting it.
So no tattoo that says I heart BMX. That's all right. Thomas, were you holding back something?
Well, areas of improvement. One thing that I'm going to recommend for Pioneer Park is to add a couple of new trails, and that will just give us more walking space. So that's a proposal that will come out sometime later this year. In general, I support kind of low impact bicycle use of the trails in Pioneer Park. It doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as I'm hearing it is on the north end. If it were destructive, I would say that we would need to add some new policies on how the park was used in order to keep things from getting out of hand.
Sure. And Kelly, do you have any reactions?
Actually, it's a small suggestion. I just got back yesterday from spending the last 2 months in Bend, Oregon, where they are dog crazy. And their park systems are very well maintained with lots of paths. I mean, 7 and 8 miles worth of paths just around the river where I was living. They had many more stations for dog receptacles and also dog trash bag, you know, to grab. There is absolutely no reason why anybody shouldn't have plastic bags in their pockets, but it was great having that at the entrance, the exits, the middle of the parks. I mean, they were everywhere. And I know we have several here. I just think they need to be in more places.
Good feedback. All right, Judith or Thomas, anything else to add? What else? What could the city be doing better?
We have a ton of dog walkers. They are more and more every year, more respectful of picking up their dog poo, but they need some place to put it. And we don't have very many receptacles to put it as they're walking through their paths, they're walking through their trails. So I would agree with Kelly on that. Yeah. I applaud I don't own a dog at the moment, but I applaud our dog people. They have gotten very, very good about picking up their dog poo.
Good. What else could the city be doing better with regard to trails?
Signage might help. I'm not sure. I mean, for trails, when I think of trails, I think of people walking on trails. I do not think of bicycles on trails. I think bicycles and people on trails are kind of at odds, but maybe there should be bicycle trails specifically for bicycles, but there certainly should be trails for 80-year-olds like myself who want to go on a trail without being confronted with a bicycle.
Yeah, I'm an avid cyclist, and I generally tend to think that bicycles should be segregated from pedestrians where possible.
Segregation is the right word in this case.
So, you know, if we had to impose speed limits on the shared use trails on the island to keep things sane, that would be a good thing. And also perhaps signage. There is some already for the bypass route on the north end, but if there were problems, that would be a way of dealing with it, to say, bikes, please go this way. And yeah, so that would be a suggestion we could look into in more detail.
And do any of you have any grand idea, one new idea about the trail system that could help improve it? I've heard a little about signage or dog waste receptacles and poop bags.
Our maintenance of our trails are actually very good, but we have some trails and I'm speaking of Upper Mercerdale Hillside Park where I live. The treads are notoriously slippery. You step on that, you're killing yourself. So you don't step on those treads. I mean, our maintenance needs to be improved a little bit. We need to improve our trails, and so that it's safer.
Are you talking about the stairs?
I'm talking about the stairs, and every time there's a wooden tread, do not step on that tread. You're going to kill yourself.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because I'm usually walking on the side now, especially in the winter times. In the winter times,
trails going up where the main trail is not being used because it's too dangerous.
Right.
Other ideas? Thomas, a reaction? I mean, have you witnessed that at Pioneer or other sites?
Well, there is the ravine trail. There are a few slippery steps. It would be a pretty easy fix, tacking down some hardware cloth on top of the steps.
Exactly right.
Give you more tread. So, you know, that's a detail, but I think it's something that's easily addressed and not very expensive.
Exactly right, Thomas.
Hey, Kelly, anything else to add?
I don't think so.
No? All right. Well, we still got about a minute left. Other connections? Are there destinations or points?
There's one thing that I noticed. There are route intrusions in the shared use path that parallels I-90, and it makes it uncomfortable to ride a bike there. Maybe that's a good thing because it makes the bike slow down, but if you would prefer to ride on the path rather than out in the street, then that's something that needs to be taken care of.
Sure.
And it's going to be, yeah, it'll be an increasing problem as those routes get bigger. So just something that needs to be addressed.
And what about additional connections or linkages? I know, Thomas, you mentioned potentially adding or suggesting the addition of other routes. Do Kelly or Judith have other ideas on maybe some additional trail connections other than just maintaining what we've got?
I'm sorry, at my age, I'm not a bike rider anymore, but I'm a walker. and I have my set little routines, but I think our trail systems are actually pretty darn good. We just need to maintain what we have.
Okay, great. So again, like last time, we're close to being out of time with this breakout room. I'll recap when we get back to the main. I'll see you on the other side, and talk to you soon.
All right. We are back. I will put the questions in the chat box just as a reminder of what we're looking for. And we can go ahead and get started on what's working well with the Mercer Island Trail system.
So I love being able to walk around Mercer Island. I walk so much with my dog. I run. My kid rides bikes everywhere. And one of the reasons why I'm in this evening is there's been a highlighted need for safe space for kids to bike. My son was hit by a car 3 weeks ago, and he's been somebody who's enjoyed biking at Snake Hill over the last, well, actually since he was 6 years old. He's been biking there now for 10 years. So we really would like a solution to some of the issues at Snake Hill. So I know you're wanting me to say all the positive things, but that's the nub. I would like to be able to discuss that. So I feel that there are so many children that want to bike there that we should be looking at increasing the mountain biking trails at Snake Hill specifically, and also look to putting in mountain biking specific trails in some of the other areas, like Dean's Children Park would be a great place because that's only got one walking trail going through it. But very specifically, Snake Hill, it would be great to expand that.
I'll make a statement about Upper Luther Burbank Park. It's not Snake Hill. The kids call it Snake Hill. It's kind of like wanting to call it like Duthie Hill. What Upper Luther Burbank Park in the master plan, they let it be, it was called a dirt bike trail. And so it's been expanded, and right now it's very concerning that kids are not honoring the boundary areas. They're digging illegally. There are illegal trails up there. I've lived here 40 years and that area has never, ever been this big. And it is very, very troubling to the people that live in this neighborhood. And right now I'm serving as president of Friends of Luther Burbank Park. And my board is very concerned about the lack of regard by the youth today that are in Upper Luther Burbank Park. It is not Snake Hill. I want to make that very clear tonight.
So I think that there might be some common understanding that we have, but I think that we could maybe have an email discussion about some of your concerns
after this, because I don't want to monopolize this very important city meeting pro plan. But I would suggest strongly that the reason possibly why the boundaries have been increased is that the amount of children who need that space has increased. And so tonight we're discussing potentially what could we do to facilitate our youth community. There are 2,000 children and biking is one of the most brilliant independent ways of them playing. They need to have a safe space. I mean, I was shocked at the fact that my kid was hit by a car by a distracted driver on a crosswalk. He was at a stop position. He went across the road after the driver stopped, but the driver took off too soon, hit him at about 15 miles an hour. He was flung into the road. I was very fortunate. He was very fortunate. He's okay. I really strongly advocate for the kids to be able to bike inside the park.
Thank you both for your comments, and it's okay that we disagree on some of the things, and I'm happy to hear both of you do it respectfully and to hear both sides of it, because there's truly, you know, two sides, and it is, you know, what's working well, what can we continue doing, but what can we be doing better? And I think both of you could agree that there's things that we could do better.
I would like to say that I think it's interesting that she brought up Island Park. I call it Island Park, but it's where Dean's Park is. That has a parking in it, and it is a forested area. Now, I haven't looked at the environmental aspects of that park, and it would need to be reviewed carefully, but I just would like to share that, and I don't want to overtake time, but Upper Luther Burbank Park is a very fragile, 2 deep ravine parks. It has so much silt in it that they had to put the water course in the second ravine into a pipe. And I don't know if you've been to the park. How many of you have been into the park?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Many times.
Many times. So they had to put it in a pipe because it was putting so much silt into Lake Washington that people who had their boats moored in Lake Washington, it was filling up their moorage area and they had to dredge it out all the time. So it's a very, very fragile area. Both of my kids were in sports. My grandsons are in sports. I definitely say that we need places for sports, but we need to balance them being in environmentally appropriate places. And I would urge people to come and see what's happening in Upper Luther Burbank Park today. If you haven't been there in the last year, and I know it's been a COVID year, and kids aren't in school and they need a place to go, but unfortunately, it's sadly and very unfortunately been abused.
I just want to say that this matter, the Snake Hill issue, would be helped enormously if these kids had a lockbox for their tools. There's, you know, my son Beck as well, they're very, very responsible. They take being in Snake Hill very seriously, but the problem is that anyone can dig there within the boundaries. And so, you know, my son was alerted last week. He had to race down there after being out for about 10 hours biking at Doothy Hill. He had to go to Snake Hill because he was told that some kids had been digging outside the boundaries. He raced there to try to correct anything that had happened. There's no oversight because it's a sort of free-for-all. So that is a desperate need the kids need to have. So there just need to be, you know, so many people who are responsible that have access to the lockbox so that they can have their own way of tending to the park there. But I just feel that it's it's a very necessary thing. They've got to be able to have this safe space. They love it. And I'm not going to speak anymore. I'm going to hand it over to Beck, because he's
I'll be
another.
quick.
Go for it, Beck.
The problem with the outside of the boundaries is that the dirt there is it's a depleting resource. It gets packed down over time, water and just, general use. So the amount of dirt there, loose dirt and dirt that's usable and can be moved from one place to another, it decreases over time. And so in order to continue renovations and upkeep, it would have to expand, but it could also be kept if more dirt from outside was brought in, because just the lack of accessible building material is a large concern, and it hampers the environment because some people who are not in with the thing and they don't know, they might start digging into the side of the hill for some reason, and no one can stop them because
It's happening. It's happening it's outrageously happening. They're burrowing under 100-year-old trees. And the root structure, the tops of the trees are dead now. A couple boys that I talked to last week, I asked them to look up. If we have a tree that comes down and kills somebody, the city,
I would sort of feel that if we could maybe talk about specifics, if you had any photo documentation of any of these things, because I know that people have been feeling very harassed. Children have been feeling very harassed, going there, biking, not knowing why they're being harassed. But, I don't like it when children come home crying. I'm hearing concerns from parents that their children feel that they're not being respected there. We need to have a safe space for our children. So if there's anything specific that we parents can address, I would be very happy to do so. I don't want my child being harassed when he's out playing. That's very important.
I'd like to just stay in defense of this whole plan for the children. They need to have safe spaces to play. And it sounds to me like maybe there's some, forward-looking planning that needs to happen in that regard at Upper Luther Burbank Park, and also getting to and around the island. And I just want to say real quickly that I rode my bike over to the library today, and I was surprised that the intersections around there are not timed so a bike can get through them. I mean, honest God, granted, I'm a 60-year-old woman, but if I can't get my bike going and get across the intersection in time, how could a kid do it? So I'm thinking that getting to and from the parks is as important as the trails and stuff in the parks. And let's make those safe and time the lighting so human beings can get through them on a non-motorized vehicle.
That's a great one. Rachel, I also heard you say there needs to be oversight, especially, at these locations that we're having issues at. So I'm hearing oversight. I'm hearing the timed things. Wow, I guess we're going back down, but thank you guys for that.
This was such an invigorating discussion.
It was. I appreciate hearing.
It was important
all
to have
sides.
it. It was important.
So thank you guys. And I guess I can talk for a few more seconds. The intersection and the timing is great. And then I think the oversight and making plans on how we move forward is really
keeping the kids
important.
in mind.
Yes.
Keeping the
yes.
kids
Having
in
the
mind.
kids be involved.
From home to the park and back, the whole route.
I love that. I'm writing that down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we will go back to the main session now.
Okay, so once again, for those of you that didn't
weren't in part of this breakout room before, my name's Jean Akers. I'm on the consultant team. I'm a landscape architect and a park planner. So I will be hopefully helping facilitate this conversation. Raise your hand if you're ready to just dive in with comments, and I'll make sure that you can be unmuted. If you need to know how to raise your hand, now I have to remember how to raise your hand. Down there, oops, I lost raise your hand. It's in there
It's in the
somewhere.
participants section.
You've got it. Okay, thanks. Well, actually, you were able to unmute yourself, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't block everyone from being unmuted, but when you're not talking, it would be good to be muted so we don't get background noise. So I will allow you to jump in when you can. The first question is, what's working well with the Mercer Island trail system? And in that one, if you can just, let me know how, or just add to all of us, how do you use the trails and what's good about them? Are they the trails in the parks? Are they in Pioneer Park? Are they in open spaces? Just share your thoughts and ideas.
Okay, this is Carrie. Yep. I would say I use all of them. I bike and run and walk. I don't have a dog, but I do all those things. And I think the trails that we have are working great. I mean, I think there's like way more than enough places to do all forms of walking and exercise personally. And I see a lot of people enjoying them all the time. So yeah, I think they're awesome.
Okay. All right, others do different things on the trails.
I use the mountain biking trails that we have in, are you familiar with the Snake Hill area?
Yeah.
That's in Upper Luther Burbank.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I go there almost every day. It's a great source of exercise for me. And I also socialize there. A lot of my friends go there. Yeah, it's just a great way to get exercise in a fun way.
Yep.
Terrific. Okay.
It's neat too, because that's the only place where you can actually do that sort of exercise, right? Like when you're, I mean, because Pioneer Park doesn't really give you that same feel. That's like a cross country feel.
Mm-hmm.
Snake Hill has like a different thing going on, which is cool.
So Finn, how many of your peers do you often see when you're there on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, it's probably from 3 to 7 people there every day.
Okay. And how long a period of time do you usually spend when you're there?
1 to 2 hours.
Okay, great. Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks. Anyone else using trails? Find trails important?
Yeah. Hi, this is Petra. I'm going to echo Carrie. I live on the south end, pretty close to Pioneer Park. I'm a runner. I have a dog. I walk 2 times a day, probably. And I think the trails are just fantastic. And it's what sets us apart. I'm a realtor and I'm always showing people around the island, and they are so impressed with the trails we have. And it's a massive appeal. Like it feels so far away, yet so close. So I think our trail space is amazing and so well used and doing great. Like I have no complaints about them. I think you've got some porta potties in some key places and we all kind of know where they are. I think you do a good job of spreading the doggy bags, and I just think they're fantastic. And I actually, besides I definitely maintain them because it's such a gem for Mercer Island, but I don't think there's anything we need to add in that area, in my humble opinion.
Okay.
I would say I think they're amazing. I would say that the thing that Finn raised does make me think that the Snake Hill piece of it, I was a mountain bike coach with the cross country team, and that was really, really great. And we used Pioneer Park but we did have to go off island for pretty much everything else. So the fact that Snake Hill has been developing into more and more of a thing is pretty great. I mean, I have teens and that is an incredible asset. I want to push them to use that more. I would push them to use that more. I think that provides a little bit of a different way to, you know, exercise and enjoy your bike and be with your friends. That is very cool. And I know other communities have that. So I think that's really, if anything, I would say maybe more of that. Because I think that's the one area. There's like enough places to have a quiet walk and all of those other wonderful things. But that's the one area where I think protect that. Maybe.
So an active, engaged, and really primarily, well, focusing, serving more of the teen age, you know, older.
Yeah, and mountain biking is cool because it's not an organized sport. It's not a football field. So it's like really a different sort of thing. It encourages like a different way of moving your body, which is really, really interesting. I don't know how to say that when you say it back to everyone, but yeah.
I agree. I totally agree with you. I think that there's a lot of cycling around Mercer Island. My kids have gone to Snake Hill quite a bit, not so much anymore, but I think it's really important to preserve that and develop it further, but I'm not close to that. So I don't know whether it means developing more space for them. Then you can probably talk to that, but
yeah,
I think that's such a great place for our kids to have access to another opportunity to exercise and be outside and enjoy the outdoors. So I would be all for, you know, expanding
that. Yeah. Okay.
Totally.
Yeah.
Let me just ask Miguel, is there anything you want to add to this in terms of what's working well for you, how you engage in trails? We don't want to leave you out.
No, thank you.
Okay. Finn, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, right now we're very limited on what we can do there. We're not allowed to make any new trails or really, we're limited on space. We're kind of boxed in. So it would be like really great if we could get more space or maybe another area, but yeah. We're limited right now.
Yeah.
Does that limitation make it not as enjoyable because does it get almost too repetitive? Doing the same things or not quite that?
It's also like it just gets really cramped. Like if you have 5 people there, like most of the people have to wait while the other ones go up on the ramps.
Right.
Yeah, it's also that it's not a very long course, so we're constantly having to change it to keep ourselves interested.
Okay.
Also, another issue is our tools, like our shovels, keep getting stolen. So maybe a lockbox would be useful.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. All right. So the third question was what's the one new idea for the trail system? And you guys have been answering that, so that's great. If you can think of something else, whether it's, you know, parking or access to restrooms, or as was already mentioned, you know, the porta potties are in key locations, dog waste bags, lockbox for tools for the Snake Hill area, expanding on the whole mountain biking, sort of Snake Hill biking options. That sounds good. Anything else? We still have some time, so if you think of something and you don't want to say it, please feel free to write it in the chat room. We will be saving, this session is being recorded, and we will be saving everything that's in the chat room as well.
You know, I have one issue, but I don't know if it's a trail issue.
Okay.
It is, I'm just going to blurt it out, but like we're on Island Crest and it's definitely hard to cross the street these days. It's more of like a crosswalk issue, but I don't think that's a subject for this meeting. But I do think like part of the trails around safety of crossing the streets where you have to, it's just, yeah.
Oh, that's a variable when you're on a trail and you're crossing, say, from one quadrant of Pioneer Park to another. or any continuity of trails or connecting to trails from home.
Yeah.
You know, to have safe crossings is pretty
It's
important.
definitely gotten a little hard, like over 6 years, I definitely noticed a difference in as far as like traffics and all of that, you know, speed. Maybe just a little more light, or we have the flags now, which is helpful. But yeah, I could see being back here in a year talking about a light.
That is usually part of the city's transportation plan. But when the parks plan in its trail recommendations will suggest for better street crossing safety, that helps emphasize its need, and it might help prioritize the project in the transportation plan. So it's still valuable to put it out there.
Even like those crosswalks that have the lights that go off when you're actually walking on them, maybe there's like a cool high-tech solution that doesn't like cause traffic to get worse. That would be cool, you know?
Yeah, there's some good like mid-block crossing options. There's some good pedestrian you know, safety options. So they're out there.
Yeah.
They're not cheap, but they're out there.
Yeah.
So those are good. That's good ideas. All right, we've got just a little over 1 minute left. And I think I summarized what we talked about sort of as we're going along, but stressing the fact that it's a good system. You've got a lot of options for running, walking, biking. Snake Hill is a good place, good for socializing, exercising, but it might not be big enough. And thinking about ways to expand it could be useful. Nice that there's some key locations for porta potties and dog waste bags. And we do want to make sure that we preserve Snake Hill and don't make it go away, and then see if there's a good option for getting the lockbox in there so that tools don't get legs and disappear. And then street crossing safety is the other issue. I think that's it. And again, since we're breakout number 8, if other people bring some of these things up, I probably won't repeat them. So I've got them on notes. My notes will all be typed up and shared. So don't feel like I missed it because I didn't say it. So we're trying to save time and not repeat stuff. But good job, everybody. Thanks for your comments. We've got some good meaty stuff in here. And we're just about to join the other group. So this was very, very helpful. Off we go. And I'll record anything in the chat. Okay, there we go. Time is up. Okay, off we go.
Leslie, I'm so sorry. I forgot to include the lifeguard bit, but it sounds like it got good attention, and I will make sure that it's in my notes from our breakout section. I have all the
That's okay.
Down. It's like, how did I forget lifeguards? So there you go. All right, so trails. So the 3 questions that we have here are very similar. What's working well? What could we be doing better? And do you have any ideas for our trail system? Something that could help improve them. So I'm open to any answers to any of those questions, and I'll break them out in that way. So I'm not sure if you all are avid trail users on the island.
I can go first. We're definitely not avid trail users, but I will say that my 7-year-old definitely really enjoys the ones at the parks. So I take the 2 kids to Dragon Park a lot, and I can be with my 2-year-old on the play structure, and my 7-year-old likes to wander through the trails. And we all like to go on the trails at Luther Burbank. I like that those are all like stroller friendly. So that's really great. And I have not done it yet, but I've heard wonderful things about the letterboxing at Pioneer Park, which I know has been on hold. But from what I hear, kids and families really love that. And so I don't know if that's something that could be expanded to an additional park.
Okay. I will put that down. Yeah, so possibly expanding letterboxing to other parks. Okay.
I'll jump in here and, to repeat the accessibility issue. I use the trails a fair amount, and some of the time, my wife and I, as grandparents, have our 4-year-old in his wheelchair, and you know we do the Mercerdale loop with him. We've had him over here. We live off East Mercer Way, very near City Hall and the police department. So we do a loop. We do a loop on those trails that and sometimes cross over I-90 and come back along the north side trail. You know, basically the paved trails really work the best for obviously a wheelchair. You know, and maintenance of those trails is, you know, there's a lot of roots and bumps and cracks and, you know, places. And I know the city tries to keep up, you know, with those issues and repave and put in new blacktop, and that helps. You know, that helps a lot. I know that's an issue, but that would be my major kind of request and priority emphasis on keeping the paved trails that are already paved maintained well.
Gotcha. Okay, so I have a question for you. So when you said that you do that loop, does that mean you're using the I-90 trail a fair bit then? So the one that runs along the north side of 90?
Yeah, I use that. I used it this morning. I didn't have my grandson with it, but I walked past City Hall, past the police department, crossover, and it's nice to have the new flashing light on that crosswalk right there at the bottom of Gallagher Hill. And then I go east along the north trail on the north side of I-90. And that trail is, you know, there's a lot of cracks and roots and, you know, bumps and, you know, so we've done that once or twice with my grandson in a wheelchair. But even you know, I mean, I'm reasonably in good shape, but I've got to watch my step a little bit. So, you know, I think that's, you know, that's an ongoing issue, I know, with any sidewalk or trail. Tree roots, it's great to have the trees, but the roots can really disrupt, you know, the paved areas.
I'm curious in terms of accessibility, if you've tried using any of the non-paved trails with the wheelchair that don't have steep grades and that are, you know, I'm curious if you've tried those.
Actually, no, we really haven't. You know, wheelchairs don't really work well on, as you said earlier, or somebody said earlier, in wood chips or bark dust or, you know, dirt. You know,
Right, and we use gravel on most of our trails, like a hard packed gravel. So I was just curious if you had occasion to, you know.
Thanks for the question, Elaine. But actually, I'm trying to think. No, I don't think we have. His parents may have done that. They actually take him to Luther Burbank pretty often, and but again, they've had issues about the accessibility. At Luther Burbank. You know, it's just it's something that I think needs to be a high priority island wide.
Right. Great. Thank you so much, John. Paul or Tom, you want to chime in on this one? No, no, Paul doesn't want to chime in. Tom, you're on mute, Tom, before you get too far.
I'm perfectly happy with the trails there. I mean, if there can be more accessibility, I'm for it, but I don't have any strong you know, agenda.
Yeah. Do you, how much do you find yourself using trails, or are there particular parks you use trails in more than others?
Yeah, Luther Burbank most
yeah. Okay.
And sometimes Pioneer Park, but is that part of your system?
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly Luther Burbank, and extended, we go up the bike trail and so forth from there. But yeah, that's our range of activities, and I'm always happy with it.
Yeah. Okay, great. And I mean, we talk a lot about trails with like walking and hiking and pushing strollers. And then there's also, you know, bikes and how that's different. So I'm curious if anyone's had any experience with biking on the, you know, I-90 trail or otherwise.
No, but I have less sympathy with bikers, and I'm one of them. But there are plenty of places to bike, and Luther Burbank is a great one. And there's a problem with it. My feeling is tough. You need to put your resources into things that where there's not enough of, and one is accessibility, more paved paths, that kind of thing.
Okay. So what I'm hearing so far is what we're doing well is there are stroller friendly paths in Luther. So there are some paths that are used sort of for the more accessible end of things. But that there really should be a focus if we're going to put our resources somewhere, that putting it accessibility at the forefront again for this issue, which is maintaining our paved trails to a higher standard so that there aren't as many potential obstacles in accessibility. So repairing cracks and root heaving, possibly creating more paved trails so that accessibility is there. And then Leslie, I heard from you about letterboxing, and that's a really cool sort of programmatic use of trails. It's a slightly different use of our trail system, and possibly if it could be expanded into different parks. Anything else you guys want me to make sure I capture on this one?
I just wanted to second what Tom said. Thanks, Tom. And yeah, I concur with what you said. My wife and I do bike, and we use the trails as bikers. But I know I've heard in the past that some of the biker groups are arguing for wider paved trails so that they can ride side by side. And I don't know. It seems to me that maintaining what we've got is more important rather than maybe taking out trees or vegetation to widen trails. I wouldn't support that.
I'm curious about, like, since both of you said that you both walk them, and with a wheelchair device and you bike, if anyone's dealt with conflicts on trails, like conflicting uses. I mean, I know Pioneer Park, we have bikes and walkers and horses, and I'm curious if there are any points in the trail systems where you've actually experienced conflicts.
No outright conflict. Some near misses on that North I-90 trail. It's pretty narrow. And when I'm walking and my wife and I are side by side, we try to stay to the right, to the side. And some bikers are really, chugging, they're really at high speed, and they come whipping by you. My wife sometimes kind of grabs me and pushes me, out of the way. She says, look out, and some of it, people basically are pretty polite. I mean, Seattle nice is still a factor, I think, around here, and people generally are respectful of each other's space and try to be careful. Although, I know there have been crashes and collisions, and people have been injured and people have been hurt here and there. Bert Gilman, I know, has had a few incidents, but for the most part, I haven't had any personal experience with conflicts.
Yeah, pretty much the same as John. I haven't had any. I see all the problems he's talking about, but I haven't had any issue.
So far, Tom, yet we haven't been hit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think it comes up about, like, should we be, actively separating walkers from bikers, or, are you finding the widths in particular sort of pinch points that, even if you haven't had a conflict yet, that you could see the possibility of a conflict in those, or, I know Aubrey Davis Park can get a little crowded in places, so.
I see your point, and I think you're right, probably, but I think just being sensible and keeping your eyes open, out there goes a long way. And I would hate to see lots of resources go into.
Gotcha. Okay.
Totally agreed. Of the things that we need to spend our limited funds on,
Right.
I would not put that real high on the list. I think some of the other things are more important.
Yeah.
Right. So then what I'm hearing is more of, putting resources into maintaining the infrastructure that we have and improving the infrastructure that we have rather than expanding or drastically changing it in any way. So
I would say so.
I agree. I
okay.
agree.
All right. So focus on maintenance. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyone have anything else? Not sure. It looks like we're going to get punted. This time I'm going to anticipate it.
Less than a minute. Yeah.
And I think hopefully I've captured what you all have an interest in, and you'll think I represent you well.
Yes.
Right.
Doing a great job.
Always have.
A born facilitator, there you go.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, well, it looks like we have everyone back. So we will continue with our report out. And just a reminder to the facilitators, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so let's keep our reports out brief. So Jason, go ahead.
So we had a good discussion in breakout group number 1. We had a good balance between rustic and paved trails. The group felt they had good access to a variety of different trail systems. They would like to see improved signage, trail markers, and just better maintenance, long-term maintenance of our existing trail system. We keep running into some conflicts with bikers and dogs, tend to be the 2 conflicts or things we'd like to see improved within our existing trail system. We're addressing some of those issues.
All right, Ryan, over to you.
All right, group number 2 had a pretty robust discussion. The final thing that was added, and I thought this was really, really interesting, was the super special aspects of our boardwalks at Luther Burbank and Ellis Pond. Those are very well appreciated. Things that we could do better came up. Connections to trails can be challenging at times when there's a busy street going between, so safety aspects. And then the BMX area in Upper Luther Burbank was a positive in that it was separating different types of usages. So we did want to highlight that. And then, as Jason mentioned right before, additional information, signage, ensuring people know where the trails are and what they are and what's permitted.
All right, Katie.
Yeah, group 3, we had really great talks on both sides of the Upper Luther Burbank Park / Snake Hill Park, and how it's important to respect the park that that it is, and that the boundaries need to be looked after, but also kids really do love mountain biking and need a safe space to do so, and a place that they can make their own. And we really need to develop some oversight in this kind of conflict and make guidelines that keeps the kids in mind. There was a quote that happened at the end that was from home to the park and back, which I really love, that the way to get to the park is just as important as what we're offering in our parks, and then getting back home, both for youth and adults. We had someone ride their bike just today and notice that the intersections are not timed properly for the bike to make it across, these intersections to try and get around the island. So I really appreciated group 3 and everything that they had to say on this topic.
All right, thank you. Meryl.
Thanks. We had good consensus that we have a good variety of trails and at different areas all over the island. I think the main points of what we could do better are, kind of concerns about shared use issues, especially with bikes in certain areas of the island. So, a request that the pros plan have an emphasis on safety measures and how we can do that well. We talked about more bike specific trails in order to reduce congestion and that shared use issue, but also just provide that opportunity that is kind of a growing interest on Mercer Island. And then one of our, I think, best ideas out of the what new idea would you have is an app for our trail system. You know, that kind of question of, do we have trail maps and where do you find them? And what do you do when they change? And also reducing that gray sign space in our parks. So having a really great, well done, clear app to share with bikers and walkers and dog walkers alike, I thought was a great idea.
Great. Nancy.
All right, group 5 had a lot of similar ideas as what Meryl's group just shared. Again, just great variety of trails and appreciation for that. Some things that we could be doing better is also better shared use or separation of that too, so that people can safely do their activities on the trail. Also reiterating to make the trail network clearer. So having kind of shared information, whether that's app or on a website, so that people know where to go for the activities they are looking to do. We also had a comment about Pioneer Park in particular, about the inner trails could be better maintained. They get quite muddy, and so don't want to come out as mud monster after you're done using those trails or walking your dog. And one of the new ideas that we haven't heard yet is maybe looking at Angstrom open space. That could maybe be a place where we could expand and have maybe more mountain biking trails. So just an idea to look at that.
All right, and Lauren. Did we lose Lauren? Maybe we'll come back to her. Steve. Steve, are you unmuted? All right.
Chris, I'm back.
Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry about that. We had a really robust, nice discussion around mountain bike usage versus trail restoration. It was acknowledged that the mountain bike Upper Luther Burbank Trail, it's just a great community making place for kids, people of all ages, very busy during the weekend and the summer, 40 to 50 users out on a high day. And then alternatively, a discussion around what type of programming or collaboration can be done to help restore the trails in the area. A mountain biker in the group did say that their group acknowledges trying to keep the trail, mountain bike trails cleaned up, and he has noticed himself and has been a part of groups to help keep that clean. There was also appreciation to the parks team for keeping the trails just really functional during this time that's difficult for many, and keeping trails maintained, down trees after storms, keeping that up for folks. And they mentioned that it would be great if there could be more funding for parks and trail maintenance.
All right, thank you. And Steve.
Yeah, so our group had some of the same comments. Just starting out with some concerns about BMX at Luther Burbank Park, damaging landscaping and flora. Some comments about some trail maintenance issues, maybe related to slick stair treads, like at Upper Mercerdale Hillside or the Ravine Trail at Pioneer Park. Interest in segregating the bikes and the pedestrian users along the trail networks, and then some more practical maintenance oriented things about making sure you've got more dog waste bag dispensers and more trash receptacles for folks to put their waste in. But also there was acknowledgement that dog owners have been doing a good job generally of cleaning up as they go, but it'd just be handy to have a little more amenity.
All right, thank you. And Jean.
Okay, we are in breakout room 8. Good discussion about, positive reinforcement on all the trail system, reinforced a lot of what everybody else said. One note about Snake Hill is that we had a user who used Snake Hill, and we had some parents who would like their kids to be able to access Snake Hill. And as it gets more crowded, I think the value of the use goes down because you have to wait your turn much more often if it's really crowded. So There was a lot of positive comments about Snake Hill being there as a facility, and that it'd be great if it could be expanded in some way, extended in some way. And they need a lockbox for their tools, because apparently the tools have a tendency to get legs or get stolen. So that was fairly important. And one in our group was a realtor, and when she shows people around Mercer Island, the trail system has massive appeal for being a good community. So reinforce that piece.
All right, thank you. And Alan?
Yeah, pretty much our group was talked about, maintaining the trails and how the city responds to the maintenance of the trails. Wanted to look at connecting trails, as far as if we can connect trails and have additional markers that show trail connections, and also maybe increase trails that goes back to the waterfront. Also more north end bike trails. And one of the participants kind of brought up on some of these bike trails, especially in the North Lid there and by the tennis courts, is maybe some kind of speed bump or something that will reduce the speed of the bikes.
Thank you. And Elaine?
Yeah, we had a great conversation. Again, one of the main focus points for this group was accessibility. So making sure that as much of our trail network that's accessible as possible would be fantastic. Possibly adding more paved trails or packed dirt trails that could be used by both strollers and wheelchairs. There was an emphasis on maintaining current infrastructure versus expanding or radically changing our trail system as it exists right now. And then the third point for an idea was that the letterboxing program is a really good use of our trail system, a programmatic use of our trail system, and that that the Parks Department should be looking at possibly expanding that to other parks beyond Pioneer Park.
Thank you. And Brian?
Yeah, our group really enjoyed the rustic trail system, especially around Pioneer Park. They thought it was well maintained. The trails are wide enough for usage. They're safe. Appreciated the mud mitts were always available. Some areas to improve or recommendations would be to preserve what we have. That would include doing the ivy removal, repairing the signs at trailheads that indicate which trails are there. And a suggestion for future improvements would be on the multi-use trails to install some sort of a sign or instructions on how to use the facility safely. So maybe split bicyclists on one side, pedestrians on the other side. It could be pavement markings or just signage in general. And that was it.
All right, and Zach.
All right, yeah, we had a lot of the same themes with shared use, specifically at Snake Hill Park. We had a lot of comments about the community that has brought together during COVID. There's some points brought up about the restroom by the lid and some interactions between cyclists and other recreators. So potentially some traffic calming measures. We discussed about trails as a mode of transportation and discoverability of trails. Our group would like to see some better signage and wayfinding for some of our trails on island. And then the last point was to see better drainage improvements within trail networks as a whole. And then also we had a couple of people like the restaurant by the waterfront park idea from the first topic. So that's wraps up our discussion.
All right. Well, we are going to move on to our last topic. Thanks again for all of your input and discussion there. So Steve, over to you.
All right. So again, for the final breakout room, the focus is on balanced uses. As the city cares for its park system and responds to community interests, it's worth exploring the necessary balances between passive uses and active uses, existing amenities and requests for additional amenities. Conserving and enjoying Mercer Island's open space and forest lands has a long history on the island. Mercer Island's residents have worked for many decades to preserve the island's green spaces and improve them through restoration efforts. The park system currently includes over 300 acres of open space, and these areas serve critical purposes, including managing the tree canopy, supporting wildlife, providing for clean air, reducing pollutants and stormwater runoff. And some open space areas include passive use trails, while others, like steep slope areas, function solely as conservation areas. So go forward to Chris. There, thank you. Traditional uses such as sports and picnic areas and community events give residents an outlet for being active and feeling connected. Next. And from accessible playgrounds to splash pads to nature play areas, the types of play experiences are being provided are changing and diversifying. New and expanded amenities are often requested, such as bicycle pump tracks, expanded playgrounds, more trails, etc. And new amenities may require the use or reuse of existing parkland. Balancing the demand for more active use is challenging, given the limitations on total amount of available park space in the city. And there are often requests to make use of existing green space for expansion of active recreation. So to set up the final breakout room, here's the set of questions we want you to start giving some thought to. How do you feel about the current balance of active and passive uses in the park system? What would you do differently? Should the city invest in additional acquisitions for parklands or open space? And again, what's one new idea that you can offer for balancing uses? Chris?
All right, well, you know the drill. We are going to go back to our discussion groups. We are going to, I think, shorten them a little bit so we have enough time at the end to report out and wrap up our presentation. So Scott, if we could maybe take them down to about 10 minutes or so, that would be ideal. And we can now go to our groups.
Did our group get smaller? I guess we'll carry the load here. Just gonna.
Jake's still here, right? Is it just you and me?
There's Jake. Susan's still here.
Okay.
All right.
Here they are. They weren't showing up for me.
So just jumping right into it, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's questions around what may be active versus passive uses. I'll just say that generally an active use is something that has a maybe a defined space. So if you think about like a baseball field would be defined, or a picnic shelter would be very defined. And then you have more of our open space areas, which would be considered a passive use, or if you're just kind of popping into a park to essentially passively use it, that would be sort of the differentiating factors. So with that, what are your thoughts on the current mix of active and passive usage in open space and parks?
I'll chime in.
There we go.
I feel like, with population growing throughout Puget Sound, this is our opportunity to preserve these natural open spaces. And the second you build them out, everything gets smaller and you have less general usage of space. And, I think we're at the point where we should be grabbing up any open space we can possibly get as a city, because those spaces just are in such high demand. And they so much define Mercer Island and the natural beauty. So I just, I love to see spaces that are defined, but something like a BMX court can change 10 years from now. You're not affecting the natural area. So a baseball field is a little bit more difficult to change the usage, because by the time changing that space isn't easy. So those are my thoughts. I think, you know, we're in a unique place to preserve as much as we can.
Carol, thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with all of that. I mean, I agree we should acquire as much as we can and keep it as much passive use as possible. I tend to use the passive use spaces more, so I don't really know what the balance is. You know, I run my dogs on the active spaces, and that's about it. But I guess my inclination is I feel very strongly about the passive spaces and preserving as much of that as possible. And to the extent we have active spaces, to make sure there's a graduated, you know, it graduates into passive spaces so that we keep the natural feel of the island. And what I think is really one of our biggest assets is having this sort of rural feel so close to a big urban area where we have access to both, you know, our park system and also, you know, a major metropolitan area. It's just a completely unique situation, which I think we would really, I mean, I personally would feel hurt and offended if it didn't exist. I think we're very lucky and we should preserve it and steward it.
I'm going to ask a little bit of a leading question that's not even on my cheat sheet right now. But what I'm curious, what's your feel if you're thinking about athletic fields and things like that? And this was a question that we asked in the past on more or less, or do we have about the right amount? What would be your feel as a group of where we are currently with our park assets?
This is Jake. My sense, and I haven't thought about this question deeply, is that we're probably about at the right place. And the truth serum on that would be, are all of our fields booked up? Do we have waiting lists for the dedicated spaces, if you want to think of it in those terms? But what Carol and Sue both said is this is irreplaceable and it's unique. And many of the dedicated facilities we've got or uses, my understanding is they're utilized by off-island people, and that's all fine and good. However, we weren't put on this earth to support the whole recreational needs of the area. We're put on this earth to do that for Mercer Island. So if some people get turned away, I would turn away the non-islanders first. And if the point ever was reached where the island use of those dedicated facilities was overrunning capacity, then I would revisit the question.
Correct me if I heard this wrong, but one thing I jotted down was focus on the active needs that Mercer Island may specifically have, as opposed to the regional needs or regional recreational needs. Am I close?
Yeah, I think that's a good summary from my perspective.
Okay, next question, and gosh, we got a council member on this call. So should the city invest in acquisition of new parkland and or open space? And I heard the open space, absolutely. When it comes available, jump on it, sort of a thing. And I know that money is often the first question that comes to mind, but there are obviously grant opportunities in different ways we can look into investing in those areas. And I saw the thumbs up from Carol, and that maybe all double thumbs up. Jake's couldn't get closer with his. Susan, care to weigh in? There it is. Okay, that's kind of fun to talk about. I mean, in all honesty, it's as a parks person, it's one of those things that gets you excited, and this group has really talked about the what I'd say is the importance of our natural areas that we do have and the passive opportunities. And I think, Carol's mentioned walking her dogs a couple of times, and I think that's absolutely a passive use. And I know Jake's out there because I've had the walks with him as well with his dogs. So I can definitely see that being an outcome from this group. Any new ideas on passive versus, or I shouldn't say versus, balancing the active use? And Carol, I think you mentioned utilizing the active spaces for passive use as well. Did I get that relatively close? So maintaining that open availability of those spaces?
Yes, for sure. I didn't say that, but now I did. But the other thing, what I mentioned was this graduated use where, and I think, I would hate to see all the active space in one place or all the passive space in one place, because then I agree with a lot of the comments about separating uses in terms of biking and walking and dogs and children and that. But on the other hand, I think one of the things that works fairly well here is you move from an active space through a passive space to an active space. And I think that's something that should be enhanced and certainly maintained.
Awesome, thank you.
I also think that there are places that should be, or there are resources we have that are susceptible to more than one use. And while it's school district property in theory, the south end track and those fields are important. And I think of, a lot of people walk on the track during the day until the school district called that off recently, I guess. And at night, people go there. So I think that we should make sure that we can optimize the multiple use.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our last one here. I'm going to put the questions in the chat box. Let me know if you have questions on this topic. This one is a little bit less straightforward than the first two that we talked about as a group. But to start us off, what are your thoughts on our current mix of active and passive uses of open space and parks? Active for our department a lot of times means kind of what we can program, or what's there for basketball, for BMX biking, for sport courts or playgrounds or things like that. And then more passive uses are walking, hiking, that kind of more contemplative space that Jane spoke about in our last discussion. How do you feel about the balance of that we have right now? Hi, Jesse. Yeah, Peter, if you don't mind, start us off.
Yeah, that's a tough question. A couple thoughts though. One, I think, we've gotten several different entities, organizations, the city, the school district, private clubs, that all have different types of facilities, for example. And I'm not sure how well the coordination is on that. I know when I was involved with the bug group several years ago, I'd give it maybe a B. So I think there's probably some optimization ability there. And then kind of, in passive versus active uses, again, I think we'd all like more of this or that. We all have our kind of pet sports and activities and so forth. But the way I look at it is, pretty much we get 100% of the people can do passive, let's call that walking. All right. Then you kind of go down and say, well, how many people can do bicycling? Well, no, not everybody can do bicycling, and so forth. So you kind of have to start weighing those various things. And I'm not sure that that's the only way to view it, but I think that's one way to start. But, I think that we just have to try to take our existing resources that we have, parkland, et cetera, facilities, and just say, have we, kind of squeezed everything out of them that we can. I think of, the ice hockey rinks where, people play ice hockey at 10, 11 at night. I mean, I know, outdoors wise, we close our lighted fields at 10 o'clock, and I understand why that is. But it's just kind of thinking outside the box on some of that stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Meryl?
Yeah.
I think the balance, it seems to me that we could achieve a lot of the more active things by going back to our first breakout, which is to somehow make better use of the water that's all around us with the kayak and the paddle boards and, the docks and the fishing and the lessons. There's so little of that, given that we are an island. And I think that would expand the active type of things you're talking about. That said, my main issue above all else is accessibility and inclusion for special needs children, their parents who might be special needs and can't get to the parks themselves because of chips or sawdust or whatever. And we have a lot of seniors who live on this island and many of them are in the downtown area and have access to Mercerdale. So making not just accessibility, but inclusivity for a variety of differently abled people, children and adults. So that's my main focus on our parks and open spaces.
Thanks. Yeah, it's interesting to think about accessibility and inclusivity elsewhere besides kind of Mercerdale or Luther Burbank or the more kind of downtown parks. I think that's a good area of focus for the pros plan and for the future.
Yeah.
Jane, anything to share? You had spoken about trail use and Luther Burbank use. Luther Burbank, I think, is an interesting study of the passive and active. It's a busy park, but we pretty purposely don't program a lot there. We don't have soccer practice. We don't light it. Even just at Luther, what do you think about the balance that we have? And remember to unmute for me. Thanks.
I think it's a very good balance at Luther Burbank. I'm seeing increasing use with the dog park. Oh my gosh, it's really crowded there now with the dog park. And I think with theater in the park there and the amphitheater, it's going to get more use. I want to make a plug for something to go. We have some actual facilities in parks like tennis courts, the skateboard park. We have a batting cage at Island Crest Park, and actual built facilities. But I would really like to see a small museum put somewhere near the downtown area.
James,
early on, introducing
again a small new what? I just didn't hear.
Historical museum.
Oh, museum. Thank you.
That popped into my head because this segment was introduced with the idea of we have a history on this island of appreciating parks, and this would be a brand new use. We have potential for exhibits and shared use, and we actually have a structure that could go there, an old house. This is just my idea, but anyway, it strikes me that this would be another totally different use.
Thanks.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
that's
my idea.
Part of the balance. The built environment is part of that balance.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Before we're kicked back out, I'm going to ask kind of our last main question. Should the city invest in acquisition of new parkland and or open space? Spoke a little bit earlier about this, Peter, with the cost of that, but this is still a good time to kind of share your thoughts. Jonathan, you have your hand raised. If you're
ready. It was kind of the topic on the last prompt, but I was thinking that since currently like the BMX course, like a ton of people use it, like as someone said, like 40 to 50 people can go there a day, like within the course of a day. And so especially with like COVID right now, I feel like increasing the boundaries would really help, like help with prevention, and as well just like making it a more fun and accessible space for like everybody, because currently it's just like one main jump line and it's just for like one skill set kind of thing. But if we were able to like open up the park and like increase the boundary, then I really think that would help with COVID, and also just helping people do other things there. Yeah. Also, I think I think the museum is a really cool idea, as well as just adding not more parks necessarily, but like maybe boat ramps for kayaks or something just around the island to like, make it more accessible.
Yeah, thank you. Any closing comments? We have 20 seconds.
It would be great to add more parkland, but I don't know how we could afford it. The cost is so expensive.
Yeah.
So I think maintaining and using better the land that we do have is probably the most practical.
All right. Hey again.
All right. One more time.
Yes. Oh, I am just so thrilled we got to stay with one another this whole time. Okay, I know we only have 10 minutes, so let's go ahead and jump in it because I want to give you as much time as possible. What are your thoughts on our current mix of active and passive uses of open spaces and parks?
I think we have a pretty good balance, considering that we are an island, and so there is a finite amount of space here. I think it's pretty cool that you can go into the middle of Pioneer Park and feel like there's nothing, there's nobody around you. But we still, we still have a lot of fields and things like that for field sports. It would be nice to maybe have a couple, like a few more lighted fields on the island, because currently, there's the one at IMS and Island Crest Park are the only fields that are lit and turfed, so can be used in the winter at night.
Okay, great. Yeah, anything else on the current mix, the balance of active and passive uses? Or, I mean, Jody, you kind of introduced us into what you would do differently, so we can keep this conversation flowing. It doesn't have to be too linear or too stuck on one of these questions.
Come on, Jody, you have more to say.
I totally do. I have lots of things to say. But I love, so yes, I do think like more lighted turf field would be great. But I do love, like at Luther Burbank, there's that really big open field there that's just available for enjoyment, so it's not a structured play space. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. I don't know. I feel like we got quite a good balance, and I think it would be nice if we could improve a little bit some of the parks that we have, like, some of the beach parks, especially, are getting worn down. I noticed some suggestions on Nextdoor about better bathroom facilities in some of the parks.
So not new bathroom facilities, but upgrading, improving the ones that are already there.
Yeah, well, and possibly having more, like, for example, at the Lid Park, there's only the bathrooms by the baseball fields, and the park is very long, and they did have a porta potty over at Lid C for a long time, but it sounds like they might have moved that now, and a lot of bike riders from off island park at that parking lot and use it as their starting point for their bike rides. And so not having that there anymore. But I know there's challenges for them to put bathroom facilities on that part of the park because it's lower than the rest and it's over the freeway. So it's not a matter of them just being able to dig into it.
Yeah, and I feel that it is a pretty good mix, because having lived other places, like, it doesn't feel like we have these acres of 20 fields. Like, we have reasonable number of fields. Definitely some could probably be more better utilized, but have more lights or different surfaces. But it's great having all of the natural spaces here. And I guess I don't know how you define the passive use, but like in those greenways, like having like planned things I can, like, it's just the trails and access to those, so that continue to improve that. And it's kind of a last topic of like, and I think someone else said the drainage needs, the stairs that are like super slick, and then everybody just walks on the side because the stairs are totally sketchy. So that's a good call out of what to do differently. I almost forgotten about all Mercer Park. I mean, well, it's partly because of COVID and I haven't been out of our part of the island, but is there like there's the skate park and like one little playground there, but the opening that to other users as well. Like there's one single walking trail. Having that big grass field is great, but there's like lots of space. It feels like there's lots of space back behind the skate park and all these things that is it I know different developed things. I know in kind of the initial chat there was calls for pickleball, like maybe just like how can you put things in without ruining the feel of the that we do have, and so continuing to keep the balance, but that seemingly we have more and more users all the time, and so having more facilities just helps to spread that load would be great too.
Brian, could you say the name of that park one more time? I think I missed it.
Oh, Mercerdale Park.
Mercerdale.
That's what I'm thinking.
Expanding, just to make sure I'm understanding. So expanding maybe or making available more uses there. I think I heard that there's a skate park there already, but and maybe just one trail, but maybe more.
Yeah, and there's a playground there too.
I just want to say we haven't talked about it, but Brian mentioned the skate park, and that's a real asset for Mercer Island as well. And I love the fact that we have cycling, we have walking, we have playing fields, we have playgrounds, we have the skate park. We really have something for everybody, and I just really would encourage the pros plan to remember that there are lots of different kinds of users, and everybody has an interest in making this their own.
Yeah, I think that's great. It would be nice if we could get more parkland, but I think that is going to be seriously cost prohibitive unless somebody is willing to gift or donate to the city to add land. I don't think that the city is ever going to be able to buy land to add to realistically. So if anybody has any land they want to donate.
There you go.
Great cause. Okay, we have just a few seconds, so I wanted to quickly just repeat back what I think I've heard. So thoughts on the current mix of the uses in open spaces and park. I feel like we have a pretty good balance, definitely given that we're an island, like that Pioneer Park and Luther Burbank are open, so you can be in the middle of the island but still feel like you've got space around you and to be able to enjoy that. Some things you might do differently would like more lighted fields with turf. Right now, I heard that there are only 2. So it'd be nice to be able to use these areas when it gets darker so that you have light. Improve on the parks that you have already. So, you're starting with something great, keep at them and making them better. Perhaps improving the bathroom facilities that are already there. I mean, if it's possible, more bathrooms would be great, but improving and upgrading the facilities.
Okay, so are you guys satisfied with the current balance of active and passive uses in the Mercer Island Park system?
I'd have to say no, but it comes from a very particular perspective. It's with respect to the Snake Hill thing that was mentioned recently, in that there is more demand for the active use than there are facilities to accommodate it, which is really the source of the problem right there. To save me like mentioning that as the one new idea at the end, I'd like do another thing like that jump line somewhere else in one of the other parks. So there are 2 and you can divide the people up and reduce the impact, like put another Snake Hill somewhere else. In actual fact, the effort required to go do that is minimal because the kids will just dig the damn thing. I mean, you like send the council in with like demarcate it and a bulldozer to clean it up a little bit, and then the kids will just dig to their heart's content till it's done. So it would be cheap. It would remove the pressure on that woodland as well.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then, it would be really nice to see some sort of a, trail system through some of the, the woodland areas so that, you could have something that's interconnecting and they could go and get to some of these parks instead of having to go on the roads all the time. So I think that would be a great use. I mean, yeah.
James, yeah.
Jan?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm concerned about in the summer when everybody is pretty much vaccinated and everybody's out and about. I think we're going to have issues, as always, between dog owners, dogs, and people. Dog owners using all the playground areas as off-leash areas for their dogs to be running around. Mainly the softball field area. With COVID, a lot of dog owners were using it, even when the fields were quote unquote closed. They ignored the signs and were using it. I think families should be able to use a lot of these areas and play soccer without having little poop bombs and pee factories everywhere. I think there are going to be some issues once everybody starts being able to be outside again. So I'm hoping that everyone will be responsible and, obey the leash laws and have their dogs run around where they're supposed to.
So I don't have dogs, so I've got some cats, but how would you do that? Like, would you get more enforcement, put more signs up, or?
Well, for instance, at the 32nd Street Trail going down from the top of the hill to Mercerdale, there's no signs at the top, and zillions of people come onto that trail every day. There's no place to get baggies for putting your poop. There's no trash can other than private trash cans to put the poop in. And yeah, there's no signage about keeping your dogs on leash. And most people let their dog off the leash as soon as they get on the stairs. And of course, they run into our yard and run around and drink out of our water fountains, our bird baths. But I think there does need to be more signage and more places to pick up doggy bags and dogs.
That's reasonable.
Okay, great topic. Let's move on to the second question. What would you guys do differently, guys and gals, do differently in the Mercer Island Park system? And I'm also going to open it up as well because we have 3 minutes remaining on the question of should the city invest in acquisition of new parkland and or open space?
I would say very selectively on there's not a lot of open space available, right, to buy. Yeah. But I would say if they could get right of ways to link things together, to make shortcuts, to make it easier to get from place to place. And also just opening up more things they already have that haven't been opened. Those are two things that might be useful. There's a couple of situations on the Mercerdale hillside greenbelt where, like, for instance, there's a lot right at the end of down at the very south end where the 36 comes down and you tee across. There's a lot in there that's going to get built on it. It's got huge old growth fir trees on it and stuff. There's eagles nesting nearby. Now that's one lot that probably would be worth purchasing. There's also an extension. If you extend down 36, there's a huge lot that just got purchased and it's going to be built on. And it would have been great if the city could have negotiated with that new landowner to get some kind of a trail that connects down to West Mercer, because it would create a much more efficient way, to get southward from the green belt and stuff. There's no way through right now, really.
I know the guy that bought that. I know the guy that bought that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that was.
Well, he's only like 200 square feet short of 2 lots, right? If you couldn't negotiate with the city, hey, if you let us put a trail on the west side, we can give you 2 house sites, just maybe some kind of adjustment, like that,
Yeah, I do wonder, because I imagine the city buying real estate is probably very expensive, and I do wonder, part of the equation is like how much money does the city have?
Yeah,
because exactly. I can imagine like one lot might just blow the budget totally, and then it would be maybe better spent on upgrades. But I totally hear you about like through routes. It makes sense for the green belt.
Well, the original bond issue, they had a bond issue to buy all this green space in the first place.
Oh,
now, I don't know if anybody wants to do a bond again, but you could propose putting another bond issue up to A, make purchases, B, negotiate maybe easements or whatever and connecting trails and, other things. Maybe it's a general bond issue for trail improvement. I don't know.
There would be,
yeah.
I know a lot of the through routes, like for example, we used to live on Maker Street and there's a through route at the back there. And
right.
The homeowners that abutted it would continually, in a very passive aggressive way, like put trash cans there, allow things to grow over. And there's no enforcement.
That's exactly one of the street ends that I'm talking about.
Yeah, and so we were the only people that used it. But if everybody knew, then people would all use it. People would walk their dogs through there or what have you. So
right. Yeah.
Okay, with great points, with a minute left to go, one new idea that you guys and gals would have?
I like that app idea. That was a great one, actually. It's not new, but I thought it was good.
App idea of parks and trails and everything on Mercer Island.
Yeah,
that's very achievable. I like that. I tell you one thing that's very common in France is, this will be very expensive, but is boulders in the woods for climbing. It's actually people, because they take up no space and you can have a circuit around the island with lots of boulders. But I think that's very expensive and impractical. I mean, I would use it. I don't know how many people really would. Really, the trail system on Mercer Island would be my big boat, a mountain bike trail system.
Yeah, with an app, that would be amazing.
Oh my gosh, so doable. It'd be a destination. People would love it.
Yeah.
Anything else that you want to add?
Nope, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Well, everyone, I really appreciate you guys' discussion. I love the topics of discussion. I love your guys' input. Hopefully I'm portraying that when I'm speaking out to the group. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to email me or the city in general, and we'd love to get back to you.
Okay.
Good meeting you. See you in the real world.
All right. Yes.
Okay.
Hi again, everyone. Ashley, sorry I didn't mention the painted areas on the asphalt paths, but this is being recorded, so we will review that and it will be noted. So.
Oh yeah, no worries.
So for this topic, the balancing the access to nature with the active and the passive mix of uses. Do you have any input on our current mix and your thoughts on that? Ashley, you can go first. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of wonderful park space and a lot of different options for parks. And we love that. We have playgrounds, we have natural park space. I do really like the idea of preserving that green park space, because once it's gone, it's gone. So, it's great to have a blend of activity space and also natural space. I guess I would lean more towards repurposing space that's already been, used for an activity, maybe something that's not being used that much, repurposing those spaces for other activity space rather than, getting rid of trees or green space. Is that what the question is asking? Sorry if I'm off track.
No, it's the wrong. Yeah, it's on the same lines that we're looking for. It's I can go to the next section of that is, thinking about, should we invest in purchasing or acquiring new land, additional park land? Do you have any new ideas? Anything you would do differently about the mix of active, passive use? Those are the concepts. We can go to Joy if you think about it
Yeah.
a bit more.
Sorry, I was a little off topic there.
No, it's in the same vein.
Yeah, I really don't know about that, to be honest, because I'm not certain what those available spaces would be. I think more park space is always better. I think we love our parks so much here. But yeah, I can't speak specifically to that.
So it's also about the mix of like the active like ball fields versus the natural trails like Pioneer Park. So do you like the current blend, or would you lean more towards one or the other?
Got it. Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't feel like we need a lot more activity space, like ballparks or, you know, sports fields or, you know, I guess that's because I don't have activity. You know, I don't hear of a huge need for more activity space, but I guess if that need really presents, it's something to consider. I'm pretty happy with the current blend though, to be honest.
Okay. Thank you. Joy, do you have any thoughts on this subject?
Yeah, you know I do.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, I think Ashley did a good job of talking about balance, and I agree that and I'll say it again, I think we need to preserve our natural space. We should not, you know, repurpose natural spaces for you know, activities that, you know, are not as kind to the environment. So for sure. And the sports fields that we do have, the ball fields and the sport courts, I think it's sufficient. Now, I know those get heavy use, but we have to keep our sort of, you know, base population in mind when we are, you know, making those resources available. You know, I understand that, you know, people come from off island to compete here, you know, and they're popular parks, but let's remember, you know, the the people that are the taxpayers, you know, you kind of have to use that as your base population when you're right sizing that kind of facility.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would say, as far, I think I go back to the equity piece on the finding that balance, you know, like for example, if you added a program down at Luther for more boating programs, just in general, I think that would be a good balance as long as you're offering programming for maybe for some disabled persons, you know, something like that. Have a program where, you know, just people with disabilities can come and learn to sail, you know, once a month during the summer or something like that, or not once a month, but, you know, several times during the summer, have a session, you know, offering that, I think kind of helps you achieve those equity goals that, again, yeah, you just have to have with any planning. Yeah. And I think I'll pause there and maybe Ashley wants to chime back in.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially regarding the balance and blend of park space. You know, I really don't see the activity fields that we have now being that busy. You know, it seems like the baseball areas and the soccer fields and, you know, that field space that we do have, it doesn't seem like it's usually overrun with people, and it seems pretty empty a lot of the time, like Homestead in particular. I know it gets busier in spring and summer, but it seems like a pretty good balance because those areas don't seem hugely busy right now. I could definitely be wrong on that, but just when you drive by, it doesn't seem like it's super busy. So it seems like we probably don't need more of that space. And I agree with, you know, whatever expansions are made or whatever uses, you know, that we're considering, make sure that everybody can use this space. So again, activity fields can only be used for one purpose. So making sure that whatever is developed can be used by a large majority of the island.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's great input. We'll see if the broader group has something different to say about the athletic fields. So but it's great to voice your opinion, and thanks for hanging in there this whole evening with me.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
You're giving great insight.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to join the big room again. Thank you again.
Yep. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
We copy and paste here the question in the chat box. Hi, Jesse.
Jesse's on mute.
I think I'm going to get zoomed to another breakout room. So it's nice to see you momentarily, and I maybe copy now.
All right. So balancing access, nature, and active park uses. So what are your thoughts on our current mix of active and passive use for open space and parks?
That's a mouthful.
Right?
I got to admit, I have never thought about the concept until you guys brought it up in this meeting. It's kind of like, yeah, we got a lot of parks, but I never really thought about how much do we have that's passive and how much is active. So I don't know. I have to kind of think about it, kind of get through my mind about what parks we have, and does it feel like we have the right amounts of each? Anyone else have a more formed thought on it than that?
No, I was thinking, and when I go to Luther Burbank, there it's mostly passive. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen. I guess there was an event there once, but you know, Lid Park has tennis and that, and then if you go to Pioneer, it has baseball. So I guess I've never really thought of it either, or never been impacted by it really.
Okay.
Yeah, the only reason I attended this meeting is to comment about the active use of the parks, specifically Luther Burbank and the old dilapidated tennis courts, which are now used for pickleball courts. And we have a huge group of people using those courts as pickleball, and we would like to rejuvenate those courts and create pickleball courts there.
Okay.
And I'd like that for the record, because there's a very large interest in that, and it gets people outside, and it's the only public court available on the island for pickleball.
And that's on Luther Burbank, Paul?
Luther Burbank.
Okay.
Hey, Paul, is pickleball lined differently than tennis?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. So you have to rededicate that area, right?
No, they are all, the community, I should say, private people have lined the courts, I believe 2 or 3 courts for pickleball.
Are the courts in need of resurfacing?
If you really wanted to do it right, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you were going to invest the money in that, instead of having 3 pickleball courts, you could have 6 to 8 courts in the same area.
Wow.
And right now, because of COVID, people are not playing in the community center. They're going outside. And there's a big popularity for pickleball right now.
Oh, absolutely.
And we don't have on Mercer Island accessibility of pickleball courts. So, and the ones that we have is a private, I shouldn't say private, a public community doing this.
And do you have like a league or anything, Paul? Is it a structured group?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Jeff. I got in on the other guy's name. So when you say Paul, I go,
oh, okay.
Who are you talking to?
That's Paul.
Oh, sorry. I'm Jeff Condiotti. But yeah, there's leagues. The people who played in the Mercer Island Community Center, they came out of the center and they're playing outside. And the group I'm in used to play at the JCC pickleball, or I should say racquetball. Because of COVID, we couldn't play. So we went outside and played pickleball. And now, because of the popularity of the game, we're not going back to the J. The minute there's sunshine, we're out on the court.
Nice.
And the courts aren't that great at all. But it's the only one available to us. So again, the reason why I'm here is to emphasize the need, the request, the pseudo demand for pickleball courts. So
Well, it's recorded, so you got it in there.
Did I say pickleball courts? Yeah.
So what would there be something that we would do differently at these sites?
At these sites, improve the existing tennis courts at Luther Burbank to accommodate pickleball.
Yeah, I got that down already.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, Alan, we played tennis at the one at the Lid, and I think there's another significant number of courts over on, what is that, 40th? I don't even know what park that is.
Homestead.
Yeah. So I think that Just Point is a good one, because that would be a dedicated area, and there's still places for people to play tennis elsewhere. And I've never seen them be overused, maybe during COVID, but.
Yeah, so changing the tennis courts to pickleball courts in Luther Burbanks, it's not going to affect the other tennis players that it's
I don't think so. Yeah, and I think that's nice having that.
Multiple options. Homestead, South End, where else? Near the Roanoke Tavern. There's many, and obviously the private clubs. The high school, good point.
Right.
Yeah.
Alan, your question, is it about the what should we do differently in terms of what facilities we should construct? Or are you talking about what should we do differently about maybe how we use our existing facilities?
I think it's more of how we use our existing facilities, and it's probably maybe touched on what we talked about here. Because I think the next question that comes up to that is, with our existing facilities, does the city need to invest or, more acquisition for more land and so forth, because we're not able to utilize our existing facilities or make use of it?
I can't imagine there's any land available unless they do eminent domain.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive dirt underneath us. As much as we would like to see the expansion of parks, I think there are ways to do that, but I think that it's a very long-term expansion and more needing of opportunity, right? When people are willing to will their land to the city or something. I remember one of the people I talked to who's a member of the Rockers softball team that uses the Lid Park for their games was concerned that there was competition for use of the field, that in past years they've always been able to play softball there, and that apparently that field is being repurposed for summer camps or something in 2021.
It's like we're running out of time, Ted. They're going to kick us out.
But I mean, you asked about uses of parks. I think that they're concerned about, is our softball fields being used for something other than softball?
Okay, all right.
So feel free to unmute yourselves, and we've got a similar group. Callie, you're new to our group, so if you could unmute yourself and just do a really quick introduction. I'm going to go ahead and post the questions into the chat.
Oh, hi. Okay. Yeah, I'm Callie Rodolfi. I live on the north end of the island. I've lived here for 28 years.
Great. And Thomas, Kelly, and Judith, one more time for Callie's benefit, really quick.
Hi, Kelly. You're a neighbor. I know we've met many times. I'm Judith Rohn. I am a board member of Friends in Luther Burbank Park. Have been interested in the parks on Mercer Island for many, many years.
Hi, I'm Kelly Casey. I live on the north end for about the last 25 years.
And I'm Tom Hildebrandt. I'm a member of the Open Space Conservancy Trust Board, and I've lived on Mercer Island for 26 years.
Great. So we got everybody. Kelly or Callie, feel free to unmute yourself. We're a small group. I think we can manage the conversation pretty easily. So again, I posted the questions into the chat if that helps for you. But given the setup that I offered on this topic, how do you feel about the current balance between active use spaces and passive use spaces in the park system and with open spaces? Do you feel like there's a tension between encroachment of active uses into kind of more passive spaces? Do you feel like the balance is good, or we need more amenities? Like where do you sit? Judith?
Okay, I'll jump in here. I am a proponent of dawn to dusk parks. That's why I love Luther Burbank. And I love the trail systems that we have with Pioneer. And I love our lakefront access parks, Groveland, Clark. I like what we have. I think we should just keep on improving what we have. I don't think we need to add to it. I think we need to improve it. We need to maintain our shorelines. We need to maintain accessibility for the public to be able to access all these parks. I am not a proponent, as we discussed earlier, Steve, of the BMX trail system that are disrupting Upper Luther Burbank Park. I'm not a proponent of that. If there was a place for them, if there could be a place for them, I would be all for that, as long as they aren't disrupting parkland, trees, vegetation.
Okay, we're talking about balance here, and thank you,
Balance.
Judith. I would like to just speak for the salmon who can't speak for themselves and say that I think that if we're going to do improvements along our shoreline, like say Clark Beach Park or whatever, or Groveland Beach Park, we can think about not only public access, but also improvements for the salmon. There's a lot of hardscape where there doesn't need to be in areas where it's parkland or city shoreline, public access kind of areas that the city has control of. I understand we don't have control over a lot of what happens in private lands, but the balance in public lands is really important, and I'd like to make sure we make improvements for the salmon.
I agree with you, Callie. And in fact, the latest park at grant problems at Luther Burbank deal a lot with salmon because of the docks.
So that's a good example of what we could do island-wide.
They're very much aware of the salmon problem and want to adjust the docks so that it supports the salmon. But you're right, it should be all around the island.
Ellie or Thomas, any reactions or thoughts?
Well, on the topic of balance, I would say the current balance is pretty good. I would hate to see a lot of development for play structures and stuff like that, or you know, restrooms and that sort of thing. I like low impact parks. So maintain what we have, but not change that balance any. For what we can do different, I think there are opportunities to add walking trails, and so we should look into that. I mentioned that in another session, but going beyond just Pioneer Park, I think there are other parks or open spaces that could have a trail added that would just expand the network of trails that was available to users.
And Thomas, I appreciate what you mentioned about the restrooms. Now, the restrooms are not open all year round, all over on all the parks, and I'm sure it's because we don't have money to support the funding to maintain these restrooms. But they need to be open all year round.
If the park is open, the restroom should be open.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Yep.
So if there is demand for additional uses that the city's not providing today, and you know, the comment about BMX came up earlier, should the city consider purchasing special space for that or other similar types of amenities that don't encroach on the existing facilities? Like, do you ever thought about that?
But Steve, what land would be purchasable?
That's a different question.
Yeah, that's a different question. But if the city purchased land, like say they purchased Tully's, right? They purchased Tully's for what? A parking lot? I don't know what. But I mean,
next place, yay!
Right. But I mean, really. So if we do have opportunities to purchase land, it would be great if it was something that the kids could use.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep. And I think that if you asked Mercer Island citizens if they wanted to tax themselves a small amount to just chip in to a fund that would be available for purchasing land as it became available for parks, that they would do that.
Thomas, I have had, where I live, I've had 3 lots right next to me available for 30 years that I have been trying to get the city to purchase. They have not done so.
Well, I think it's safe to assume there's definite challenges in buying land on Mercer Island.
Probably so. It's a little expensive.
Exactly.
And all these lands are right at the end of Mercerdale Hillside Park. They are not they are not isolated. They are part of the park.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you haven't said much. You have anything to share on this topic? We're going to lose time here in a minute, but you can keep talking.
I'm good.
All right. Well,
Okay, well, I just want to mention one thing about balancing uses. You know, the county has a goal to plant 500,000 trees by 2025. And I'd love it if Mercer Island found some way of including a piece of that in their plan. I know we can't, I don't know how many trees we could plant, but I'd love to have a goal for planting some trees on Mercer Island.
Excellent, Callie. I would vote for that.
okay. Well, this is great feedback. I'll wrap it up in the bigger group. So again, thanks for all the good ideas. We'll see you on the other side.
Nice meeting you.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back. I will put the questions in the chat box once again. I am taking pretty extensive notes, as I may have mentioned earlier, that will be shared with our staff. And I'm also going to put the pros email address in the chat. If you think of something that you didn't get to say or just want to follow up on anything, feel free to put anything to that email, and our staff will be checking it and you know, trying to answer, or at least taking the information as we keep working through the pros plan process. So we are going to talk about how satisfied you are with the current balance of active and passive uses. And, you know, if you have any ideas of, you know, creative ways that we can balance this, maybe there's a way we could do both in an area. So I'll just open it up and see if anyone wants to start.
One of the places where there seems to be a potential collision for active and passive use is the lid. Cyclists whiz through the lid, and it's a sort of local dog hangout area as well. So dogs can cross the cycle lane to go get a drink from the dog fountain, and you get cyclists screaming at you because they've had to slow down and they go through there through breakneck speed. And then going back to Snake Hill, there are boundary markers that are at Snake Hill, and there's a walk trail. I just sort of feel that if we had somebody like Evergreen Mountain Alliance to kind of help with how you separate out walking trails, bike trails, a little bit of oversight of Snake Hill, it's desperately needed. That's the big need. Okay, turning over.
Yeah, we have a situation of damage to the forest at this point, and environmental concerns. The boys have moved the boundary markers so that they can, their northernmost loop goes right onto the walking path. This has been going on for 6 months. Kim Frappier has sent letters for 3 months, 3 different letters asking them to honor the boundaries. This is the Parks Department. And so far it hasn't made a dent. In fact, they've only gotten worse. So, you know, the thing is, I think that I'd hate to see the park close completely, but I think if the kids cannot honor the boundaries, it's going to be hard to have for them to state that they are being responsible, respectable, and you know, one on every single sign up there. I was just there this morning. On every single sign, it has a city MICC 9.30. It's they should find out what that is. I've sent it to a person who is supporting these bikers named Amy Richter, and asked her to please send it out to these boys that we know. It is illegal. Their digging is illegal with the city of Mercer Island. And so just last week, a fellow whose name I saw on the list tonight, he had put a review on the World Wide Web. He called himself a leader at level number 5. Maybe Brett knows him. And I met him last week. I've been asking people, who is this person? And when I was there, I said, where's the marker that says that this area up above here is not a trail? There was a post in here that no one is to be riding on this area. It's an illegal trail. It was standing right by his friend's bike. And they go, oh, here it is. Let me put it back in here. I went there this morning. The post is back out. The kids were riding on it. In fact, they're supposed to only have 4 feet jumps. And while I was there, this young man, level number 5, he didn't come down from that path where he just put the stake in, but he did a sideways thing that was a 6-foot drop. And I goes, this isn't even a jump. Why did you go there? This is what I'm talking about. I've lived here 40 years. I know what it was like when it started out. What it has turned into now is an absolute travesty.
Well, and it's a place where they're all enjoying and having fun. I'm not sure about the specifics of what you're talking about. All I know is that the majority of people who use that space, love that space, respect the space, clear up after themselves. I've highlighted the need for a lockbox here so it can become more managed. I do feel that at this point, because of the antagonism that's going on, we need to have some independent oversight. Evergreen would be a great company to come in and advise on bike trails, so our children can have their safe space, that they can have the parameters they understand in which to work in and be facilitated in this.
Did you have something to add?
Yeah, on the boundary markers. The boundary markers are the one of the main focus points of do not do this. Leaving the boundary markers, moving them, touching them in any way. If someone sees someone doing it, it is immediately called out, because if everyone knows that if those boundary markers are disturbed or if digging happens past those boundary markers, then the entire thing just goes kaput. So it's one of the few main core beliefs, I guess, of the community there.
Okay, well, I'm really glad to hear that, but unfortunately you haven't been there at the very moment when markers are being moved.
I went there yesterday.
But you must not be there at the moments that the markers are being moved, because they're moving them.
I don't know why they would.
I would like to share one thing. It's not Snake Hill. Over and over tonight, I have heard Snake Hill. It is Upper Luther Burbank Park.
I think that within our common relaying, this community of bikers have been calling it Snake Hill for a very long time. I think you can allow the flexibility of them being able to call it the name and not find that challenging. It's just a local, I mean, it's like a nickname. This is what they call it. It's no disrespect to you.
And I do think we understand both areas and what we're talking about. So don't think we don't know Snake Hill means the Upper Luther Burbank area.
Precisely.
Yeah, that part.
The other thing with the boundary markers, there's a decently sizable block in between that upper illegal trail and the actual main attraction. And well, I did notice that the sign was gone, but you know, there's many reasons for that. Mainly being when you leave something out in the middle of the woods, it doesn't stay there for long. That comes with anything, but
all right, welcome everyone. We're back again, and I'm just going to paste the questions in the chat room in case anyone needs it. So we have a different set of questions this time, and you're all allowed to unmute yourself when the time comes that you want to, you know, have something to share. This is about balancing active and passive uses. So the active parks, the developed parks versus the open spaces that may allow for trails and access. The system has well over 200 acres of parks that are named parks, part of which each of those parks is developed, and some of those parks actually have what they're calling as open space, but it's separate from open space parcels. So it's kind of a complicated issue, but we need your thoughts on this. Anybody want to start? What are your thoughts on that? The current mix of active and passive?
I'm happy
Yeah,
to
Petra, go for it.
start. And part of the reason that I'm here, among many, I'm a 18-year resident of Mercer Island and love everything about it. I've raised my 3 kids. My youngest is now in the high school, and I have 2 college kids. But so I'm a sporty mom. I'm now the president of the baseball organization, which is why I'm wearing this hat. And so the unfortunate situation for the Mercer Island High School is that we don't have a baseball field. So this is kind of closest. So we use ICP, but it's super problematic. And I know I'm trying to look at it on a big level because I know a lot of sports use it, and then you have the community thing. But the problem is we don't have priority most of the time. And it's just creating problems for the school, for the families, for the program. And so I'm here just looking for ways that we can create win-wins for some of these parks, for example, for ICP, for the baseball program. So, and that's how I think. Like, we propose things like, maybe one idea that we proposed was tasteful banners during the season around the fences that the city gets to approve and gets a percent of the money. It's like a large percent. So it's a fundraiser for the city. And we take it down, but all can be approved. Every other high school does it. And ICP doesn't allow to do that. We haven't been able to do it. And it's just an opportunity to raise money for everybody in a really tasteful way. And just making sure that the kids that do sports, whether it's at down at the South End or ICP, have the proper access to these fields to just kind of further them and help them grow.
Okay, great.
That's kind of.
So sports field shortage and fundraising idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Others?
I heard someone talking about, I think that's great, by the way. I think that's a cool idea. Why not? And it can always be tasteful. I'm a creative director, so I think about that stuff all the time. You're on mute, Petra.
100%. I just want to be really clear on that.
Yeah.
Tasteful limitation.
Yeah.
Like the city gets
Totally.
to approve it,
Yep.
just a couple local people, and it's a win-win for all.
Yeah, and where you place them and stuff can really affect that. And it could be fine. I heard a chat about pickleball, and I just wanted to say that I think that's cool. I know people love that. I know people love pickleball. But I think, couldn't you repurpose some of the tennis courts that we already have for that? Is there a way to maybe make the tennis courts a little more versatile? Because I have to say, I do see those tennis courts empty a lot of times. And I also love tennis, and I would never want to get rid of the tennis courts, but I just wonder if we could make them a little more useful. Maybe there's a way to create something where we could have mixed use for that space. It seems like pickleball could do it.
Is there a check-in? Like, how do those? I mean, I play tennis like occasionally, but
Yeah.
is there those?
No, I don't think so.
Off 40th, is there a process for checking in, checking out, reserving it, and all that, or is it first come first serve?
I think it's first come first serve, right, Jean?
So as far as I know, but should there be? So that could be a question.
Great idea. Then you'd know, you could make your plans.
I mean, I think the high school tennis team, again, it's similar to the baseball program. I think because there's no tennis courts at the high school, they use that. So during high school season, it's just a shortage of space that we unfortunately have. I mean,
that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. So during high school season, I think they get priority after school hours, you know, which is good.
Great idea.
So many other times where maybe that check in, check out, and maybe there's a way to make it a dual court like you suggested.
Yeah.
Cool idea. I don't know what the logistics of that are, but that sounds really hopeful.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's a cool idea.
I don't know. I just Googled it and it was like, I don't know. It said you can, but who knows?
Okay, well, let me get us back on. So you've mentioned a couple of key issues for active park use, whether it's pickleball or advertising banners, you know, in the baseball, so you can raise money. Yeah, so tennis courts, pickleball. So
yeah,
one question is this whole question of balancing those active uses with the conservation, like the Pioneer Park use. Yeah. Thoughts about that?
Personally, I'm just going to throw mine out there. We hike all the time. We have the Cascades right here. I have no problem. To me, I'm going to go to the Cascades all the time. So, you know, I'm happy getting in my car to go do that. So I feel like what we have here is reasonable because it's a semi-urban area at this point. So I think it's incredible we're able to keep what we have. So I don't have a problem with it.
I'll second what you're saying. I don't feel like it's wonderful what we have, but we're not struggling with a lack of focus on the environment and access to trails and open space for people to use. I think we're so lucky that we have what we have.
Okay.
So I don't feel like we need more.
Okay. Yep. So you agree that it's got some value. Lucky to have it, you know, respect it, but still need those active things for the close to home recreation.
Yeah.
Finn or Miguel, we're down to the last minute. You guys want to jump in and add anything to this?
I'll just say one word: pickleball.
Pickleball. Yeah. All right.
That sounds like
I got it in there. I'm taking notes. Thank you, Miguel. And it is possible to convert tennis courts into pickleball courts. So just FYI, it's all good. All right, thanks, folks. We got some good content in here, and we'll see what gets repeated with the other groups. Thanks for all your comments. Very good.
Every time we're one fewer. I'm gonna start taking it personally. Hey, that's just more time for you guys to tell me what you think.
It's dinner time. That's part of it.
Is that what it is? It's like, wait. I know this topic. I don't need to be there for that. All right. So this is kind of an interesting topic, and I'm very curious to hear what your experiences have been, particularly because there is a focus on Luther Burbank within this group. It's obvious you guys use that a lot, which is a park that is very mixed between passive and active use. So, thoughts on our current balance. So are we leaning too heavily one way or the other? What would you do differently? Should the city be investing in acquisition of new parkland or open space?
No.
Do you have any ideas?
I'll hop in.
Get it.
No new acquisitions, but the maximizing what we do have, I think, is really important. And I've lived here for almost 20 years now, and I've watched the Luther Burbank tennis courts go in and out of disrepair. and be not used that much because there's so many other tennis courts and tennis opportunities on Mercer Island. A group of us who, and they're mostly some younger, but mostly middle-aged, older people, Mercer Islanders mostly, went to the city and asked them for us to sort of transform the tennis courts into pickleball courts when COVID hit.
Right.
Because we used to play pickleball at the community center, and we'll do that. And we pay to do that. And people come from all over the city and the east side to do that at the community center. And they're happy to do it because this is one of the premier, that gymnasium is one of the premier pickleball places in all of Seattle. So it's wonderful. But we transformed those tennis courts into pickleball courts, and it has been enormously successful. People are there every fair day when the courts are dry. We would like to transform those courts into, it's now just 3 tennis courts, but it can be, I think as many as 6 or 8 pickleball courts because pickleball courts are smaller. So we would like to transform that into a pickleball center and charge for it. I think the city should get a great revenue from that. People are happy to, pickleball players are not kids with pocket change. They're able to pay $2, $3, $4, $5 a shot to play pickleball. And so this could be a great revenue stream for the city. It would be just a great feature I think for the city to host. And it's something I just want to throw out there as an improvement.
Right. I know how popular it's been, so it's good.
Yeah.
A pickleballer in our midst. So,
Okay, yeah.
yes.
So, and I think it could be a revenue stream for the city, frankly. I think you can charge whatever you want to charge to come and play there. Because people from Seattle or the east side go all over the place to play this game.
Yeah.
They drive an hour or more sometimes. Yeah.
All right. So I want to get a chance to hear from Leslie and John too. It looks like for some reason we're already down to 3.5 minutes. I don't even know how that happened. So,
wow. Okay.
So balance between passive and active uses of our parks, allocation, thoughts there?
Yeah, let me jump in. We have been Luther Burbank focused to some extent, but Mercerdale is actually the park that my wife and I use the most. And my grandson and his parents live only a couple, 3 blocks from Mercerdale near the Met Market in a condo. And so we use Mercerdale a lot. And I see, there actually is quite a balance of use there. When the playground was still open, lots of kids and parents and caregivers and grandparents were there. And then I think it's called the park course, the exercise stations all around the trail that loops around Mercerdale. Although I don't see a lot of use of those. I know those went in a number of years ago and, with high hopes. I wonder if there's statistics on how much those are getting used. And my daughter-in-law points out that, even a wheelchair can't get into those stations, even for like, grabbing an overhead bar for, my grandson can do that, but he can't get into them because they're railroad ties and bark dust. But that park in the picnic area under the pergola, that's used a lot. So, it seems to me that the balance is okay. I'll just quickly chime in on pickleball. I'm not an active, frequent player anymore, but it is a great game, and I think a lot of aging boomers like me, are pickleball fans, and it is a great thing. So I support the idea where tennis courts can be transformed. Tom, good for you.
Oh, thanks, John. Hey, John,
Leslie.
Just to be clear, we don't even know each other. I should have paid you to come on.
I
I do feel like there's a good balance. I think I love that there's, especially at a lot of parks like Mercer, Luther Burbank, there's trails you can walk and you can do playground, which is great, or beach or something like that. I will say that this comes up, I'm co-president of Mercer Island Preschool Association this year, and something that comes up every time we talk parks and playgrounds for years is splash pad. We really would love a splash pad on the island, a park with water features. Finding the right location for that is key in terms of like sun and parking and all that stuff. But we would really love to see that on the plans. And I will say we've been working with John on the Mercerdale quick redo, and so it's become a new focus of ours too, to also ensure that any future playground renovations or new builds are really taking into account accessibility and inclusivity as well.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, the Mercer Island Preschool Association is a great organization, and we have been working with them on the Mercerdale renovation. And our hope is that we can make that under the tight timeline and this budget we've got, at least to a great degree, accessible and inclusive. I'd like to see Mercer Island take the lead on accessibility and inclusion in all of our parks, all of our facilities, all of our trails, to the extent possible. We have the resources and the people and the expertise and the interest on this island. And it really is kind of a new civil rights challenge for the entire country. The disabled are the largest minority group in the nation, if you count all of the disabled. And so that's something that really ought to be a high priority as we look.
And you all have been consistent throughout. So it's great. You have a common thread through it all.
And here to the preschool group. They've always been one of the great groups on the island.
Yeah.
So I will report out that in general, everyone thinks there's a pretty decent balance, focus on accessibility, pickleball.
All right, it looks like everyone is back. So Jason, real quick, high-level summary.
High-level summary is our group used more of the active spaces rather than the passive spaces. A big interest in my group for additional pickleball space and repurposing our existing facilities into different types of uses that might be more relevant today.
And Ryan.
Our group was on the other end of the spectrum. I think we were more of a passive use group. We definitely discussed the potential to optimize various usages in different areas of our park system. So not defining certain areas to one usage, and also having that ability to have the passive use and the active use within maybe one location. So you could utilize it in a couple of different ways. Our group also gave a lot of thumbs up to the idea of adding additional open space or parkland. So that was a very fun conversation.
All right, and Katie.
Our group talked about maybe more of the conflict that comes with both, as maybe the lid as an example, where there's a lot of dogs, but also a lot of bicyclists and dogs running through the bike lanes. The Upper Luther Burbank Park and Snake Hill area was also a hot topic again in our group. Just the differing opinions of kids need a safe space and are utilizing a location that they really like, but to the other side of there's damage that's being done to the forest, there's environmental concerns. And when these big issues arise, an independent oversight, perhaps like the Evergreen Mountain Alliance, we could use to try and navigate our way through this to help both sides and still have a place for kids and not make those impacts to the forest.
Excellent. And Meryl.
Thanks. Yeah, our group felt like there was a decent balance of active and passive opportunities on Mercer Island, but thought that more attention could be given to coordination between the groups that provide active opportunities. So the city, the school district, the JCC, the various folks that program and hold things on Mercer Island, which I thought was a good point. We talked about, when we talk about expansion of activities, again, going back to capitalizing the fact that we're an island and using the water for that. So more programming on Mercer, on the water, paddleboards, kayaks, boat ramps, that kind of thing. And trails and encouraging folks to get down to the water. And then we spoke a little bit about different uses of the parks, you know, support for the BMX expansion, and also talking about the use of facilities in parks. We had a thumbs up for the museum, maybe a possible location in a park. And then we didn't have a lot of time to talk about new parkland, but I think the comment was made and well taken. More parkland is probably pretty unrealistic. So focusing on maintaining what we have and using it well, thinking outside the box to use it well is probably our best course of action.
All right, and Nancy.
Yeah, group 5 shared that they overall felt that there's pretty good balance, given that Mercer Island is an island, between the uses of the open spaces and park. Some ideas of what we would do differently, they'd like to do differently, is having more lighted field with turf so that folks can use those spaces once the sun goes down, improving on the parks so that they have, maybe improving on the existing bathroom facilities, perhaps providing more bathroom facilities. And one of the group members just wanted to keep it for the pros plan, to keep in mind that there's just a lot of different users on the island. So making sure that folks have their views reflected in that and the activities that they like to use. For the acquisition of new park, that would be awesome, but I feel that, you know, this might be cost prohibitive. So if anyone has land that they would like to donate, that would be great. And one idea that we had that I haven't heard yet is maybe at Mercer Dale Park, looking into expanding uses there, adding some additional uses, because right now there's a skate park and a trail and a playground, but maybe there's some additional uses that they could offer there.
Thank you. And Lauren.
Group 6, running with the theme of more bike facilities and demands for more bike parks, asking the city to rethink and reimagine ways to make Mercer Island a destination for these bike parks. We talked about the tennis courts at Luther Burbank are not in the best shape, so repurposing those tennis courts into more relevant uses. I heard that there's a gap in kid amenities of different varying ages between 9, 10, and 16, where the age gap examples. So folks of little kids of different ages are looking for different amenities, so providing more for them. I also heard all-weather fields would be nice to have, expanding turf to support youth and those activities all year round. And then lastly, I heard that there's a request for more education and signage designating where people should go to get that passive experience versus the more active experience. Providing signage for the off-leash areas versus the biking versus hiking or other kinds of uses would be really nice to see.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, so our group felt that generally the current balance of uses is pretty good, and the focus maybe should be more on improving what you have and maintaining what you've got rather than adding additional amenities. There should be additional focus on waterfront improvements that also benefit salmon, and recognizing that land is expensive. Maybe there's an option for the future for expanding the system, but it's also something that should probably go as a question to the voters, whether they'd be willing to get some resources for future acquisitions. That's it from us.
All right, and Jean?
Okay, so we covered some of the same things that have already been discussed. Pickleball came up a couple of times, and the possibility of converting tennis courts, any existing tennis courts, to pickleball would be appreciated. Also, the thought of creating a reservation system for the tennis courts, and that could probably apply to pickleball as well, so that they could be used more efficiently if people knew they'd have an available court because they could reserve it. Just having that system would be good. In terms of the balance between passive and active, I think our group was pretty appreciative of everything they had. There was a shortage of baseball for the baseball team, and the idea or the allowance, we'll say, of putting banners up to do some fundraising just during their season would be appreciated. And the outfield fences, so that was mentioned. And then the thought of more open space, not as highly supported, because just developing the active spaces that they currently have or redeveloping them was more important, because they can just hop in their car and drive to the Cascades and go for a hike if they need more serious hiking in natural areas. So while they appreciated what was there, the balance seems to be pretty good.
All right. And Alan.
Yeah, pretty much. I think our group conversation was covered in most of everybody else's. That was one of the main things was at Luther Burbank Park. The old tennis courts, of course, need to be resurfaced, but one of the we were talking about more of changing those to pickleball courts. Seems to be a pickleball league on the island, and would be able to resurface those and have them more for pickleball courts. But we still have tennis courts all over the other island that can be used. And the other thing was most long-term expansion. The idea of park acquisition, more park acquisition. We really don't have that, but more of a thought process of how do we go for long-term expansion for the parks.
All right, thank you. And Elaine.
In general, our group thought that there was a pretty good balance between active and passive use in the parks. Couple things about new facilities, particularly playgrounds, making sure that they are really at the forefront in inclusivity and accessibility. Two specific items for amenities that came up. One was the interest in having a splash pad or a water feature within one of our parks. And the other one, again, a theme here is converting the LB tennis court to pickleball courts, and then the possibility of the city actually using that as some sort of a revenue stream. So figuring out how to do a rental system on that. And then in the last bit, we had at least one member who has just said that resources should be going towards maximizing what parkland we already have instead of acquiring new parkland.
Great. And Alan. I'm sorry, Brian.
Yes, our group had three main themes. Number one is preserve the natural spaces. Do not repurpose them into sports athletic fields. Number two is right size the facilities for the population of the island in particular. Don't worry as much about outside use. Number three would be balance equity of uses, including ADA access to programs such as sailing.
Excellent. And we'll wrap it up with Zach.
All right, a lot of the same themes. One of them was multiple uses in each location to help out on the crowdedness. One of them was putting in another mountain bike elsewhere trail system that through a woodland area instead of going on the road. There was some concerns in summer and issues with dog owners going on to fields and turf areas where sometimes owners ignore signs and poop can be found on play fields. We also talked about the finite space of Mercer Island and how specific acquisitions would need to be necessary. The topic of a bond measure. Who knows if Mercer Island would be willing to do that, but it would need to be specific in acquisitions just because of the budget on Mercer Island and the finite space. And then the one new idea, I haven't heard that yet, was potentially putting boulders in woods for climbing. Apparently it's popular in France.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. That's lots of great input during these discussions. I hope you had a good time talking with everyone and sharing your feedback. And we just have a few more slides left, and I'm going to turn it back to Steve.
Chris, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, sure. So basically what we're just hoping for you all to do is to take a few moments and think about, if you could dream big about anything, what would that one thing be? Share one big idea with us. You can use the chat function on the Zoom call here. So feel free to just type anything in there that you would like to see, one big idea. Expand the lid. All right, convert Luther Burbank to tennis courts, pickleball, or convert them into pickleball courts. All right, lots of great ideas. Seems like more trails on Snake Hill is popular. So feel free to keep typing those in. And Steve, do you want to talk about what's next?
Yeah. So we're winding down this meeting. Again, it's been great to get all this feedback and insight from the community. So in terms of what's next, continue using the chat function right now to add additional comments. Like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are considering a second community survey that might go out this spring. It'll be built around comments from tonight's session. And if there's a need to dive deeper into additional topics, we may launch another survey. In the meantime, go to the Let's Talk page on the city's website, keep up about this pros plan, and look for information there about this meeting, past survey responses, and other information about the project going forward. As I mentioned earlier, this wasn't intended to be a decision-making session. It was, again, about exploring ideas and getting information from the community. So as we move forward through the project, we will continue our conversations with the Park and Recreation Commission and City Council for their guidance and direction on how to craft the draft plan, which would, again, tentatively be set for sometime in the fall. And again, the Let's Talk page has information about the project, and we'll keep it updated as we move forward. And I'd like to ask Jesse Bond to close out the meeting and provide some additional thoughts.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Councilmember Jacobson, are you there? So Jake had reached out to me earlier. I'll let him find his mute button. And I think Jake, you are the last council member here on the meeting. So I wanted to just give you an opportunity to thank everybody in our boards and commissions. So Councilmember Jacobson, I'm surprising you with this. The floor is yours to wrap up our meeting.
Well, first of all, you all should know that the city manager is a hard taskmaster, as you just seen. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of you who participated tonight, because the input that you've given is going to be valuable, not only to the consultants, but to the Parks and Rec Commission on several different fronts. We have a fantastic Parks and Rec Commission that has done a great job of working very, very hard on a variety of projects. Aubrey Davis Master Plan is one. The renewal of Luther Burbank Docks is a second. The PROS Plan is a third. And the and restarting our recreation programs. And in fact, we are now, they and the city are now looking at accelerating what we had previously thought we could do. And so there's lots and lots of good news. And a lot of that is a function of the volunteers, the 7 commissioners on the Parks and Rec Commission, and our staff that has been feeding the beast here, if you want to think of it that way. So we got lots to do. Your input is always welcome, whether it's on Let's Talk, a email to a city council member or a Parks and Rec Commission member, there is no such thing as bad input. So please keep on sending it, and please, keep on letting us know what we need to do to make our Parks and Recreation effort on this island even better. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacobson. And I believe that concludes our meeting. If you have any remaining questions, feel free to pop them into the chat box and we'll see if we can answer them, or we're happy to follow up with you after the meeting as well. Thank you, everybody.